This boy stood against the kingdom's elite guards, and not one of them could match his terrifying power. His 3 crimson eyes were undeniable proof. He wielded a demonic power, an energy all mortals feared. His name, Knox von Reinh Harbor, heir to a powerful and notorious family. A red-haired girl then appeared on the scene, her face etched with disbelief at the carnage. Her voice tore through the air, screaming, "Why would you betray us all and side with evil?" Knox simply paused. Betrayal. The word was a bitter joke. In fact, he declared that they were the ones who betrayed him first. She cried out that he was lying, but one look at Knox's cold expression told her his heart was already set. There was no going back, because the truth is, this is who I really am, just a guy who plays games all day. Perhaps the greatest player this game has ever known. The reason I escaped into this world, my own reality, was a living nightmare. 2 years ago, doctors gave me a death sentence of terminal brain disease. Can you even fathom the agony of knowing your life has an unforgiving countdown timer ticking closer to 0? For the first few days, I was paralyzed by the truth. I endured endless hospital treatments, but there was no cure to be found. Only painkillers, an empty existence. Because when you have no hope for tomorrow, just surviving today is torture. As time crawled by, the pain wasn't my only demon. Just look at this. I was coughing up crimson, a grim reminder of my failing body. I refused to waste my last moments on paperwork. If my time was almost up, then I would log in one last time. This was my all-time favorite game. A world where you could choose a genius trait, but it always came with a steep penalty. But I'd never dared to select 2 genius traits at once. Look at this. The penalty for such power was like the game itself was mocking my fate. The price was a time limit. Wasn't that just perfect? I was already a man living on borrowed time. Character creation complete. Let's begin. But the headaches flared, worse than ever. I felt my consciousness start to fade. No, not yet. I just wanted one last moment of joy. I succeeded in creating my character, but it seems my real-world timer finally hit 0. A system window materialized before my fading vision. Synchronization. Complete. The white-haired boy from the prologue awakens with a gasp. This was Knox, but years younger. A wave of profound wrongness washed over him. He was certain he'd just collapsed in his room. So how did he end up here? It wasn't until he stumbled towards a mirror that the horrifying truth dawned on him. That face wasn't his. It was Knox, the very character he had just created. Our protagonist had played this game countless times. He knew everything. Knox von Reinh Harbor was one of the 3 great dark masters of Inner Lunatic. Born into an infamous family of villains and the youngest of 5 brothers, his bloodline produced generations of geniuses. But Knox was the first ever dud. Born with 0 talent, that crushing pressure is what drove the original Knox to forge a pact with demons in his thirst for power, becoming the kingdom's greatest calamity, just as we witnessed. But none of this made any sense. This had to be a dream. There was no way he was actually Knox. As he was panicking, a system window shimmered into existence. His stats looked decent enough. But what was this abysmal energy level? Was he sick in this world? The traits section answered his question with brutal clarity. That time limit penalty was the curse that followed him from his past life. He was certain the original Knox never suffered from any illness in the game's story. Did that mean he was still living on borrowed time? Just in a new body? Shit, then? Knox noticed an unread message in his system. The system's message read, "Hello, Yukon? No. I should call you Knox now." That name. The protagonist was already starting to forget it. The memories of his past life were becoming hazy, like a distant dream. He could recall his parents, but not where they were, or if they were even alive. It seemed from this world's perspective, it was Knox who had suddenly gained the memories of a soul from another world. And more importantly, he realized this system knew about his life before he came to this place. The system continued. "It's been a while," which stunned Knox completely. The system's voice seemed to hold a strange warmth. It said the last 2 years must have been hell for him, and that he deserved this second chance at life. Then, it said 2 words that changed everything. Welcome back. Until that moment, he hadn't considered this was permanent. Was there truly no going back? But then again, who cares? What was so great about that old life, anyway? The system explained that if he wanted answers, he must enroll in the academy and grow stronger. This was all too much for Knox to process. Was he really supposed to take orders from a glowing blue window? It was also confusing, but one fact was undeniable. He had been reborn as the final boss of the game. Inner Lunatic. He was now a villain. But did he have to walk the path of the game's ultimate evil? This new life was unbelievable, but the time limit was still ticking. And this wasn't just a game anymore. This was his reality. Knox resolved not to forget who he truly was. He would follow the main story route as a villain, but he would never abandon his own identity. The most important thing now was to survive by any means necessary. And if he must become a true villain to do so, then so be it. In his previous life, a fatal disease was a death sentence, a countdown of only 2 years. But in a world brimming with magic, could any illness truly be incurable? As he reached for the door, a crippling agony shot through his wrist, a grim reminder of the curse on this body. This damned inflammation made even a simple task like opening a door impossible. Even practicing his swordplay in private was an impossible dream. Stepping into the hall, he collided with a maid. The beautiful girl hadn't seen him at all. Plates shattered across the floor in a deafening crash. But when she saw his face, she let out a piercing shriek of pure terror, a sound that promised blood and punishment. The scream even startled Knox. Before memories of this body's reputation flooded his mind, she immediately fell to her knees, begging for her life. Just another nameless character in this new reality. Her terror was proof of this body's monstrous nature. The original Knox would have handled this differently. He would offer a twisted forgiveness with a promise of death for a second mistake. But our protagonist wasn't that man. The raw fear reflected in every servant's eyes confirmed it. The original Knox was a true villain, breaking the tense silence. Knox simply announced he was going to the training hall. Gasps echoed in the corridor. The young master had never shown any interest in the sword. But what truly shocked them was his next command. He ordered the terrified maid to follow him. As they walked, she trembled, certain a brutal punishment awaited her. But the young master's strange silence was even more terrifying. The truth, however, was far simpler. Knox's mind was consumed by one thought: survival. He had to understand this body's curse to escape the fate that claimed his last life. His mind raced, lost in strategy. This world was a game with countless paths to power. First, he had to confirm if his chosen traits were active the twin geniuses of sword and combat. The sword genius trait was a guaranteed path to the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. Just as the magic genius led to ultimate mastery over spells, among endless possibilities, these were the two he had gambled everything on. But in the training hall, reality hit him like a physical blow. This pathetic body could barely lift a wooden sword. What good was a sword genius trait in a vessel as frail as a dying old man's? 10 swings, and his body screamed in protest. He was utterly screwed. Still, as expected of the renowned Reijn Harbor family, the armory was legendary. This was the family that had birthed countless legendary warriors. Even its current patriarch wielded the tyrannical blade of darkness, a power without equal. Knox had no strength, but he did have 2 things: time and money. His father, the patriarch, couldn't care less about him. He was the youngest son and considered utterly talentless. In this family, he was a complete disappointment. Just a few swings of the sword felt like a second death closing in. The maid timidly offered him water and a towel. She never dreamed she'd see the young master actually putting effort into anything. Knox gestured for her to approach. Her heart hammered against her ribs. This was it. The punishment was finally coming. But Knox just felt awkward. He wasn't that kind of person. "Listen carefully to my orders," he said, his voice flat. He handed her a list of items to purchase immediately. She tried to protest the cost, but Knox's cold voice cut her off. "Or would you prefer the punishment you were imagining earlier?" The girl fled, convinced her cruel master hadn't changed at all. Just then, a shadow fell over him. The family's head butler, Rodwell D. Ernark, had appeared without a sound. This man was his father's most trusted aide. His presence here made no sense. Normally, neither the butler nor his father paid Knox any mind. Knox demanded to know why he was here. Rodwell delivered a message directly from the patriarch. The head of the family summoned Knox to dinner that evening. The summons caught Knox completely off guard. His first instinct was to refuse. But Rodwell revealed a crucial detail. The young lady of the prestigious Stellainer family was visiting. Knox's attendance was not a request, but a command. To refuse now would be to openly defy the patriarch. Backed into a corner, Knox had no choice but to accept. Rodwell's sharp eyes noticed the change in him. He questioned Knox's sudden interest in swordsmanship, a path he'd always ignored. The young master's voice turned to ice. "Rodwell, you are merely a butler. Do not overstep your bounds. What I choose to do is no concern of yours." With that, Knox turned and left, leaving the butler to ponder his master's transformation. The moment the door closed, his cold facade crumbled. He was worried. But then, his thoughts turned to her. He never imagined she would be the one visiting. Night fell, and the time for dinner arrived. A mocking voice cut through the air. "Well, look who it is. The idiot actually showed up." The insult was clearly aimed at Knox, but he gave no reaction. The twin brothers continued their assault, asking sarcastically if he still held a grudge against the family. Hartz and Allen relentlessly piled on the insults, their words dripping with disdain. They even sneered about him touching a maid. "How disgusting," one of them laughed. Their arrogant venom was infuriating. but Knox remained a stone wall, ignoring them completely. Suddenly, a servant announced the arrival of the family head. The air grew heavy as all eyes turned toward the patriarch. During dinner, Knox von Reinh Harbor makes his grand entrance. And he is not alone. A young woman with fiery red hair follows, greeting the family. It's Talia von Stilliner, dressed in breathtaking elegance. Theo announces that the young lady has requested night training and will be staying in their domain for some time. The boys are immediately captivated by her beauty, but her piercing gaze lands on only one person. Knox, the man who will become a villain, and the woman destined to stand against him. A cold dread washes over him. He's staring at the very person who, one day, will run a sword straight through his heart. Theo seems surprised to even see Knox at the dinner table, a fact that makes our protagonist burn with shame. The girl has no clue about Knox's wretched place in this family, as they all indulge in a feast only the highest nobility could dream of. Throughout the meal, the twins glare daggers at Knox before declaring it's time to decide who will enter the prestigious Eldon Academy. Theo agrees. The decision must be made soon. Everyone knows Eldon Academy is the most revered institution in the entire kingdom. For Knox, getting in isn't just an option. It's a necessity. The system itself commanded him to go there to unlock its secrets. The head of the family explains that only 3 students from any single family are permitted to attend. This rule exists to curb the power of the great noble houses, and the Reijn Harbor family has already used 2 of its slots. The first and second sons were already sent to the academy, leaving only 1 place left. The air at the table grew thick with tension. Theo declared he would uphold family tradition, prompting Knox to ask if that meant a duel between brothers to claim the final spot. Knox's swift challenge catches Theo by surprise. He smirks, then makes the announcement in 3 months. They will compete for the family's last ticket to Eldon. The twins immediately erupt in mockery, sneering that a certain someone would only bring disgrace to their name. They scoff that he has 0 chance, claiming it's a waste of time for him to even dream of a duel. But Knox shocks them silent, coolly suggesting they save those words for after he defeats them. The provocation ignites one of the brothers in pure rage. The very idea of losing to the family failure is an unbearable insult. Knox thinks to himself that the days of quietly enduring their scorn are over. He is not the weakling they once knew. With newfound conviction, he declares to them all that he will be the one chosen for Eldon Academy. His defiant posture once again catches Theo's eye, while sending the twins into a blind fury, and someone else has taken a keen interest. With a slight smile, Talia comments on the young master's confidence. Her smile may look gentle, but to Knox, it awakens a primal fear. This was the woman who ended his life at the conclusion of the game. After dinner, while receiving Rodwell's report, Theodore had to agree. It was as if Knox had transformed overnight, a truly ridiculous situation. He wondered what could have caused such an impossible change. Perhaps a demon's influence, no. He quickly dismissed the foolish thought. But whatever was happening, it was far more interesting than he ever could have predicted. Theodore ordered Rodwell to keep a close watch on Knox, who, to everyone's surprise, began running laps around the manor day after day. The maids were stunned, whispering amongst themselves, confused why he was just running when a sword duel was only a month away. Knox found himself wondering how he could hear their whispers so clearly, but was suddenly cut off by a system notification. His stamina had increased by 0.1 points. It was an agonizingly small number, but stamina was the single greatest wall standing in his way. His genius trait would only awaken after he reached 4 stamina points. He cursed himself for not receiving it from the start. Gasping for air, his frail body screamed in protest. He needed to raise it by 1.9 in just 1 month. A monumental task made worse by a curse that halved his stamina gains. All that running for a measly 0.1 increase, and his illness trait was nerfing the growth even further. That meant he had to work 4 times as hard as a normal person. Worse, he'd be capped at 15 points max. But that was a problem for another day. Finally, Lona arrived, bringing the items he had requested the day before. Knox was impressed by her speed. As he gazed at the collection of materials, he knew they were the secret to accelerating his progress. Having cleared the game 27 times, he knew exactly what these items could do. As he took them, a worried Lona asked what they were for, pointing out how dangerous they all were. Knox agreed, but added they were only dangerous to those without knowledge, leaving her completely baffled. Then, he uncorked a bottle of potent poison and began to drink it. The maid shrieked in panic, yelling that it was poison, which Knox already knew. This specific toxin would grant a temporary 50% stamina bonus, even as it killed him in 10 minutes. Lona stared in horror, about to scream for help, but he ordered her to stay put. He wasn't finished. Next, he swallowed the golem's nucleus whole. The maid's panic intensified, knowing it would petrify his entire body from the inside out. But just as planned, the 2 deadly items reacted, activating a legendary hidden effect. The nucleus, an artifact for defense or golem creation, held a secret power for him. Fused with the venom, it would purge the toxin and finally shatter his accursed frailty. With one negative trait erased, a panicked Lona rushed to his side. She pleaded, asking if he was all right, only to watch in shock as the exhausted boy began removing his shirt. Deepening her confusion, Knox started to strip off his shirt, causing Lona's cheeks to flush crimson as he grabbed the second vial and poured the sacred spring water over his body. The water instantly neutralized the petrification, a side effect of the golem's nucleus. As the spring water and nucleus reacted, a strangely pleasant warmth spread through him. Suddenly, a hidden effect activated, a temporary blessing of growth enveloped him, granting a massive stamina bonus until it hit 5 points. For the final touch, he grabbed the scroll from the cart. With a casual tear, Knox unleashed its power, instantly doubling his stamina growth rate. Now, the purple-eyed boy hadn't just broken the curse of frailty. He'd used these artifacts to forge a new path, a growth rate now twice that of any normal person. A surge of pride washed over him. But as he clenched his fist, the maid tackled him, bursting into tears and asking if he was okay. To her, his strange actions, stripping off his shirt, looked like madness brought on by the venom. She began to calm down until he ordered her to get a towel. He stopped short, however, catching the look on her face. In this moment of triumph, after shattering his curse, he couldn't bring himself to be harsh with Lona. He assured the girl he was perfectly fine, but she still wondered if he needed a doctor's visit, or perhaps just some rest. But the light-haired boy shook his head. "I have things to do," he declared. To the maid's confusion, he simply said, "Running." Beneath the bright morning sun, Knox began to run laps around the vast courtyard. Lona followed close behind, towel in hand, while a pair of eyes watched them from the shadows. "What is he thinking?" she muttered to herself. To challenge his brothers to a duel when he was in such a pathetic state. That person was Talia, her handmaiden. Emma quickly scolded her. "That's no way to speak of your host," she warned. "A member of the very family sheltering you?" Talia waved off the concern, unimpressed. "All he does is run," she complained with a scoff. It seemed he had no intention of even touching a sword. Rumor was, he'd turned away every tutor they sent him. The red-haired noble was certain he was heading for humiliation. And yet, she couldn't look away. Brushing aside her maid's protests, she approached him. As she greeted Knox, he was wondering why on earth she was out there. He decided on a cold front, asking her bluntly what she wanted. She winced at his icy tone, but quickly rationalized it. He must be stunned by her breathtaking beauty. "Do you honestly think you can win?" she challenged. Just by running, a point Lona silently had to agree with. She offered her help, but the boy's refusal was instant and absolute. "Leave," he commanded. This shocked her. "Is this how you treat those who offer aid?" she demanded. Lona panicked in the background, knowing this was no way to speak to a noble lady. Talia scoffed and stormed off, leaving the boy to process the encounter. Knox felt the threads of the story twisting around him. He checked her status window. Her talent was undeniable. Her stamina stat alone surpassed that of most men in this world. While not on the level of the 3 Supremes or 4 Sages, she was a prodigy destined to stand just below them, capable of slaying devils with ease. Her element was fire, and once awakened, it would evolve into white fire, powerful enough to burn a corrupted Knox to oblivion. With that knowledge, becoming her friend was not an option, as he had no idea how much that would derail the original story. He just needed to survive by following the script. After all, who in their right mind befriends their own future killer? 1 month later, Talia walked the halls, recalling the praise she received for having talent befitting the legendary steel in her family. But deep down, she didn't feel that way at all. All she felt was the shadow of her sister. Her hand tightened on her sword's hilt at the bitter memory of her last defeat. Talia wondered if she would ever be worthy of the title of knight. Knights must live a frugal existence, void of greed, and be ready to sacrifice themselves for justice. They must also master countless forms of the sword. The red-haired girl sighed, thinking of Knox. He believed running was enough to defeat his brothers. She thought he stood no chance. The next day, sunlight streamed into the drill hall. The 2 brothers stood ready as a crowd gathered to watch, including Scylla, Theodore's wife. Theodore inquired of Rodwell, seeking his perspective on the match. But the seasoned steward could offer no certain prediction. An announcer declared the duel's purpose and ignited the fight, prompting Knox's brother to instantly raise his sword. When Knox's father pressed for a prediction, Rodwell explained that Alan's years of training would grant him an overwhelming advantage, a fact the father couldn't deny. His wife shot a piercing glare, and Rodwell wondered if Lord Theodore was anticipating a different conclusion. It was true, Knox had changed. But to overpower Alan, that would require a twist of fate beyond all reason. In Rodwell's past, serving as a knight beside Lord Leonhard, the way of the sword was sacred. It was ruled by a simple truth: greatness was forged only through time spent with one's blade. The only thing that could shatter this law was a talent from beyond the mortal realm, an absolute gift from the heavens. But he was certain Knox possessed no such power. Theodore spoke, his voice low and steady, warning it would be foolish to dismiss other outcomes. For any of his sons could possess a gift rivaling the three supremes. Knox cursed his rotten luck, which seemed to follow him even into this new world. He scoffed, remembering his luck stat was supposed to be high at 7 points. After all that grueling running, the light-haired boy still hadn't managed to raise his stamina to 4. With his blessing of growth, Knox had reached 3.8 the day before, so painfully close to his target. Yet, Lona was still jogging behind him, questioning if he truly needed her to run with him. He affirmed with a sly grin, letting slip his true desire for her to suffer alongside him. But he quickly changed the subject, reminding her of one more item to clean, which earned him a pout he couldn't help but notice. Knox chuckled to himself, wondering if all this exercise had boosted her stamina as well. He pulled up her stats, and his eyes widened. Her numbers were higher than the average man's. After all the blood and sweat he'd poured into his training, he was still weaker than a mere side character. Lona noted the sun was beginning to set, a stark reminder of his duel the next day. He panted heavily, despair creeping in as he realized he was out of time. The next day, moments before the duel, Alan sneered at Knox, suggesting he withdraw and stop being a disgrace to their family. Knox simply laughed at the transparent attitude, knowing full well what his brother really wanted. He just wanted to beat him senseless, and Alan admitted it was to impress Talia. The light-haired boy's gaze flickered to the girl, then to Alan's stamina. Knox's face fell as he saw the impossibly high number. A knot of dread formed in his stomach as the announcer declared that the results of the duel could not be challenged. This only intensified his fear. Losing now meant his journey was over before it had even begun. It would cost him the chance to uncover the truth of who sent him here, and what life awaited. He clenched his sword, his knuckles turning white. As the duel began, Alan exploded into action. Knox desperately rolled out of the way, grunting as the force of the second attack sent him skidding back, his arms trembling. Panic set in. What could he possibly do? Alan's mocking laughter echoed as their blades clashed again and again. Suddenly, a familiar notification flashed before his eyes. His stamina had increased. A wild grin spread across his face as he murmured in triumph. Alan was utterly confused, mocking his brother's apparent madness before unleashing another flurry of blows. From the viewing stands, Theodore's wife scoffed, already certain one of her other sons would be the one to attend the academy. As the one-sided battle raged on, Theodore declared the sight pathetic, which brought a cruel smile to the woman's face. He admitted they may have had expectations that were far too high. Rodwell suggested they interrupt the duel, for Knox's own sake. Theodore mused that while Alan and Hatz were talented, they lacked their eldest brother's fire. He began to wonder if he had to accept that none of his sons had the spirit to truly conquer the world. On the field, Knox wheezed for breath. Theodore sighed, rising from his chair, his intent clear he was going to stop this farce himself. But in that very moment, it finally happened. Knox felt an incredible power coursing through his body as his trait awakened. Alan demanded to know if he'd lost his mind, but Knox simply activated a new skill, and the world itself seemed to slow to a crawl. A wise man whose name he couldn't recall once said that a genius and an average man experience the flow of time differently. At that moment, Knox finally understood. Everything was moving in slow motion, and while it didn't make his swordsmanship perfect, his dormant potential had finally been unleashed. With a single, fluid motion of his sword, the duel was decided. Alan's weapon was violently knocked from his hands, the older brother flinching in shock at the impossible movement. The victor was now obvious to all. The sword clattered to the ground. Alan clutched his stinging hand with a hateful glare, while Knox looked down on him, his expression an unreadable mask of cold indifference. But Knox knew this wasn't the end. The skill's effect would only last for 5 minutes. Now, he had to figure out how to wrap this up. With a smirk, he declared that his brother's pace was far too leisurely. He would end this farce in an instant. He dared them to come at him together. Knox then turned to his father, requesting permission to face both brothers at once. Theodore could only stare back in astonishment, while Talia wondered what madness had possessed the boy. His father hummed in contemplation. His curiosity piqued. He granted the request. Ignoring Sila's protests, the duel was set. The twins drew their blades as Knox held a chilling grin, watching them charge forward. But Knox was already on guard, his stance perfect. Alan yelled for Hatz to corner him, but his brother just snapped back to shut his mouth. Knox's hidden effect flared to life once more. He instinctively knew how to counter every move, sliding past their blades while slamming into their shoulders. Talia's jaw dropped in disbelief, and Knox knew. He knew what they were all thinking. The family disgrace was somehow overpowering 2 of his genius brothers. The twins exchanged a panicked glance, but Knox warned them. "Never take your eyes off your opponent," he said, stepping forward with a spin of his sword. Another storm of attacks erupted. For the first time, Knox felt the weight of survival lift. replaced by the genuine thrill of the fight. The entire hall watched in stunned silence. The twins could only grunt in frustration, shouting that this was utterly impossible. Within moments, both Alan and Hats were thrown to the ground. They stared up with wide, incredulous eyes, finally admitting their defeat. And in that exact moment, a system window appeared. The effect of Time of Genius had expired. Knox faced the announcer, stating that the duel was concluded. The man could only nod, stammering his confirmation. The winner was Knox. The twin brothers cursed under their breath, their bodies trembling as their arms went limp, weapons clattering to the floor. The sound of steel echoed on the stone. Theodore beamed at his youngest son, who offered an exhausted but triumphant smile in return. He bowed to the cheering audience before turning to leave. But Talia saw her chance, rushing to intercept him at the exit. As the sun began to set, Knox was seized by a violent cough, his body heaving. He was horrified to see drops of blood staining his hand. Confusion turned to dread as he realized the cause. He had gone past the time limit. It seemed his incredible power came with a colossal price. Using it for more than 5 minutes triggered a devastating debuff, and that debuff was the theft of his very life. His lifespan had just decreased by 2 days and 17 hours, eroding his already limited time, making him weaker. It was the worst possible penalty. Now, he had less than a year to change his fate. Luckily, the side effects hadn't shown in the hall. Any sign of weakness would have raised questions about his fitness for the academy. A voice called his name. Knox turned to see Talia, her face etched with worry, asking if he was hurt. She wondered if he'd been injured mid-duel. The thought made him frown and curse inwardly. Panic seized him. Of all people, why did it have to be Talia? If she told his father about this, everything would fall apart. Knox struggled to find the words, but she cut him off, her eyes wide with awe. You defeated them. In that condition, he stared, confused, as a deep blush spread across her face. She was both embarrassed and deeply ashamed for ever misjudging him. Talia recalled how she'd watched him for a month, never once seeing him practice with a real sword. All she'd heard were rumors of him swinging a wooden sword a few times on his first day. How could he have achieved such mastery? The only answer was that Knox had been hiding his true, monstrous talent. So she had rushed out of the hall, desperate to understand. But now, she saw a lone boy, blood dripping from his lips, his body about to collapse from sheer exhaustion. A new thought entered Talia's mind. Maybe it wasn't overwhelming strength that won the battle. Maybe the rumors she'd heard were more than just misleading. They were wrong. As he wiped his chin, the red-haired girl looked at him with new eyes. He wasn't a lazy genius. He was a hard-working swordsman who had bled for his victory. She stared and flinched when he coughed again. She stepped closer, instinctively asking if he was okay. Without warning, he slapped her hand away. His glare was as cold as ice as he hissed. Don't you dare lay a finger on me! He cursed himself internally. The 2 years he'd spent as a shut-in playing games had destroyed his social skills, and it certainly didn't help that this girl was the one destined to kill him in the future. Talia fidgeted, saying she only wanted to apologize. He looked at her, completely bewildered. She admitted she had severely underestimated him, having only heard stories of how delicate he'd been since birth. She finally understood. His relentless focus on endurance. It all had a purpose. Talia apologized again, realizing her mistake was just as foolish as the wild rampages she'd heard he was prone to. Knox was baffled by her apology. Finding her just as modest as her game counterpart a shocking trait for a duke's daughter, he turned away, his voice low. If you want to help me, you can do one thing. Don't tell a single soul what you saw. She agreed without a second's thought, and with that, he walked away, his secret safe for now. But he was gravely mistaken if he thought this was their final encounter. Time passed, and for Duke Theodore, a chilling premonition took root. He summoned Rodwell. What is your assessment of Knox? The steward admitted his initial confusion at the boy's passivity. But now, he believed Knox had reached a level of mastery none of his brothers had achieved at his age. The Duke agreed. He suspected they had only seen a sliver of the boy's true power and ordered Rodwell to continue his surveillance. As Rodwell consented, Theodore was lost in thought. Could Knox truly be the one, a talent worthy of inheriting the legendary Vanquisher? His fist tightened. Your reports are now more critical than ever. My time is running out. The loyal steward bowed deeply, promising to fulfill his duty. Just then, a notification chimed in Knox's mind. The tutorial quest was complete, but even with these system windows, this world felt far too real to be a game anymore. His reward for victory was a mere 3 attribute points. He sighed. A whole month of pain and effort for just 2 extra points. Still, he opened his status window. Without hesitation, he poured every single point into 1 stat luck. In the game he once played, he knew a simple truth. Luck was the stat that ruled them all, and now was the perfect time to test its power. The system announced 2 more benefits, 1 random skill scroll and 1 skill conjuring. His heart pounded with excitement. He immediately summoned the dispenser, a strange sight in this medieval world. He cranked the handle, praying his boosted luck would grant him at least a normal grade scroll. He swallowed hard, remembering the hierarchy of scroll colors, the power they represented. A small ball clattered out and exploded in a blinding flash of gold. A gold scroll. He tore it open without a moment to spare. Next, the skill conjurer. He already knew exactly which ability to create, a skill that would be indispensable for gathering the hidden treasures scattered throughout this very manor. But that would have to wait. Duke Theodore was about to summon all his sons. The golden scroll granted him an incredible skill, a 20% debuff against anyone with lower stats. A grin spread across his face. This is why he loved this game. Another window popped up, reminding him that Green, the second eldest, was due back from his night training soon. The family was gathering, but now, all Knox wanted was rest. He was sure Talia wouldn't bother him again. A promise was a promise, and she had no other reason to approach him. The very next day, Knox was proven spectacularly wrong as that same girl marched right up to him. "What do you want?" he asked. She mumbled something, and when he pressed her, she finally blurted it out. "Please, teach me how you became so strong so fast." Talia wanted to achieve his level of explosive growth, and she believed he held the key. A bead of sweat trickled down Knox's temple. He walked past her, muttering, "You spied on me for an entire month and you still haven't figured it out." Her face instantly flushed crimson as she stammered a denial. She chased after him, begging, "A duel, just one duel with me, or at least share your methods." Knox suddenly remembered. Talia had always desperately craved her sister's approval. Now, she was projecting that same desire onto him. He stopped, turned, and decided to play the part of a wise master. "Before asking for help," he said mysteriously, "you must first ask what you yourself possess." Knox paused, unsure what to say next, but then added, "Stop comparing yourself to others. That is your first mistake." And with that, he quickly turned and walked away, leaving the girl frozen in place, a deep blush on her cheeks as she pondered his cryptic words. Once out of sight, Knox let out a huge sigh of relief. He glanced back, making sure that she wasn't following. He couldn't have her tagging along for what came next. It was time to claim his first hidden treasure. The treasure was located within the Linehabe Manor itself, where his father and brothers were already waiting. As he approached, the sheer scale of the Linehabe horse farm took his breath away. The rumors were true. This was one of the 3 greatest farms on the entire continent. Rodwell offered a respectful bow to Theodore. The patriarch announced the gathering's purpose to choose a lifelong equine companion. Knox felt his breath catch. The moment of destiny had arrived. Among all creatures, horses held a sacred, revered place in the Linehabe family's tradition. Any aspiring knight or magician had to forge this unbreakable, lifelong bond from a young age. Even the prestigious academy featured a course on horsemanship. And as the world's conflicts grew, cavalry warfare would become a crucial skill. A well-cared-for horse was more than a companion. It was a vital asset. This made choosing the right one a decision that could shape his entire future. His father's voice boomed, declaring that Knox, as the duel's victor, would have the first choice. He had only one chance. As Knox stepped forward, Theodore watched with a critical gaze, wondering if his son truly possessed the eye to see hidden value. The stables were filled with magnificent steeds, each one more impressive than the last, leaving Knox momentarily stunned. But he wasn't looking for just any horse. His gaze swept past them all, finally locking onto a frail, black and gray creature, its ribs starkly visible. The boy strode towards it, choosing the emaciated horse without a shred of doubt. His brothers gasped in disbelief, and a deep frown creased Theodore's face. He urged Knox to reconsider his choice. Knox feigned surprise, but he had anticipated this to any normal person. His decision looked like pure folly, but they couldn't see what he could. Activating his perceptive eye, he saw the horse's hidden stats and its glowing, high-grade potential. A pet's grade could ascend by a single tier over time. This meant the sickly horse was destined to become a prime-grade beast, or perhaps something even greater. More than that, it was an obsidian horse, one of the rarest and most legendary breeds in the entire game, famed for its unparalleled strength and beauty. Knox knew with certainty that if Theodore recognized its true lineage, the horse would have been taken from him in an instant. But for now, it was a pathetic sight, crippled by debuffs and a negative trait that marked it for death within days. That fatal curse was a shadow even darker than his own life-limiting illness. Yet he stood firm in his choice, because he alone held the secret to nullifying that deadly trait. Theodore could only speculate why, assuming Knox saw a reflection of his own fragile state in the creature, letting sentiment cloud his judgment. With a heavy sigh, Knox's father hoped aloud that his son would not live to regret this foolish decision. As the man turned his back, the disappointment radiating from him was so clear, it struck Knox and his brothers with stunning force. Rodwell then approached, reminding Knox that his new companion needed a name. Just as the gray horse gently nuzzled his hand, the boy looked down, then knelt and whispered the name Carl, the very same name he had always chosen back in the game. It was a name that held a world of meaning. Carl's new home, surprisingly, was to be Knox's own bedroom. Knox knew his next move had to be executed in absolute secrecy. Keeping the horse in his room was the only way. He met the creature's gaze and saw a powerful will to live, a refusal to surrender. It was a familiar feeling. Two souls, both clinging desperately to the faintest glimmer of hope. Sensing Lona just outside, Knox called to her. His quiet threat sent the startled maid stumbling into the room. She was shocked he knew she was there, but he simply waved it off, saying it was painfully obvious. He then gave her a new order from this day forward. She was in charge of caring for the horse. The maid pouted, annoyed at the thought of an animal messing up the bed she worked so hard to make. Knox ignored her complaints, explaining that the horse was gravely ill and needed careful, gentle handling. Seeing Carl's fragile state, Lona's annoyance turned to worry. Knox knew the procedure he was about to perform would be horrifying for anyone to witness. He wondered if she could handle what was to come. 3 days later, a piercing scream erupted from his room. It was Lona, crying that Carl had died. Knox surveyed the scene with a calm sigh. He had been waiting for this moment. Still, he understood Lona's grief. In her short time caring for the creature, she had grown attached. Regardless, this outcome was always part of the plan. Knox knew from the very beginning that saving Carl was impossible through normal means. He told the girl to quiet her sobs, claiming they were a distraction. His cold words left her completely stunned. When he explained that Carl would soon return, her confusion deepened into fear. She began to wonder if his mind had finally broken. He sighed and ordered her to step back. He then produced a mysterious scroll, unfurling it on the floor and channeling his mana into its ancient runes. A brilliant, blinding light exploded from the scroll, and Lona could only stare in utter shock. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. He was using magic, an act that was strictly forbidden. His concentration was shattering. With raw frustration, Knox roared at her. "Do you want to watch Carl die all over again?" If not, then she needed to be silent. His command was absolute, and she immediately fell quiet. Knox had to focus. His control over his mana was still unstable, and his mana sensitivity trait remained sealed away. To make matters worse, the Empire's law was unyielding. Before the age of 15, only those of royal blood could wield magic. This single rule gave the royals an overwhelming head start, the very foundation of their magical supremacy. But Knox was no royal. His only path forward was to pour out every last drop of mana he possessed. A pulsing energy throbbed in his palms. So this was the true feeling of magic. A wicked grin spread across his face as he prepared his one-time skill conjure. He knew this had to be perfect. There was no room for failure. He was delving into the forbidden arts. Black magic. An image flashed in his mind, a skeletal hand clutching an ancient tome. A system window appeared. Carl can be resurrected as an undead pet. Proceed? Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted. An eerie glow enveloped the fallen horse. Knox remembered. The undead from the game always had two things in common. First, their resurrection required black magic and the power of the darkness element. Second, they retained their consciousness after death, reborn stronger and with absolute loyalty to their new master. But there was a catch. Only one lineage held the power to create such beings, the Marbus family. True masters of the darkness element. They were a dark parallel to the great knightly houses. But instead of paladins, they produced infamous black magicians. Could anyone outside that bloodline ever hope to wield such a power? The answer was always a resounding no. Unless they held the Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead, the very artifact he had just conjured. Shadowy hands erupted from the earth, coiling around Carl's lifeless body as a trickle of black blood dripped from Knox's lips. Lona watched, her face pale with horror. "Quiet," he commanded. "Just a little more time." He grunted from the immense strain, coughing up another mouthful of blood. His mana was completely drained, but fortunately, his desperate gamble had succeeded. He looked up and saw the horse rise to its feet with a powerful neigh. He'd done it. He stared at Carl, his new undead pet, and saw an intelligent gleam in its hollow eyes. He gasped for breath, utterly spent, but a thrill shot through him. For once, he had gotten something right. Tears still glistened in Lona's eyes as she watched Knox struggle to his feet. "Carl," he called, and the horse immediately trotted to his side. He quickly pulled up the gray horse's status window. A smile touched his lips. The negative trait was gone, replaced with powerful new undead abilities. "From this day on," he declared, "I am your master." Carl let out a low, contented rumble as Knox stroked its mane. Suddenly, both boy and horse were startled as Lona threw her arms around the two of them. Knox was bewildered as she broke down into sobs, the fear of watching him cough up blood, on top of her grief for Carl. was all too much. The undead horse snorted and turned its head away, almost as if it were offended strange, considering she was the one who'd cared for it. As Lona began to bicker with the horse, Knox's thoughts were already racing ahead. It was time to find the manor's hidden treasure. A few nights later, Knox moved like a shadow. He slipped out of his room, past the stables, and towards the ominous forest. He clutched several items in his hand. To his relief, the paths were exactly as he remembered from the game. He secured the items once more. His mind was focused on the second hidden piece, located deep within these woods. Failure to find it wasn't an option. It meant death. This treasure was the only thing that could slow the advance of his fatal illness. A rustle in the bushes sent a jolt down his spine. I'm just being paranoid, he thought. But he couldn't shake the chilling realization. This wasn't a game anymore. His eyes landed on a weathered wooden sign. Its warning was stark and clear. Stay out. It was called the Forest of Lost Children, a place where intruders would vanish and die. Knox stepped past the sign, and a new system window appeared. Failure to clear this area will result in death. An eerie breeze whispered through the leaves as the pale-haired boy pushed through the tall grass. He began to recall the game's intel on this particular forest. It was a forbidden zone for a reason. The oppressive darkness and thick, disorienting fog could lead even the most seasoned adventurer astray. Its name was brutally fitting. Anyone who entered was as good as lost. But the key phrase was lost children. This meant adult characters received no rewards here. Not only that, the monsters inside became exponentially more hostile towards them. Knox had learned that particular lesson the hard way back in the game. Because of that, the forest's difficulty rating was at least 2.5 out of 5 stars. Back then, he never cared about the reward. But now, that reward was a dying man's only hope. He pushed deeper into the woods, took out a torch, and lit the flame. The trick to this cursed place was simple. You had to watch which way the smoke drifted, and then walk in the exact opposite direction. But just as he was about to move, he sensed something else he had to deal with first. He called out to the presence hiding in the bushes, but only silence answered. With a heavy sigh, the boy drew his blade. One swift slice through the brush was met with a scream that tore through the forest. Just moments before, Talia had been reeling, completely stunned that Knox was immune to her charms. The rejection had left her utterly confused. Emma had begged the red-haired girl not to follow Knox, terrified she would take the blame. But Talia wasn't concerned in the slightest. Later that night, Emma paced the halls, her anxiety growing, knowing Talia possessed a rare talent just like her sister. With a sigh, Emma went to check on the girl, only to find her room completely empty. Panic and confusion washed over the handmaiden. Before she could process what was happening and wake the household, the leaves in the dark forest continued to rustle. There on the ground sat Talia with a deeply embarrassed look. As Knox stared at her, completely dumbfounded, she greeted him, about to explain herself, when another rustle made him react instantly. He yanked her behind him just as a gray wolf emerged from the shadows. Talia was shocked. Gray wolves, living in a forest this close to the manor. She swallowed nervously, realizing she was completely unarmed. The wolf crept closer with a low growl before letting out a piercing howl, calling for its pack. From the darkness, more howls answered. This wolf snarled again, but Knox simply grinned. He dashed forward, slashing the beast across its chest. A second cut to the neck sent it crumbling to the ground. Dead! The girl stared in total bewilderment at the boy, who was now spattered with blood. He turned to her and asked again why she was following him. His cold tone made Talia blush as she invented a terrible lie. Knox had no patience for it and threatened to leave her behind if she didn't reveal the truth. His bluntness shocked her. She grabbed his wrist and launched into a rambling explanation, dancing around the real reason. Knox sighed internally. He realized Talia was overestimating his skills and, surprisingly, held no ill will toward him. He was also amazed that any girl could be so clueless as to trail someone into a forest in the dead of night. Still, he couldn't just abandon a main character here. He decided to let her tag along. But he made one thing crystal clear. He wasn't helping her. He was only keeping her alive to prevent a feud between their families. Talia felt a pang of guilt, and Knox hoped the lesson was learned. But then she kept chattering, trying to thank him, which caught him by surprise. The moment was shattered by the arrival of the other wolves. Deep growls rumbled as they began to circle the pair. They stood frozen. Knox held the torch high as a chill of pure dread ran down Talia's spine. Suddenly, Knox shoved her away, ordering her to stay back. He handed her the torch, explaining she would only get in the way of his sword. This wasn't going as planned, so Knox had to focus. This forest was only supposed to be the prologue, not the main story. That meant there wouldn't be a stage boss, which was at least one less thing to worry about. However, there would still be an elite monster, a creature just one step below a true boss. It was probably an elite gray wolf. The wolves continued to snarl before finally charging. Knox knew that identifying the threat didn't make it any easier to face. He slashed wildly at the approaching wolves, feeling like he was constantly living on a knife's edge. He watched another wolf lunge at him from above. It was time to cast aside his pride and fight like he used to in the other world. He gripped his sword tightly, struggling to recall his mantra. Once the words came to him, he cut a path through more wolves and sighed in relief. Talia watched in awe, convinced Knox wasn't even fighting at full strength. His earlier words echoed in her mind, making her feel as if her own swordsmanship was nothing but child's play. The wolves kept howling, but Knox stood his ground. He knew what was coming next. He heard a heavy rustling in the grass as a much larger beast emerged into the clearing. The elite gray wolf had arrived. Back at the manor, servants carrying torches searched desperately for Talia. They found footprints leading straight into the forest, assuming they belonged to both Knox and Talia. A wave of fear washed over the servants, who knew all too well the horrors of that place. Emma collapsed in worry, insisting they had to follow, but Rodwell stopped her cold, saying they couldn't, which left the handmaiden confused. He explained that this was a forest that even the great Leonhaba family had been unable to conquer. To the family, the forest was a mark of shame. To admit that an area within their own domain remained unexplored was like declaring their own incompetence to the world. What the Leonhabas didn't know was that only children who had not yet come of age could truly succeed in this forest. Rodwell now wondered why Knox had chosen to enter. He noticed the cautious nature of the footsteps, which showed no signs of a struggle or a kidnapping. So Knox had walked into this forest by choice. His fists clenched tight. There was no denying it. The boy they once knew was gone. His old self had been erased. He delivered the grim truth to the others. There was only one way home, and Knox had to find it alone. Tears still streamed down Emma's face as distant howls echoed through the trees, turning her fear into pure terror. A crushing guilt washed over her, as if she'd sent Talia to her doom. But the red-haired girl simply drew a dagger, and Knox saw that fear had not broken her resolve. He gave her a sharp warning. Stay out of this, save your strength, and run the second they attack. With an elite gray wolf stalking them from the shadows, Knox knew this was no time for a grand speech. But he needed her on her toes, and was relieved to see she hadn't let her guard down. Still, he couldn't trust her with his life. Not yet. So Knox activated his skill. Time itself began to crawl as he prepared to end the elite wolf in a single. Perfect strike. The beast seemed to sneer, crouching low to the ground. In an instant, Knox understood its chilling strategy. The pack surged forward like a tide of death. Knox cut them down with ease. But then, they suddenly froze. Something was terribly wrong. The elite wolf rose, its growl a clear command. A new wave of predators launched themselves at him. He tried to track their movements, but it was a storm of claws and fangs. He couldn't parry all four at once. One slipped into his blind spot. A low growl, then the lunge. The light-haired boy spun around, just in time to see a dagger bury itself deep in the wolf's throat. It was Talia's blade. Be careful, she cried out. His eyes shot upward, and saw her perched in the trees above. He'd ordered her to run, but she had stayed. A shock went through him. Talia was actually fighting by his side. Talia's voice cut through the chaos. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Her help still stunned him, but a savage growl shattered his thoughts. He whirled, his blade singing as it dispatched two more wolves. I'm fine, he yelled back. He heard her sigh of relief, but couldn't shake the feeling that he must have looked pathetic. Knox let out a weary breath, and then he felt it, a tremor running through his entire body. The price for overusing his skills was coming due. Frustration burned within him. Not now. Not at a moment like this, because something was rising from the earth. It was the elite wolf. A grim smile touched the purple-eyed boy's lips as he watched the alpha circle him like a vulture. Suddenly, it charged, but it zipped right past him and vanished back into the forest, leaving him utterly bewildered. An eerie silence descended on the clearing. What just happened then? A rustle in the leaves. He turned, but it was too late. A blur of gray lightning streaked by, leaving a searing pain tearing through his side. Talia watched in horror, crying out his name, but the wolf was already gone, leaving him clutching his bleeding wound in the suffocating silence. He gritted his teeth in agony. This entire raid, it felt all wrong, even though he'd planned it himself. But this was reality, a far cry from the predictability of a game. His eyes darted frantically, scanning the suffocating shadows around him. The silence stretched on as Knox pieced together the terrifying truth. This beast was a commander, using its pack and the very forest as a weapon. He heard it just an instant before the attack. A rustle. Then a gray blur rocketing towards him. Knox pinpointed its trajectory and swung his sword with all his might, but the wolf stopped dead in its tracks, his attack hitting nothing but air. His eyes widened in shock as the snarling beast charged once again. And then he understood. It had been baiting him, waiting for that one big swing that would leave him wide open. His knuckles turned white on his sword's hilt. He grunted from the strain until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, fueling his burning frustration. The wolf lunged for the final blow, and suddenly, time seemed to warp and slow. In that frozen moment, his life flashed before his eyes. He remembered conquering this game countless times. How could he have been so foolish, so arrogant to believe this reality was the same? Was he really just an idiot who thought he could be a hero? This wasn't how his story was supposed to end. The boy squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable end, but it never came. A sharp whistle cut through the air. His eyes snapped open to see the wolf howling in agony, a dagger buried deep in its eye. It hit him like a bolt of lightning. If he had a weak point to expose, then so did the elite wolf. And the one who had found it was not him. Knox gripped his sword, a primal roar erupting from his throat as he plunged the blade deep into the monster's gut. Blood erupted in a crimson spray as the beast finally collapsed. The boy fell with it, his body finally giving out from the strain of his skills. He gasped for air as Talia's worried shout echoed in his ears. The other wolves, they were still here, but her fear began to fade as she watched the remaining pack members whimpering, backing away from their fallen alpha. The red-haired girl leaped from the trees and rushed to his side, her voice filled with desperate concern. "Are you okay?" Wiping a trickle of blood from his lips, he began to reassure her, almost saying he owed her one. But the words died on his tongue. He was thanking an enemy, the very woman fated to end his life. Knox turned his back, his voice now laced with an icy chadi chill as the gash from the elite wolf burned with pain. Pushing himself to his feet, the boy declared it was merely a surface wound, which brought a wave of relief to the girl. But then she glanced over her shoulder and saw a spider crawling up her arm. A cold dread washed over her, and a piercing scream shattered the silence. Knox spun around, his mind instantly jumping to another monster attack. He was cut off as the girl slammed into him, clinging to his body and sobbing uncontrollably, leaving him utterly bewildered. Talia shivered, muttering about the spider in a panicked, broken whisper. Her eyes darted back to it, and another shriek erupted, causing Knox to stagger. He let out a sigh, a small chuckle escaping his lips. So, the fearsome red-haired girl was afraid of spiders. With a casual flick, he sent it flying, telling her she had no business following him into a forest if she was so easily scared. Talia asked if he truly felt no fear, but Knox simply retorted, "Have you ever met a knight who was afraid of spiders?" The question left her blushing with embarrassment as she tried to defend her pride. With her off him, he felt like he could finally breathe again. But his relief was cut short by another racking cough, reigniting Talia's worry. He quickly shut her down, telling her it was none of her concern. Knox considered the facts. The girl hadn't slowed him down during the fight. In fact, she had arguably saved his life. A profound sense of gratitude washed over him, a truth he knew he could never speak aloud to her. But for now, his mission was accomplished. He just needed a way out. As the sun began to rise, Emma continued to sob, convinced everything was her fault. Rodwell stood frozen, his mind racing with the terrible possibilities. Talia's disappearance could easily explode into a war between their two families. And that was just the beginning. Recent reports of other children from the manor vanishing into that same forest would make their family's incompetence a topic of public disgrace. Rodwell's gaze was suddenly drawn to the forest's edge, where the dense fog was finally beginning to recede. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers, and the steward's mouth fell open in sheer disbelief. Emma rushed to Rodwell's side. "Does this mean it's been vanquished?" she stammered. He could only agree. Their one desperate hope was becoming a reality. Emma's eyes welled with tears of relief. Just as Knox and Talia emerged from the tree line, the servants began to whisper in awe. Had Knox actually conquered it? Rodwell struggled to process the scene, but one cold, hard fact was crystallizing in his mind. The succession of leadership for the Lee and Haba families was not going to be peaceful. It was going to be a war. Knox wondered why a whole crowd was gathered, right before Emma launched herself at Talia, hugging her while tears of relief streamed down her face. After the steward explained the panic, Knox was genuinely surprised that anyone cared so much about the family's black sheep going missing. But then, the boy watched in shock as Emma grabbed Talia, lifting her clean off the ground with a furious glare, declaring she would be reciting the codes of conduct. Talia panicked and tried to apologize, but Emma roared on, adding that the head of the family himself would be delivering the lesson. Knox couldn't help but be impressed. The handmaiden was shockingly strong. Emma then expressed her deep gratitude to Knox. He replied that he never wanted Talia to follow him, but added that she had proven her worth and didn't deserve a punishment so severe. His words made Talia blush, completely caught off guard. Later, back at the manor, Knox began stripping off his blood-caked clothes. The crowd that awaited him was a strange sight, but it didn't matter now. He had finally secured the hidden treasure he'd been searching for. It was a ring that offered a minor stat boost and a very special effect. It allowed the wearer to absorb a tiny fraction of an opponent's lifespan upon their defeat. The mightier the foe, the more life force he could steal. This was the only artifact of its kind in the world. But of course, this ring alone wouldn't be enough to save him from his fate. The description specified tiny amounts, so he couldn't just extend his life indefinitely. Still, it was a spark of hope. He slipped it on, feeling a faint surge as his stats rose. It was better than nothing. He called for Lona, knowing she was hovering just outside. The maid wondered if he could see through things, to which he replied with a smirk. Maybe. Lona immediately flushed red, her mind racing to the possibility that he could see under her clothes. Knox gave her a light bonk on the head. The girl rubbed the spot, wondering if he'd gotten stronger. Changing the subject, he told her they were going to arm wrestle. She beamed with confidence, eagerly agreeing to his terms. If she won, her wage would be raised. If she lost, it would be lowered. They counted down, and the very instant they started, Knox slammed her arm flat against the table. She stared in disbelief, immediately begging the boy not to decrease her wages. He mentioned hearing from a certain maid that he was the famed lout of the family. A wicked grin spread across his face while Lona continued to plead for mercy. But just then, his accursed sickliness trait activated. A sharp pain shot through his wrist as it fractured, and a miserable cold swept over him. Knox grimaced, telling Lona to just bring him some ice and a towel. He sighed, trying to focus on the victorious feeling of claiming the ring. He knew his body needed rest, but this sudden combination of ailments was infuriating. Elsewhere, someone was desperately trying to recall Knox's face, a name they knew from another world. Carl and the Ring of Black Fire, the two hidden treasures of the Lianhaba Manor. The sun cast its rays upon the manor, but for Knox, it brought only shadow. Even with both treasures in his hands, he was sentenced to 6 months of confinement, forbidden to use them. Knox glared down at the notice. He tore it open, grumbling to himself. This was absurd. He had vanquished a forest that no one else dared to even enter. He shouldn't be facing any consequences. He turned to Lona, asking if she agreed. The maid hesitated, reluctant to speak. Knox reminded her that her wages could easily be cut for failing to keep him in a good mood. She quickly stammered her agreement as the young master collapsed onto the couch, fuming. This was beyond frustrating. He was just getting used to this new life, and watching Carl, his mandrake, grow brought him unexpected joy. This confinement was unacceptable. It wasn't just about his comfort. His death was fast approaching, and he knew he would perish before the 6 months were up, a fact he was painfully aware of thanks to a system pop-up. These alerts seemed more concerned with his remaining lifespan than he was. His body trembled with resolve as he rose from his seat, declaring to Lona that he would speak with his father to reclaim his freedom. She was about to mention his bath was ready, but was cut off by a sharp knock. The door opened to reveal Rodwell, the steward, who greeted him with a perfect bow. The boy was stunned by the steward's presence, and even more so by the message Duke Theodore wanted to see him. In a flash, a different scene played out. One of knights and monsters scattered across a bloody field. Theodore recalled that fateful night, now carved into history as the Night of Carnage. Monsters shrieked, swarming toward him. He gripped his dark sword, cutting a brutal path through the endless horde of enemies. Images of devils, piles of corpses, and pure carnage flooded his mind. It felt less like a battle and more like a plague sent to devour the world. Theodore gazed into the distance, a heavy, dark energy swirling around him. It was a constant reminder that one of his sons had to inherit his blade, the Vanquisher. Someone with half-hearted potential would never be worthy. The Duke wondered which of them could be the right choice. Which one possessed a talent strong enough to one day take his life? A knock echoed through the chamber. Rodwell informed him that Knox was on his way, and Theodore acknowledged it. He reflected on how even he had failed to conquer the forest's curse. Knox's achievement deserved recognition, a reward. Unsurprisingly, the Omegas had interfered, blocking any official commendation. They refused to believe the troublesome Knox had changed, demanding a full investigation to prove the forest was truly vanquished. It was a formal inquiry that even Theodore couldn't ignore. Just then, Knox entered the room and greeted his father. Theodore spoke of the boy's past sins, likely from before his reincarnation, a history Knox was all too aware of. Regardless, the Duke acknowledged his recent accomplishment. He told Knox to name any prize his heart desired. The boy was utterly shocked. A cold sweat ran down his back. This event never happened in the game. Theodore was always a cold and commanding figure. Knox lifted his head, needing to confirm what he'd just heard. His father rose from his seat and swore upon the long history of their black blade that he spoke the truth. He would grant whatever Knox wished for. Knox was left completely stunned. The older man continued, warning that an excessive request would lower his opinion of him, but that he held a sliver of faith in his son. Knox asked for time to think, and permission was granted. He was also given leave to exit the estate as he pleased, so long as he didn't cause another commotion. The light-haired boy thanked his father, who only reminded him to remember the weight of his family name. The next day, everyone gathered to bid farewell to Talia and Emma. The red-haired girl blushed while saying her goodbyes, but Knox tried to ignore the way she beamed at him. Rodwell whispered that it would be polite to respond. The purple-eyed boy groaned in frustration, turning to wish the girl farewell. He told her they should meet again once she became a greater knight. When Talia asked how, he replied that she needed a brave heart that doesn't fear spiders. The girl's face flushed with pure embarrassment before she punched him, square in the stomach. He instantly regretted his choice of words. He should have said a wolf instead. Even so, the girl agreed, telling him to keep his nape clean to greet her blade one day. A chill shot down his spine. It was a joke in poor taste. Considering the future he knew, Emma gave a deep bow, thanking the young master for everything he had done. He brushed off their gratitude for saving Talia, claiming it was never his intention and urging them to disappear. As the carriage vanished, another character exited the stage. Knox was starting to adapt to this bizarre world, maybe even finding it to his liking. But just then, a cold notification shattered the calm, reminding him he had 146 days left. He sighed. It seemed there was no escape from the constant reminders of his impending doom. A few days later, Lona wondered if he'd need a new maid for the academy. Knox pondered this, a memory surfacing just as a sharp knock echoed on his door. Rodwell entered, announcing he was here to present the very maid who would serve him at the academy, starting today. A girl with striking green hair stepped forward, introducing herself as Zitri de la Boilia. Knox returned the introduction, then immediately pulled up her status window. The stats confirmed his suspicions she was a spy sent by Theodore. The system's death clock ticked in his mind. He sighed, getting ready, but a sliver of confidence remained. Despite the constant threats, he was leveling up fast. Knox gazed out from the balcony. The academy awaited him. Lona seemed oddly thrilled, asking if he was feeling nervous about it. He turned the question back on her, asking why she sounded so happy to see him go. She flinched, putting on a tearful display about how much she'd miss him. But Knox saw right through it, telling her to drop the act. He knew he couldn't afford to waste time on these games. Every second was precious, needed to sharpen his skills for the trials ahead. After all, this was the Empire's greatest academy, a breeding ground for the world's most gifted individuals. He had to survive among these prodigies, force his way into the main scenario, and become the legendary villain he was destined to be. Knox sighed. Why did everything have to be a high-stakes quest? His thoughts were cut short by a question about the new maid for his school life. He was lost in thought when Rodwell appeared, presenting the girl Lona spoke of. The green-haired maid introduced herself. Knox played along, checking her stats, just as he thought, his father's eyes and ears. Yet, she wore a mask of kindness perfectly. Theodore, his father, was one of the game's ultimate players, a master of both the sword and deception. His power wasn't just talent, it was forged in a crucible of paranoia, where every soul was a variable to be watched. The full weight of Theodore's expectations now rested on this maid's shoulders. And with a cold fire in her eyes, she accepted her mission without a trace of hesitation. She was the rightful heir to the House of Loelia, and in exchange for her loyalty, he promised to help restore her stolen birthright. Zitri vowed to assist Knox with all her might, but Theodore's eyes narrowed at her phrasing. His sharp glare made her flinch. She bowed low once more, correcting herself. She would observe the boy and report his every move. As she left his suffocating presence, she finally let out a shaky breath of relief. The girl took a moment to compose herself, clutching a pendant. Inside was a family photo, a reminder that she could not afford to fail. That night, Knox contemplated his new shadow. Was she sent to confirm he wasn't possessed by some demon? It was a valid fear. In this world, demonic possession was a terrifyingly common plot device. In the original game, Knox's downfall was triggered by possession from a great devil. But this time, Knox was certain no one would uncover his true identity. Still, Zitri was a problem. She was an extra, a character who never appeared in the main story, a waste of talent for the supposed heir of a great house. But her story was a tragic one. Her uncle had butchered her parents and usurped her title. The rest was a predictable fall from grace. The young noble fled, only to end up a servant in a rival house. Beneath her cheerful facade was a soul drowning in despair, one that was about to break completely. If Knox's memory of the game was correct, this girl was fated to take her own life before the first chapter even began. So, what was his next move? Saving a character destined to die was a massive risk, a flag that could derail the entire storyline. He knew it could shatter his carefully laid plans. The next morning, Knox summoned both maids, declaring a monster hunt within the manor grounds. He wanted them as his assistants. Lona's face went pale. The very idea made her shudder, and she immediately pretended to feel ill. But Zitri cut her off, agreeing to the dangerous task without a second's hesitation. Lona sobbed, begging her not to be so reckless. Fear was the normal response, That made Zetri's instant acceptance all the more suspicious. Knox reminded Lona that her vacation days were non-existent, so feigning sickness was useless. A wicked grin spread across his face as he mentioned her salary. Lona's tears flowed freely as she asked which weapon she should bring. The boy just chuckled. Zitri said she would join them after reporting to Rodwell. Knox watched her go, his mind focused. Now that he was free to move, his top priority was clear earning more days to live. As they ventured into the woods, Theodore's cold gaze followed from a distant window. Days passed. The once feared forest of lost children had been completely tamed. Just another territory conquered. A menacing growl echoed through the trees, but Knox was a blur of motion, his blade silencing a gray wolf. He was testing his new ring's power, feeling it absorb a tiny fraction of the beast's life force. He let out a breath of relief. The system confirmed his lifespan had increased by 2 hours. Knox surveyed the silent forest. He had likely hunted every last wolf in the vicinity, and all that effort had only yielded him 2 precious hours. Even so, he considered the trial a resounding success. His thoughts were cut short by Zetri's voice, mentioning he'd been hunting for an hour and asking if he was tired. Her innocent question soured his mood, a harsh reminder of how slow his progress was without his time-bending abilities. In reality, he'd only gained 1 net hour of life. Knox took a long drink from a flask, his mind racing. He couldn't possibly chase monsters 24/7. The greatest problem was simple monsters were not an endless resource. He had practically wiped out this entire forest's population. At this pace, his grand design for survival was doomed to fail. The purple-eyed boy sighed, wondering aloud if other monsters were nearby. Zetri quickly advised against it, warning that anyone overhearing might think he had gone mad. He glanced at the setting sun. It was time to head back to the manor. The green-haired girl asked if he wanted a bath drawn for him. The suggestion surprised Knox, but he agreed. She beamed with happiness, while Lona frantically begged to be given a task as well. Though confused by her eagerness, he assigned her to tidy his bedroom. The brown-haired girl rushed off to gather supplies, as Zetri chuckled at the chaotic scene. Knox then called the green-haired girl over, his voice serious. He had a piercing question for her. Who is it that you truly serve? The question struck her like a physical blow, leaving her shocked and confused. Knox glanced at her genius assistant trait. He knew her blade was ultimately aimed at him, a weapon he could never claim for himself. He was well aware of the answer she was desperate to hide, and stated that he had no intention of pressing her. He acknowledged that, at the very least, she hadn't tried to feed him a lie. Knox declared that he didn't care who she truly served. All that mattered was that she was his servant, and that she would use him just as he would use her. The boy then walked away. Theirs was a mutually beneficial contract, and for now, that was enough for them both. As night fell and they returned to the manor, Lona was already gossiping, complaining about how evil Knox was for demanding so much of her. She remembered asking him why she had to join the hunt. The look in his eyes had been like a devil's as he replied, "There's no fun without you." Zetri let out a soft chuckle and gazed out the window. She recalled the rumors about Knox's complete transformation, whispers that had reached her even when she was still with her family. She had assumed they were nothing but baseless stories. After all, it was rare for a person to undergo such a fundamental change. But serving him proved the rumors were true. He had defeated his 2 brothers in a single duel, rightfully earning the honor of representing his family name at the academy. Knox was solidifying his position and power within his family. Unlike Zetri, once the rightful heir to her family's leadership, she was now completely lost in despair. She sighed deeply, remembering his words from that day. "You will use me, as I will use you." The green-haired girl paused her writing, wondering what he could have possibly meant. A few days later, a vicious rumor began to poison the halls of the Leonhaba Manor that Zetri had been exiled from the Lobelia family, and as a commoner, no longer deserved to serve them. When the official letter arrived, she crumpled the parchment in her hand. It declared that the previous family head, Darren de Lobelia, had committed the grave sin of attempting to trade away the family's honor. And because Zetri was his kin, her privileges were also revoked. The light faded from her eyes. She knew her time at the manor was now over. Even among the great families that wielded darkness, the Leonhaba family reigned supreme. They would never employ a commoner without a family name, not even to serve their half-abandoned son. Zetri knew she would be dismissed and replaced any day now. Despite this, she forced a fake smile, greeting the other maids who now stared at her with open contempt. Lona, however, greeted her with the same familiar warmth she always had. The simple act left Zetri feeling confused and awkward. She felt a tug on her hand and wondered if this was just Lona being herself, a loyal friend to the end. Regardless, Zetri knew this show of kindness would do her friend no good within the manor's cruel politics. As Lona pulled Zetri down the corridor, Knox already knew this was the end for her. Theodore had most likely received a letter as well. He was certain the accusations against Zetri's father were all lies. But he also knew he was powerless to help. He could never have predicted it. How the flutter of a single butterfly's wings could unleash a storm of fate. While the forest creatures fled, Knox became a merciless storm of steel, carving through the gray wolf pack. A shiver crawled down Lona's spine. The boy seemed different today. Something far more terrifying. The brown-haired girl whispered to Zitri that Knox usually showed a sliver of mercy, but today, there was none. As she pondered this change, Zitri felt a knot of fear, her eyes fixed on the blood-soaked blade he'd plunged into the earth. Knox muttered under his breath, frustrated that his luck just wasn't turning out the way he'd planned. A hidden boss only spawns when a forest's monster population falls below 20% of its peak. Its type and timing are completely random. If he could defeat one, his attributes would skyrocket. He sighed, about to give up, when a blur of motion exploded from the trees, demanding his attention. What was that? Before he could even react, it shot past him in a blinding flash of speed. This aura, it had to be the boss. He turned to face an elite giant hornet, a tricky foe, but not invincible. But before his strategy could even form, he heard Zitri's desperate cry calling his name. He whipped around to see the maid throwing herself in front of him, a human shield against the hornet's attack. It was an attack he could have easily blocked. Her sacrifice was completely unnecessary. So then, why? Who would willingly shield someone with their own body, especially someone who just declared they would be used as a tool? In that frozen moment, Knox gritted his teeth and activated his power. Time itself began to slow. As time warped, Zitri's life flashed before her eyes. A clumsy child, always falling, always getting hurt. Her parents used to say she always had an open wound, a truth that lingered long after her childhood ended. When Knox asked who she served, Zitri realized she didn't have an answer. Her mind reeled back to the nightmare. The day a relative murdered her parents and stole her family's name. So she wondered again, where did her allegiance truly lie? His voice echoed in the darkness. And then she awoke to see Knox and Lona hovering over her, their faces etched with worry. The hornet was already gone. His voice was tense as he promised they were taking her back to the mansion. He had called her a tool, a liar. Yet the concern in his eyes was undeniable. She couldn't understand why. As her vision blurred and the world faded to black, as tears streamed down her face, she heard a tremor in the boy's voice, and a cold, simmering fury. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Theodore read the damning letter. Rodwell confirmed the news was true. He had only taken the girl in for one reason: to use her as leverage and absorb the Lelia family. Her house was in chaos after their leader's death, the perfect opportunity for Theodore to make his move. He could have claimed their heir was in danger, using their family's instability as the perfect excuse. By acting as Zitri's protector, Theodore would have the perfect justification to subjugate her entire family. But now, the girl had been cast out. The plan was in ruins. He turned to Rodwell, demanding his counsel. The steward's advice was cold and practical. A servant without a name would only bring contempt upon Knox at the academy. She had to be removed. Theodore's decision was instant. He agreed. Just then, a servant burst in, reporting that Knox had returned, bringing an injured Zitri with him. To save her, Knox had used an absurdly expensive antidote. Rodwell was stunned. The men decontaminant. The servant confirmed his fears. A wave of exhaustion hit Rodwell. But a dangerous thought crossed Theodore's mind. Had the boy developed feelings for the servant girl? While Theodore considered the dire consequences of such feelings, Lona was desperately trying to wake Zitri. She succeeded. As the girl's eyes fluttered open, Lona cried with overwhelming joy and relief. The green-haired girl's mind was a fog. What happened? Then panic set in. How would Knox react to what she'd done? Lona quickly explained that Knox had not only ordered the antidote, but had threatened the physician to use the priceless cure on her. Zitri was speechless. Why? After everything he had said, why would he use such a treasure to save her? The question burned within her. She struggled out of bed, determined to find him and demand an answer. Lona mentioned he was with Rodwell, and realizing she needed to deliver the good news, she quickly rushed out. Alone once more. The frail girl walked over to a suitcase and began to pack, her heart heavy with the crushing thought that she belonged nowhere at all. Clutching the pendant close to her heart, she revealed a hidden family photo and penned a final message for Knox. The note declared that this pendant would clear her debt to him, a token of the gratitude she would always carry. But as Zitri slipped out of the room, her escape was cut short. Knox was waiting, his voice low, asking where she was going. She flinched under his icy gaze as he demanded the answer once more. Earlier, before Zitri was even healed, Knox had confronted the physician with a chilling question. Was a simple vial of potion truly worth more than a human life? The physician stammered, trying to explain his hands were tied, that he needed permission from Lord Theodore or Rodwell. Knox cut him off instantly. His eyes glanced at Zitri's still form. He questioned if Rodwell's command truly held more weight than his own. Guilt washed over the physician's face as Knox vowed to report this incompetence directly to his father. The antidote was quickly administered. Lona anxiously asked if the girl would survive. The physician confirmed the venom was neutralized, and Lona finally breathed a sigh of relief. The young master turned to leave, instructing Lona to inform him the moment Zitri awakened. When Knox met with Theodore, his father was visibly surprised by the unannounced visit. Yet, it seemed Theodore already understood exactly why his son had come. Activating his unique trait, he cashed in a debt his father could not refuse. The boy reminded the Lord of the wish he was owed, and with unwavering resolve, Knox declared his desire to keep Zitri by his father looked down, contemplating. As Knox reflected on the path he had walked until now, he had meticulously tried to preserve the original story, desperate to avoid any butterfly effects. He knew she was a spy, a pawn under Theodore's command, but in that critical moment, none of it mattered. The instant Zitri threw herself in front of an attack meant for him. Her actions became the answer her words could never provide. Theodore finally granted the wish. The boy bowed, then faced his father one last time. Knox requested to elaborate on his wish. Permission was granted, even as the system warned his composure was cracking. He pressed on, stating he would not tolerate anyone toying with his people, not the Lord, and not even his own. With a glare that could freeze fire, Knox departed. Which brings us back to the present, where Knox had caught Zitri in the very act of leaving. "Where are you going?" The green-haired girl hesitated, then confessed she was running away, feeling unworthy to remain in his service, but Knox cut her off. "You are my attendant, still bound by duty. Where do you think you're going?" She spoke of the truth he already knew, that she was a spy for his father, that her loyalty had been a lie. Confusion filled her eyes. Why did he keep giving her another chance? Even after she had tried to betray him, through her tears, she pleaded to know why he wouldn't dismiss her. A slow grin spread across Knox's face. He was finally seeing the real Zitri, the one hidden beneath the disguise. It was the look of someone struggling in the abyss, but who hadn't given up on clawing her way back to the light. Knox explained that deception is a fate all humans share, but Zitri insisted her sin against him was different, and to her surprise, Knox agreed. "And so," he asked, his voice sharp, "you intend to leave without atoning for that sin?" The question left her speechless. The purple-eyed young master declared that she was staying. He didn't care if she lacked a noble family name. All that mattered was her undeniable talent and her service to him. Her atonement would be to continue her duties, right by his side. Fresh tears welled in Zitri's eyes as she accepted his terms, vowing to serve him for as long as it took. A satisfied smile touched Knox's lips. Zitri finally addressed his earlier unspoken question. She turned to him, hoping her loyalty was no longer in doubt. He grinned back, confirming it was more than enough. The next day, Lona was back to her usual gossiping, recounting how he'd threatened the physician, only to be startled by Knox appearing behind her. He was almost impressed she didn't even bother denying it this time. The girl quickly turned to Zitri, telling the maid to get more rest, before darting away to handle Zitri's chores herself. Knox sighed at Lona's chaotic energy, then turned to Zitri, reminding her he would leave for the academy in just 2 months. She assured him she remembered well, and had already prepared all the essential tools and supplies he would need. She hummed to herself, thoughtfully running through a mental checklist of everything she packed. Knox smirked. The real Zitri was finally showing herself, no longer hidden by an act. This was far better. It saved him the effort of seeing through her. And now, he knew for certain. A genuine smile graced his face. That was all the assurance they needed. Later, Zitri cautiously approached the young master, asking if he was all right, given the nasty rumors now circulating about him. Knox sat down, intrigued. More rumors. I thought I'd heard them all by now. He learned the gossip was about why he kept her by his side. They claimed it was due to his personal feelings for her. The boy nearly fell out of his chair. For a moment, he questioned why he was even bothering to play the role of Knox. He sighed and sincerely apologized to Zitri for the trouble. But the green-haired girl insisted that wasn't why she brought it up. Instead, she was simply worried it would make Knox uncomfortable. Knox assured Zitri there were far worse rumors floating around, like the one calling the youngest lion Haber, a boorish and simple-minded scoundrel. Zitri hesitated, about to deny it, but he gave her an ultimatum: lie to him, and be dismissed. That threat made her instantly confess it was true. But there was another rumor she'd heard, one that painted him as a lecher around women. She couldn't help but wonder if it was true, which only made Knox feel the sting of the character he was forced to play. Still, he took some comfort in knowing his reputation as a swordsman had soared compared to the original Knox. Nowadays, the whispers were about a sloppy talent with an ego the size of the Empire. But a villain's role was his to bear. It was his duty to remain despised, to make the main characters truly shine. In the end, he wasn't the hero of this story. Shaking his head, he told Zitri that was enough about rumors. He had a task for her. After all, she wasn't the only one who needed to prepare to survive the academy. She wondered what he could possibly need. Knox decided it couldn't hurt to let her in on the secret, not with her unbreakable loyalty trait, In fact, it might even make her more effective. With his mind made up, Knox revealed his plan he would study magic before enrollment, and he needed her help. The green-haired girl was stunned. Such an act was a direct violation of imperial law. He knew this, of course, but he wasn't one to be easily frightened. But Zetri saw it differently, as proof he didn't hold grudges. Regardless, she understood and trusted he had his reasons. Her mind immediately went to acquiring textbooks on the subject, which brought a grin to Knox's face. She already knew exactly what to do. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Peering out the window, Knox heard servants announcing the arrival of someone named Gren. The name triggered a memory. He'd nearly forgotten about this man, but his arrival meant a major event was imminent, a chance to add many days to his lifespan. Knox turned to Zetri. "It's time we prepared for a long journey," he said, causing a sweat drop to form on her brow. She could already sense another one of his schemes brewing. Later that day, Theodore was congratulating Gren on his graduation. This was Theodore's second eldest son, and naturally, one of Knox's older brothers. Knox immediately scanned Gren's stats. The man was a snob and a pervert, just like the rumors circulating about Knox himself. But more than that, he was a cunning opportunist. The only reason Gren's character flaws weren't common knowledge was because Knox played the part of the family's biggest troublemaker, overshadowing him completely. Gren had taken the easy road to graduation through shrewd politics and backroom deals. Each cycle, the academy took in less than 1,000 students, and only half of them ever earned a diploma. There was no way Gren had played by the rules. Theodore asked his son if he'd arranged his trip to Chedairs. The question made Gren pause for a moment before he confirmed. Their father already knew his primary mission to subdue the monsters plaguing the region. Knox recalled the world's lore. Chedairs was a territory south of the manor, bordered by a vast desert that separated them from the eastern kingdom of Tahalin. The land was notoriously barren and utterly infested with monsters. Gren's first assignment would be to stop a monster wave. It was a critical mission, as the reward was official recognition as an imperial knight. Gren acknowledged the threat of the swarms. Theodore reminded him that the territory protected the rest of the empire, ordering his son to defend it with his life. Gren agreed, but Knox knew this assignment was about far more than just slaying monsters. This particular substory in the game was a nexus, connecting to countless other chapters. The potential gains were astronomical. "Brother," Knox called out, catching Gren's attention, "are you aware of the benefits I could bring to this little expedition of yours?" The question took Gren by surprise, making him wonder if his foolish younger brother had any idea what Chedairs was truly like. But Knox quickly shattered that illusion, proving he understood the situation perfectly. He then reminded Gren of the rumors he'd surely heard since his return. Knox knew what was coming. His brother asked, his voice laced with suspicion. If Knox had truly conquered the forest alongside Talia, "I did," Knox answered, his voice perfectly calm, betraying no agitation emotions Gren's unique skill allowed him to detect. This was the very secret to Gren's mastery of manipulation and deceit. Gren pressed further, asking about the drill hall duel and Zetri's involvement. Knox confirmed it all, while simultaneously activating his Heart of Steel skill. Shielding his mind from his brother's prying ability, his brother let out a cynical chuckle. "I must decline," he sneered. "I'll be far too busy to go searching for your corpse." Suddenly, a powerful voice cut through the tension. "Knox will go," Theodore commanded. Stunning Gren, he reassured his older son, insisting Knox be brought along. Gren tried to protest, but a single glare from their father silenced him. He shot Knox a hateful look. "Use your remaining 3 days wisely," he spat. Before storming away, the boy was almost shocked at how easily it had all fallen into place. He wondered if Theodore had some hidden motive, but his thoughts were cut short as Gren cornered him. "What is your game? Knox, have you completely lost your mind?" "Oh, I lost that a long time ago," Knox replied with a smirk. The answer sent Gren into a rage, and he grabbed Knox by the collar. "You'd better be careful," he hissed. Then a sudden crash shattered the tense atmosphere. Knox spun around to see Zetri stumbling, a bottle of wine slipping from her grasp and splashing all over his pristine clothes. The green-haired maid bowed deeply, apologizing profusely for her supposed clumsiness. She insisted he wait in his room while she fetched a fresh shirt, a clever excuse that forced Gren to finally release his grip. Knox offered a cool apology to his brother, stating he would retire for now, and that in 3 days, their reacquaintance could continue. The thinly veiled threat made his older brother grit his teeth, his fist clenching in barely contained fury. Walking through the grand halls, with Zetri at his side, Knox quietly thanked the maid for her masterful intervention. But Zetri could only let out a weary sigh, wondering how her master managed to attract such adversity on a daily basis. She quickly changed the subject, asking if he was truly committed to journeying with Gren to the dangerous lands of Chedairs. Knox was about to confirm his decision when a piercing shout interrupted him. Lona rushed toward them, demanding to know if he had lost his mind. For a moment, Knox wondered if she'd forgotten he was her master, but he simply sighed, insisting the decision was final. What was the big deal about Chaders anyway? To him, it felt like the perfect destination. But Zetri sided with Lona, her voice laced with concern. She knew that despite his gallant spirit, Chaders was far too treacherous. The land was known to be crawling with thousands of monsters and bandits, but that number didn't intimidate him in the slightest. To Knox, that just meant more things to hunt, and more life force for him to steal. He assured them he had a plan for such dangers. He was about to declare that both Lona and Zetri would remain safely at the manor while he undertook the campaign alone. However, Zetri's stern voice cut him off, affirming with chilling resolve that she would never allow that. The green-haired girl stood firm, reminding him she was his exclusive aide. Her duty was to assist him, regardless of where he went. This meant one thing: she was coming with him to Chaders. Knox protested, saying she would be hurt, but Zetri was already well aware of the risks. She countered that he could be hurt as well. After all, they were both heading into peril. Besides, she had heard from Lona just how delicate he was. Zetri pressed on, questioning if his so-called delicacy could afford a journey without assistance. Given his forgetfulness and total inability to even launder his own clothes, could he truly survive such a perilous journey without an aide by his side? The boy ran a hand through his hair, the reality of the situation finally crashing down on him. This wasn't a game anymore. These mundane details mattered now. And if he died, Zetri's own position here would become dangerously unstable. For her, coming with him was actually the safest bet. With that realization, Knox finally relented. He warned her not to drag him down and told her to get acquainted with his horse, Carl. Zetri simply nodded. She was, as usual, already one step ahead. She was about to reveal her excellent relationship with Carl, but the news sent Lona into a state of shock. Who demanded to know how? The clever maid explained she had used the finest sugar lumps, an investment that cost half her monthly pay, to accelerate her friendship with the prized steed. Lona seethed with jealousy. Having only ever offered the horse plain, sorted hay, as she complained, Knox silenced her with a light chop and turned to leave, assigning Lona her usual duties at the manor. Zetri would be his sole companion. He told her to prepare thoroughly, but couldn't shake the feeling that she was deeply worried for his safety. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door made everyone freeze, their eyes wide with confusion. The door creaked open to reveal Rodwell, who announced that Knox was being summoned to receive a special item. Knox was stunned. His father wanted to give him something. He recalled Theodore's cryptic words, wondering if this was what he meant. He would soon find out. The boy met his father, Theodore, who confirmed the purpose of the summons. Theodore looked at his son, his eyes filled with doubt, wondering if the boy could truly handle the item in question. Their gazes fell upon a blade resting in an open box. This, Theodore explained, was a sword that had belonged to the very founder of their family. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. This was an artifact he had never expected to see. In all his playthroughs, he had never once caught a glimpse of this sword. And here he was, after 27 completed runs, thinking he was an unrivaled expert of this world. Yet before him lay a legendary sword he never knew existed. He questioned Theodore's motives, unable to grasp his true intentions. One thing was certain: this sword was going to be critically important. As if reading his mind, Theodore spoke, acknowledging the blade's humble appearance. His father's voice was grave as he assured him this was the very weapon the first patriarch of their family had wielded his entire life. "How do I prove I can wield it?" Knox asked. His father's answer was simple: "Hold it." With that command, the boy reached out and grasped the hilt. The moment he lifted it, a heavy, suffocatingly dark aura exploded from the ancient blade. He felt his own magical energy being devoured, watching as the very color of the blade began to shift. This energy surge made Theodore rise to his feet, his eyes locked on his son's trial. The boy gave a weak nod, and his father explained that the sword absorbed its wielder's magic, only to unleash it several times stronger. This revelation shocked the boy. "So this is a blade not to be wielded lightly?" he asked, but was cut off as the sword greedily drained his energy once more. The system flashed a warning: his magical energy was plummeting, threatening the facade of weakness he was trying to maintain. This was getting dangerous. Theodore spoke again, his voice echoing with challenge. "If you want to be the sword's next master, Knox, you must hold it for 10 whole minutes." A task that felt utterly impossible. Theodore revealed the weapon's name, Stormbringer. The sword was under a seal, and the system explained it would absorb magic, convert it into attribute points, and simultaneously radiate that amplified power. This information was useless to Knox right now, as a violent tremor racked his body from the immense strain. In a terrifying instant, Knox felt his magical energy reserves completely bottom out. Without magic to consume, the sword chose an alternative fuel source, his very life force. Panic set in as a new system warning blared in his mind. His remaining lifespan was decreasing at an alarming rate. He knew he had to let go of the sword to survive. But to his horror, his hands refused to obey, clamped onto the hilt as if they had a will of their own. A wave of pure frustration washed over Knox, enraged by the inescapable trap he'd fallen into. Theodore watched, his thoughts grim. The Stormbringer was indeed a wicked weapon, It offered immense power, but in exchange, it would drive its wielder to ruin. The entire history of their family was built upon that cursed blade. But in all that time, no descendant had ever truly succeeded in taming it. Most who tried fainted the moment they grasped it, a scene Theodore had witnessed countless times. To last even 10 minutes on a first attempt would be a legendary feat. Even Theodore himself, after years of dedicated training, could only withstand its power for a single hour. A strange, unexplainable instinct pushed him to challenge the 14-year-old boy. Even though the kid hadn't experienced his magical awakening yet, after Knox saved the dying servant girl, it became undeniable. All the recent disturbances revolved around him. It was far from a coincidence. The boy was evolving, and his true potential was finally coming into the light. Theodore wondered if the boy could shatter all expectations. Watching as Knox collapsed to one knee, yet still refusing to release the blade. Could it be that Knox's talents might one day rival those of the three Supremes? That thought alone was reason enough for this test. If he could endure for the given time, Theodore was certain Knox would become the most powerful leader in the history of the Lionheart family. Knox drove the blade into the ground, cracking the stone floor as he panted for breath. In that moment, Theodore knew his son had the potential to surpass him. The boy gritted his teeth and looked up at the older man, who revealed he had long suspected the boy was concealing his true power. Knox was about to question him when his father simply walked past, declaring, "The sword now belongs to you." But this victory brought Knox no joy, not when it had cost him so much of his own life. 3 days later, it was time to leave for Chaders. Zetri seemed content, remarking on how kind it was of Theodore to give the boy a magical pouch. Despite this, Knox's mood was darker than ever. Zetri grew confused. She thought he was excited for the expedition. So why did he look so upset? He sighed deeply, wondering if he should be grateful for a mere pouch, when his father's gift had sucked away a huge chunk of his remaining life. He glanced ahead at his brother, Gren, who was laughing with the others. Knox was aware his brother had milked a small fortune from their father, exaggerating the burden of bringing him along. But Knox didn't mind. He had his own plans to use his brother, too. Suddenly, shouts from up ahead broke the calm. It seemed there was trouble with their route to Chaders. This sent Gren into a rage, directed at a man named Ron, whom he had hired as their guide. As the men argued, Zetri looked toward Knox, who called the Pathfinders fools for leading them astray. He spurred his horse forward to confront his brother. Gren tried to dismissively wave him away, but Knox's persistence only fueled Gren's anger. Knox challenged him directly. "What if I could find the correct path for us?" Gren looked at him in utter disbelief. His pathetic little brother thought he could be a pathfinder. Knox calmly suggested, "Enlist my talent for just a single day. Many of our vassals have commented on my remarkable talent for wayfinding." Gren was still doubtful but surprised by the bold claim. Zetri stared with equal surprise, but for a different reason. Knox was lying so casually, without a single shred of hesitation. A late arrival in Chaders could cause a very serious problem. But if Knox failed in front of everyone, Gren imagined the sweet satisfaction of watching his brother's spirit crumble. A slightly longer journey was a small price to pay for that. So Gren gave his permission, and a smug Knox told everyone to follow him. As dusk fell, the company set up camp, preparing to rest for the night. Gren was fuming to his pathfinders, unable to believe Knox had found a path so easily in a land that baffled even master wayfinders. The older brother's furious complaints continued, while Knox watched from a distance, a knowing silence about him. After all, he knew these paths by heart from his past life as a gamer. Chaders was a strategic point he'd visited hundreds of times. But Zetri, burning with curiosity, had to ask the boy directly how he did it. Knox simply claimed the ground itself had shown him the way. She was utterly confused, until he pointed out the claw marks of an evil bear, a monster native only to the southern frontiers of Chaders. The revelation shocked the green-haired girl, sparking fears of an attack. But Knox quickly reassured her, explaining that the bears were terrified of fire. Whispers immediately rippled through the camp, the gossip spreading like wildfire. They spoke of a new Knox, one who might even surpass his academy-trained brother. The rumors were like salt in Gren's wounds. He demanded a servant confirm Knox's victory over the twins, and Schultz reluctantly admitted it was true. Hearing that, Gren's eyes narrowed. He had to witness the boy's skills for himself. Schultz then revealed the perfect tool for the job, pulling out a small bag. A wicked chuckle escaped Gren's lips as he glanced towards Knox. In the dead of night, as even the guards fought off sleep, a monster tore through the trees. It was exactly what Knox had been expecting. His blade was already in his hand. He rose, ordering Zetri not to leave the tent no matter what. A cold wind rustled the leaves as Knox stepped outside, standing face to face with 4 hulking monsters he recognized as ogres. While he knew the camp itself was protected, his eyes darted to the true cause of this ambush. The mud had been laced with ogre pheromones. During their mating season, the beast's senses were so heightened they couldn't possibly resist the scent. There was no doubt in Knox's mind. This was Gren's cowardly attempt to put him in the ground. But he felt no alarm. Instead, he greeted the ogres with a smirk, drawing the mighty Stormbringer. With a furious growl, the monsters charged. Knox blocked the first blow, vaulted into the air, and plunged his sword deep into an ogre's back. The others swung their massive clubs, but he moved like a phantom, dashing between them and leaving deep gashes in his wake. They roared in agony. Knox glanced at the Sword of Darkness, realizing his fear of it draining his life force had been completely unfounded. A grin spread across his face as he dove back into the slaughter, feeling as if the blade itself could read his thoughts. The sword moved before he did, cutting down one after another. Soon, only a single ogre remained, trembling as it dropped its weapon to flee. But Knox simply whistled for Carl, and his horse erupted into its magnificent true form. Leaping onto its back, Knox galloped toward the fleeing monster, ending it with a final, decisive slash. He let out a sigh of relief as his remaining time increased by 1 day and 9 hours. His thoughts were cut short as Zitri peeked out from the tent, her voice trembling as she asked if he was all right. He reminded her that he'd ordered her to stay inside, but she ignored him, her eyes widening in shock at the field of ogre corpses. She asked if she should call the night patrol, but Knox told her there was no need. After all, the ogres had been invited. Her confusion was clear until he explained everything. It was Gren's doing, a plot to destroy them, which is why his own tent was pitched so far away. Zitri's eyes flashed with understanding. So, this was all a scheme to get rid of you. The boy confirmed it without a shred of doubt. He explained that to Gren. He was nothing more than an obstacle in the path to becoming the head of the household. Gren likely wanted to test his limits. Cowardly plots like this were the only way he could ever hope to challenge their older brother. Garen, a true master of the sword. But it was time Gren learned a valuable lesson. Such tricks would never work on Knox. The boy then pulled out an empty vial, asking Zitri if she knew what drove ogres into an even greater frenzy. He began squeezing ogre blood into the vial. Just like humans, they never forget a vendetta when their kin are slaughtered. Later that night, the hooting of owls was drowned out by a strange humming that woke Gren from his sleep. He was baffled. The crystal balls only made that sound when a monster's magical energy was nearby. He couldn't understand what was happening, until a loud thumping shook his tent and his servants burst in, screaming that they were under attack. Gren stumbled outside and froze. A massive swarm of ogres was descending upon them. A deep, icy chill shot down his spine as he prayed they wouldn't come for him. As the sun finally rose, the last of the ogres fell, and the survivors began to clean up the carnage. Gren was screaming at Schultz, accusing him of making a mistake. But even his loyal servant was pale with confusion. But Knox seemed completely unfazed by the chaos. Casually asking Zitri if she didn't find the morning heavenly, she agreed that breakfast was ready, but reminded him of the strict etiquette maids do not dine with their masters. Knox dismissed her concern, saying their situation was nothing compared to the swarm of ogres that had attacked Gren's tent. Zitri could only sigh, a flicker of contempt in her eyes, recalling the sheer audacity of the man she served. With a knowing chuckle, Knox began to eat, his eyes tracking the camp being dismantled, and noticing they weren't discarding the blood-soaked tent. The girl asked what they intended to do about it, but Knox simply played dumb. She explained the obvious: the stench of blood would be a beacon for more ogres. Of course, Knox already knew this. It was all part of his plan. He kept that from Zitri to avoid her nagging. But this was the perfect opportunity to farm more lifetime. As he finished his meal, he knew he would need a steady supply of ogres very soon. A distant rumble caught his ear. Knox told the green-haired girl it was time to rejoin the group. Meanwhile, a lone ogre lumbered through the forest, until it caught a peculiar scent. It turned, confused, only to be ambushed and eliminated in a flash. Day 2 of the journey began. Knox had already committed the area's entire topography to memory, a comforting advantage on this long trek. Gren confronted Knox, demanding to know his plan for the pursuing ogres. He asked if they could shake them off the trail. Knox confirmed it was possible. He explained they could crush the ogres now, but the noise would ring the dinner bell for every other monster in the woods. The smarter move was to escape the forest entirely, but Gren saw through the facade. Resentment burned within him as he saw his own soldiers looking to Knox for command. Just then, another soldier approached Knox, asking why he was deliberately stomping on the ground. He was provoking the creatures that lurked just beneath the soil, sending a ripple of unease through the ranks. Knox glanced down, confirming his suspicion. They were crossing a very specific habitat. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble as Zitri cried out and screams erupted. Knox's voice cut through the chaos, eerily calm. The worm is here. And just like that, it burst from the earth. Before them stood a monster that resembled a grotesque mix between a colossal earthworm and a python. But its appearance was deceiving. This creature was, in fact, a dragon, born with a malformation that sealed its ability to use magic. Even so, its raw physical power was immense. Entire tribes of ogres had been annihilated challenging beasts like this. This was precisely the monster he'd been searching for. As it devoured their horses, No one suspected that Knox was the one who had summoned this calamity. He turned to the stunned soldiers and ordered them into the bushes, their faces a mask of confusion. A sly grin spread across Knox's face. He recalled telling them the ogres wouldn't be a problem. And he wasn't technically wrong, even if shaking them off was never part of the plan. Right on cue, a swarm of ogres charged out from the trees. Fear painted Zitri's face as she stared at the ogre legion. But Knox simply reassured her, then posed a strange question. Do you know what a worm loves to eat most? And what it hates the most? She was utterly perplexed, cowering as the ground shook violently. Knox revealed the answer to both questions' ogres. As the two monster hordes clashed, Knox explained. Ogres are a worm's favorite meal, but they're also its fiercest rivals. A true adventurer knows how to use that. With a deafening shriek, the worm crushed an ogre in its mighty jaws, while the others hammered its hide with their massive clubs. Everyone watched in stunned silence as the two species tore each other apart. Gren gritted his teeth, realizing with dawning horror that Knox had predicted this entire scenario. Zitri asked if they should just wait it out, but Knox had other plans. The purple-eyed young man watched the chaos unfold and began calmly tossing small rocks at the ogres, leaving Zitri to wonder how that could possibly help. But with every ogre that fell, a system window only he could see announced an increase in his stamina and his lifetime, extending it by 8 hours for each kill. He couldn't explain this to his green-haired maid, but he desperately needed to raise his stats. Soon, all the ogres lay dead. Gren wondered what the plan was now, since he couldn't possibly take the worm on himself. Knox rose to his feet and ordered the soldiers to aim their weapons at the worm's open mouth. They hesitated for a moment, but then, as one, they followed his command. The young man activated his time-slowing ability and charged forward, the arrows and spears hanging frozen in the air. Knox leaped into the fray, a blur of motion, slashing the worm again and again. He landed just as his ability ended, and the worm erupted in a fountain of blood. His lifetime had increased by 10 days, far more than he expected. He savored the massive gains, knowing it wouldn't have been possible without the ogres as bait. And as his stamina stat hit 5, a new temporary trait began to awaken. The scroll's power had vanished. Its time expired just as the system foretold. A bitter pill, but the victory was his. As Knox clenched his fist, the men erupted in cheers, hailing his incredible skill. Knox opened his mouth to reply, but the ground trembled violently as a second monstrous worm burst forth from the earth. His eyes widened in shock. Another one. This was not part of the script, but his surprise turned to awe as a voice roared to clear a path. And in a single flash of steel, the new threat was instantly slain by an unknown figure. Knox recognized the man's mantle instantly, but he couldn't fathom why a person like him would be here. His mind raced, immediately identifying the powerful newcomer. What twist of fate brought him to this battlefield? A murmur of recognition swept through the soldiers. He was the disciple of the legendary Chelsis, the genius swordsman, one of the 3 supremes of the universe. This man's name was Pericles. The warrior's first words were like ice. Does the noble code forbid expressing gratitude when your life has been saved? And Knox remembered. This was the man who harbored a burning hatred for all nobility. Schultz, offended on Gren's behalf, challenged the man, but Pericles shut him down with a cold, dismissive retort. Pericles simply introduced himself as a mercenary, his tone dripping with disdain. Knox knew his history of hating nobles, but more importantly, he knew this man was not supposed to appear until the Academy chapter began, in his previous life. Knox had played through this world's story countless times, and never once had Pericles appeared before the start of the Academy. He clenched his fist, his gaze fixed on the swordsman. The world's destiny was being rewritten, and he had no idea what would happen next. As the sun began to set, Gren attempted to make conversation, asking if the mercenary was also bound for the town of Chatters. Pericles confirmed it, stating he was there to hunt monsters. That sparked a theory in Knox's mind. Pericles was known for traveling the Empire to train before the Academy started. Could it be that the realm he visited was randomly determined in each timeline? Gren observed that Pericles traveled alone, a clear display of absolute confidence in his own power. So Gren made his offer. I pay my men well. Would you consider joining our campaign against the monster wave, under my command? Pericles glanced at Knox's brother, raising a single, skeptical eyebrow. He hummed, feigning thought, before turning away with a smirk. Intrigued by the notion of working for the great Lionheart family, Knox watched as Schultz fumed on his master's behalf, only for Gren to wave him into silence. He played it cool, telling Pericles to take his time and give the offer proper consideration. After all, Gren had witnessed this man obliterate a giant worm with a single, effortless strike. Finally, the group arrived. As Knox announced their destination, he saw that the reality of the town was far more bleak than the game had ever shown. As they passed the gate, Gren clicked his tongue at the sight of filth and rats, until his gaze fell upon a young girl, weakly begging for food. He stared down at her with pure, undisguised disgust. With a harsh jerk of his reins, he pulled his horse away, causing the little girl to flinch back in fear. Knox, too, averted his gaze. The girl's face fell as Pericillus watched the scene, his own silent judgment brewing. A man named Tien, the chief of the town guard, stopped them with a formal greeting. He explained he was already aware of Gren's post-graduation mission and Knox's role in supporting him. As Tien continued to flatter the nobleman, Pericillus muttered to himself that perhaps he had gotten his hopes up. He thought the sons of a supreme might be different, but they were just like all the other corrupt nobles. When the mercenary had witnessed Knox battling, he'd admit the boy had some skill with a sword, but it was clear these Lionhearts were nothing but spoiled, coddled brats. He looked around at the town in utter disappointment. It was in a state of chaos and decay. These people stood no chance against the monster wave. He wondered if those who had already starved to death were the fortunate ones. Since night was falling, they decided to discuss their duties the following day. So, Tien led them to a local inn where they could find shelter. As they dismounted, Gren pressed Pericillus about his offer again. Hope lit up his eyes, only to be crushed as Pericillus rejected him without a single moment of hesitation. Gren's brow furrowed with disbelief. Did this mercenary truly understand his own words? Intending to face the monster wave without any help? From a distance? Knox watched as Pericillus calmly explained his plan was unchanged, before wishing Gren fortune in his own campaign. Gren scoffed, spitting the word commoner like venom. But the insult only drew a chuckle from the mercenary, who had endured far worse as a vagabond. Once more, Pericillus wished him luck against the challenges ahead. And with that, Knox knew their brief alliance was over, wondering if fate would have them meet again. As night fell, he told Zitri to get some rest. The next day would be a battle in itself. He headed to his bedroom, only to spot the girl from earlier, huddled around a fire with other children. The girl jumped in shock when he called out, asking if she wasn't still searching for food. All the children stared with wide eyes as Knox produced a bag brimming with loaves of bread. As he handed it over, the young girl choked back tears of overwhelming joy. Knox knew he couldn't save them all. This was just a lingering echo of the goodwill his other self once had. But for these children, it was a miracle. They tore into the food, something Knox was determined they would never have to beg for again. Beyond that, he and his party had to forge their own path to survival in this town. In the distance, Zitri watched her master, a soft smile touching her lips. His cold demeanor was nothing more than a carefully crafted mask. The next morning, Taigen explained to the nobles how the south of Chadares was ravaged by a monster surge every single year. In their struggle to survive, the town had nothing to rely on but the subsidy and support from the king. As they surveyed the perimeter, Gren pointed to the flimsy wooden fence. Was this palisade truly their only line of defense? Taigen could only affirm it was, admitting it was in desperate need of repair. Knox glanced at the pathetic walls and sighed. The whole town would be slaughtered within an hour once the real wave crashed down on them. In the game, this entire campaign was just a sub-episode. He had the option to save the town, or to simply walk away. But in all his playthroughs, he had always chosen to save it. And for a very specific reason. Because this seemingly hopeless town would one day become one of the most profitable lands in the entire empire. Tegan went on, explaining to the noble boys that this year, the monsters were multiplying at an alarming rate. Unlike anything seen before, Knox smirked. These fools had no idea that this very disaster was the catalyst that would forge this land's golden future. But that was a truth for them to discover much later. Suddenly, a scout reported a glimpse of a griffin. The entire group froze. Gren, intrigued, demanded to know where it was last seen. Halting a griffin's advance was crucial. These creatures were kings of the wasteland. In the game, they were obstacles to be avoided, never hunted. Despite that common knowledge, Knox's plan was simple. He was going to hunt it. Everyone stared into the barren wasteland, as Taigen explained it was a neutral territory, a border they shared with Tahalan. Knox finally spoke, his voice cutting through the tension. Wasn't anyone else curious? The known habitats of griffins were nowhere near the town of Chadares. Weren't they known to inhabit the lands of Tahaland? So why? He posed. Would one suddenly appear so close to them now? A sudden, chilling aura swept through the men. In that instant, Knox knew. That flicker of fear was the answer he was looking for. The traitor had just revealed himself. The sub-quest had officially begun. The first order of business to carve out the festering rot that plagued this town from within. Later that day, Schultz was seen crushing papers in a rage. Knox was quickly becoming an immovable wall blocking all of his plans. Knox's brilliant schemes had completely cost Schultz the favor he had worked so hard to curry with Gren. He gritted his teeth. All his time spent fawning over the noble had been for nothing. His venomous thoughts were cut short by the sound of Zitri walking down the inn's staircase. Schultz's eyes narrowed. Knox's servant. A mere commoner. Instantly, a despicable plan began to form. He moved in a flash, slamming his hand against the wall to block her path. Grabbing her arm, he pulled her towards him. When she demanded to know what he was doing, the man sneered that it was obvious, suggesting they find a more private place to talk. But Zetri wrenched her hand away and tried to retreat. However, Schultz pressed his advance. "A knight on a mission still requires amusement," he hissed. "Is it not the same for you?" He clasped her shoulder, and the green-haired girl was about to fight back until a crucial thought stopped her cold. To fight this man now would put Knox on the wrong side of Gren, exposing him to the scorn and condemnation of his entire family. She resolved to endure whatever came next, all to protect her master. Knox. Schultz sneered that as the servant, she would pay the price for Knox's arrogance. But a cold voice cut through the tension, declaring he would gladly pay it himself. A sickening tear of flesh echoed through the room. Zetri's eyes widened in shock as she saw Knox holding a blood-soaked blade. His gaze was like ice, pinning Schultz in place as he demanded he name the price for his failure. The man sputtered in confusion, shouting that Knox couldn't possibly get away with maiming one of Gren's personal knights. But Knox didn't even blink. With another clean slash, he severed Schultz's other arm, filling the air with agonizing screams. Schultz shrieked, asking if Knox thought his family name could protect him. But Knox cut him off, his voice dripping with contempt, noting that Schultz was the one hiding behind the names of his masters. The man's final moments were spent staring at Knox's blade as it plunged deep into his back, silencing him forever. Zetri's heart pounded with fear over the consequences. But the answer arrived immediately as Gren stormed into the inn, demanding to know if he had killed Schultz. Knox's admission was instant and without a hint of remorse, sending Gren into a blind rage. Unfazed, Knox asked if it wasn't better to understand the situation first, instead of just shouting. Gren lunged forward, grabbing Knox's collar and threatening him. Knox's reply was simple. Schultz had tried to violate his aid, and he refused to stand by and allow it. That answer didn't satisfy Gren in the slightest, so Knox shifted gears, asking his brother about his priorities as a terrifying aura exploded from his very being. A wave of pure shock washed over Gren. He stared in disbelief at the overwhelming power his brother now possessed, a power he'd never shown before. His brother stammered that Knox should have at least reported it to him first, but Knox just smirked, reminding him that as the family wretch, reporting and waiting were not exactly his strong suits. With that, Knox suggested they defer judgment and allow their father to render the final decision. Gren swallowed nervously and reluctantly agreed. A victorious grin spread across Knox's face as he told Zetri it was time to go, leaving his brother behind. The older brother stood frozen, wondering when Knox had become such a monster. And why that sword felt so chillingly familiar. One thing was certain: he could no longer afford to underestimate the boy. Knox knew this act would send shockwaves through the soldiers. The factions, now at a crossroads, would be forced to choose a side Gren. Or him. He glanced over at Zetri, softly asking if she was all right, but she simply returned the question, wondering why he would risk so much just to protect her. Knox asked if the green-haired girl really understood the kind of master she served, reminding her that he was the notorious good-for-nothing of the Leon Haba family. He told her that no matter where they went, she should never bow her head to anyone. His words touched her heart, and she quietly agreed. Later, Gren slammed his mug down in fury. Knox had transformed from a mere nuisance into a completely different person, and that sword he wielded, it looked disturbingly similar to their father's. With Schultz now dead, Gren knew he had to be extremely wary of the boy. His thoughts were interrupted as a man entered the room, reporting the mess had been handled and agreeing that Knox was nothing like the rumors said. But it wasn't just Knox. Gren sensed this man was different, too. He was the captain of the night order stationed here. Yet somehow, Knox seemed to know this territory even better than him. It made no sense. Since the monster wave had yet to begin, Gren decided to make use of his forces a little more. He ordered the captain to eliminate all nearby threats and to immediately report Knox's every single move. The captain simply nodded and left without a word. Meanwhile, Knox was outside with Zetri. As she asked if he'd surveyed the walls and how they'd stop the wave, he simply turned and began walking, beckoning her to follow. Knox revealed his plan. He was going to recruit someone new, a hidden genius in this tiny village named Alina, a master potion maker who, in his past life, served as his personal potion shuttle every time he came to this territory. They moved through the dark alleyways as Zetri questioned if such a genius could truly exist in a place like this. Knox confirmed it, explaining she had her reasons. This place was the hidden route to clear the Chater's territory. In the future, Alina was destined to work for another empire. So if one didn't use this hidden route, recruiting her was impossible. Knox walked on, his steps filled with a purpose that Zetri was only just beginning to see. Zetri followed a faint glimmer of light, stepping into the building only to find a drunken woman staring back at them. Knox offered a calm greeting. The woman shrieked, startled by their sudden appearance. Zetri was in utter disbelief. This was the genius potion maker, a complete drunkard. After the commotion died down, the woman, Alina, offered a clumsy apology. Knox cut straight to the point. "We need to talk." Knox recalled her character profile from the story. No matter her flaws, he absolutely had to get her on his side. He observed her stats, confirming his memories. Her only negative trait was chronic drunkenness. He let out a sigh. It all made sense now. A family like the Linhabers would never recruit a genius with such a crippling vice.
We don't have a choice, Knox stated flatly. Zetri protested that recruiting an alcoholic was reckless. Knox agreed, but insisted the situation was far more complicated.
Why did you come here? Alina asked. Knox didn't waste a second. Join my team. In return, I'll give you the one thing you desire most. She had no idea what he was talking about and was about to refuse. But Knox silenced her with a single name, May. Her eyes widened. How could he possibly know? Without waiting for a reply, Knox dropped a bombshell. In the near future, your friend May will be executed. The words shattered her drunken haze. However, Knox continued, his voice low, if you accept my offer, that future can be changed. He pressed his advantage. So, I will ask one more time. Have I managed to change your mind? Knox's words replayed in her mind. Her heart was torn, caught between suspicion of this stranger and a desperate hope for her friend. May was the only person brave enough to stand up to the knights, to protest their crushing taxes. May was Alina's one and only friend. She remembered May confronting Tien, accusing his men of pocketing the town's funds. But the knight had only glared down at her, before violently dragging May away.
Alina wished with all her soul that it had been her they took instead.
She had reacted with nothing but frozen fear. Tears of self-loathing streamed down her face. How could she rescue her friend when she was so weak? She doubted this boy, Knox, could save her either. No matter what happened, she knew this moment would be seared into her memory for a long, long time. In a noisy tavern elsewhere, the mercenaries Grianne had hired were drinking the night away, laughing about what an idiot their employer was. They had merely pretended to be a night order, and Gren had believed their act without a single shred of suspicion. The whole room roared with laughter. One of them boasted that raiding the real Ron Night Order's camp was worth it just for the captain's badge, which could land them even bigger jobs. If they showed that badge to the mighty Lion Haba family as well, they were certain. They would receive benefits worthy of the actual captain of the Ron Night Order. Even better, their leader's name was also Ron. Once this is over, Ron declared, we'll hold Gren hostage and demand a huge payout. They continued to laugh until one man voiced his concern. Are we sure about this? We're dealing with the most powerful family of the Dark Three. But the others glared at him, calling him a coward and an idiot. He shied away as Ron silenced the group's anger. He stood up, a smug grin on his face. Do you fools even know where we are? This is a town that even the Imperial family has given up on.
Ron laid out the plan. We hold Gren hostage, get the money, and then we run.
No matter how influential the Leon Haba family is, they can't do a thing to us in this godforsaken desert, deep inside enemy territory. Their boasting continued, but then one of them remembered. That kid, Knox, is with them too. Ron agreed the boy was dangerous. We'll just avoid him until we're finished. Another man scoffed. There's nothing to worry about. He's just a kid. The mercenaries roared with laughter again, until suddenly, all the candles went out at once. The tavern plunged into darkness. Confusion quickly turned to agitation. Ron yelled for everyone to calm down, until he felt something warm splash onto his face. It was blood. He glanced over just in time to see a headless body slumped to the floor. Then, he heard the screams. Stumbling through the darkness, Ron tripped over another corpse. He finally realized they were under attack and shouted, There are enemies here, show yourselves. A cold voice spoke from directly behind him. Vermin? Ron whipped around, his blood turning to ice. Standing there with a chilling glare was Knox.
I'm surprised you found such a cozy little nest, Knox said calmly. But what gave you the audacity to rob the Leon Haba family and overestimate yourself so badly?
You're mistaken, Ron stammered, but Knox cut him off. I already know everything. Your crimes with Tegan, and your plan to use Gren. The man gritted his teeth, completely cornered. What is it that you want? All you have to do, he pleaded, is just look away this one time. The mercenaries began to surround Knox, threatening him. But Knox simply activated his sword, spinning in a blur of silver that sliced through multiple men. Is there anyone naive enough to believe that? Get him! Ron shrieked. The remaining men charged forward, but Knox moved like a phantom, easily dodging their attacks and killing them with swift, brutal efficiency. Ron watched from a distance, horrified. He realized the terrifying truth. Knox had been hiding his true skills this entire time. The mercenary captain grabbed his blade and unleashed his own power, screaming at Knox. Remember this, boy. You're dying today because of your own arrogance. The crowd roared, certain of Ron's victory. They witnessed his southern sword technique, but Knox remained utterly unfazed. His blade moved like a flash, effortlessly shattering the attack with his innate genius for swordsmanship.
A wave of disbelief washed over the onlookers. With chilling efficiency, Knox cut down the others, calling them vermin.
Knox sneered. You have the audacity to ask what I want, I've already taken it. Then, to their horror, he began to channel the very same technique Ron had used. Having copied Ron's signature move, the boy raised his own blade, preparing the Southern Sword technique himself. In that moment, Knox's mind drifted, questioning the very meaning of genius. He found himself in a vast white void, dressed in pure white. Was being a genius simply about being more exceptional than everyone else? He took a single step forward, materializing before what looked like a mirror of his soul. If it wasn't just about being special, then was it about reaching a realm that others could only dream of? The mirror shattered into 1,000 fragments. From the moment he'd first risked his life, this question had haunted him endlessly.
What does it truly mean to be a genius? A faint smile touched his lips as his consciousness returned to reality.
He knew this sword art was a mere stepping stone to the techniques he would one day master. But against these fools, it was more than enough. The wide arc of his blade cut down every bandit in its path. Ron could only collapse in utter despair, his plans so easily crushed.
Chad's Southern Sword technique was an art.
That had taken Ron more than 10 years of his life to master. And now, a mere boy had copied it in seconds. Knox stepped on Ron's fallen blade, his cold, unforgiving glare pinning the man to the ground. The brown-haired man scrambled back, his bewilderment turning to fear. Taigen won't let you get away with this. He may already know what you've done, but these empty threats meant nothing to Knox. There are no witnesses, he stated flatly. This isn't a battle, it's an assassination. Seeing the lingering confusion on Ron's face, the boy raised a finger to his lips, hushing him like a child. If no one survives to tell the tale, Knox explained calmly, then this will only ever be seen as an assassination. A chilling smile spread across his face, already envisioning the official reports. Just before his blade delivered the final, fatal slash, elsewhere, deep within a stone dungeon, Mei was bound in chains, breathing heavily in defiance. Tian taunted her, aware she refused to be sold to the nobles. When her silence answered him, his hand cracked across her face to force a response. She only grinned through the pain and spat that she'd never obey the likes of him. He gripped her face violently, hissing, "There is nothing you can do in this moment. Someone as lowly as you can only struggle in the dirt." In response, she defiantly spat right at him. Tian paused, stunned, before slapping her again. What was that? Are you begging to be sold to a black mage? Mei's mind flashed back to her past. A teacher scolding her for a failed potion. No matter how hard she tried, she was never cut out for it. The girl, it seemed, was born with zero talent. Not in alchemy, not in swordsmanship, not in anything. But the teacher's face had lit up with excitement when she saw Alina's potion. She praised the half-elf girl endlessly, saying there was nothing left to teach such a prodigy, as a bitter jealousy stirred in Mei's heart. Mei recalled the teacher sighing about Alina being a war orphan, but her noble blood gave her a real chance to escape the orphanage.
Alina was an alchemy genius, a brilliant star who never truly belonged in such a bleak place.
That half-elf girl always seemed to shine with an inner light. Despite her brilliance, she always tried to play with Mei, offering a bright smile that made the ginger-haired girl helplessly envious. And that was why Mei chose to sacrifice herself instead of Alina. She was certain Alina would achieve far more than she ever could. She stared back at Tian, her voice steady. Struggling on the ground has been the norm for my entire life, so do what you will. What you do after my death is none of my concern. Mei refused to become Alina's burden. She braced for another blow from Tian, until a voice cut through the darkness. Stop trying to harm yourself! It was Knox. He told the ginger-haired girl that if she made it out of here as a corpse, Alina will be heartbroken. The boy and his blade emerged from the hall, and Tian demanded to know what brought him there. Knox's voice was like ice. By the law of the Imperial family, I am here to execute you.
Your partner, Ron, is already dead, Knox informed him. It would be best for you to simply give up now.
With a thoughtful hum, Taigen glanced at the boy, asking if he'd truly come here all by himself. Knox's affirmation was instant, without a shred of doubt.
A condescending grin spread across Taigen's face. The young master of a noble house was underestimating him far too much.
He scoffed. You truly believe you can defeat me alone? Knox's own grin was his only answer. That was all it took for Taigen's expression to harden as he drew his blade. In an instant, knights flooded the dungeon, forming a wall of steel to surround Knox and block the path to the cage. Kill him! Taigen roared. With a battle cry, the men charged the silver-haired boy, who simply stared back, completely unalarmed. He closed his eyes, taking a single, centering breath, and activated his power. The world warped into a silent, frozen tapestry. The 5-minute time limit began its countdown. But for Knox, that was an eternity. He walked casually past the frozen knights, his blade dancing in a graceful arc, carving a path through their ranks. With his sword dripping crimson, he stepped into the cell. He walked right past Taigen, sparing a cold glance for the man's frozen face as the clock continued to tick. Finally, he stood before May, his hand reaching out to gently touch her cheek. Though his ability was active, he allowed his own time to sync with reality, just enough to pour a strange liquid for May. "Who are you?" she managed to ask. As his name left his lips, her vision began to blur and fade. He told her softly that when she woke up, everything would be over. The potion lulled her into a deep, dreamless sleep. Taigen turned, his mind reeling with shock. In what felt like a single second, all his men were down, and the boy was already inside the prison cell. As Taigen spun around, he failed to notice the impossibly fast movement Knox had made, until his world tilted and he crashed to the ground. Struggling to rise, his eyes fell upon his own severed feet, sliced clean from his body. Utter confusion washed over him. He hadn't seen a thing. It was impossible.
As time snapped back into place, a symphony of screams erupted from the knights as their blood painted the dungeon walls.
Knox loomed over the fallen Taigen, his voice chillingly calm. "Don't think your death will be that easy." A shiver of pure terror shot down Taigen's spine. He couldn't process it. How could he, the great Taigen, lose to a mere child? It defied all logic. Knox stared down with cold, detached eyes, pondering the same question that always haunted him. What did it truly mean to be a genius? He raised his blade, but paused. It wasn't him who was the genius. It was the character. Knox, lifting the sword high. He wondered what that title meant to the boy whose body he now inhabited, before plunging the blade down to end Taigen's life. In that final moment, Taigen's entire life flashed before his eyes. He remembered his youth. His father was the captain of the Chater's mercenary corps. To everyone in the village, his father was a legendary figure, a man every boy dreamed of becoming. But Taigen knew the monster that lived behind closed doors, a truth hidden from the public's adoring eyes. He saw his father, hand bloodied, gripping his mother's hair after a brutal beating, asking his son, "Do you know why they all follow me?" The small boy looked away, unable to answer. I don't know." His father's hand rested on his head, the voice a low growl. "The answer is strength." He explained that with overwhelming power, you could do anything you wanted. That was the only law that mattered on the borders of the Arkham Empire. Young Taigen had asked, "Are you the strongest person on the continent?" His father paused, releasing his wife and son, admitting he was far from it.
On this vast continent,
"I am just another nobody. There are swordsmen out there whose power you can't even imagine." His father had even spoken of prodigies, children Taigen's age who were born geniuses, already stronger than he could ever hope to be. That, his father said, was the brutal reality of a continent ravaged by war. Back in the blood-soaked present, Taigen knew his survival had depended on one simple rule: never, ever fight one of those geniuses. As he watched Knox's blade arc downwards, destined to end him, Taigen repeated the boy's name in his shattered mind. He was one of them, one of the untouchable monsters his father spoke of. A genius so talented that no ordinary man could ever hope to reach them. A final, terrified sigh escaped Taigen's lips. His last thought was a bitter realization. "I'm dying, because I was foolish enough to challenge a true genius." In the next instant, the blade plunged deep into Taigen's back, and his life was extinguished. Elsewhere, in a hidden room, Alina sat curled into a ball, knees pulled tight against her chest. Her face was a mask of despair, all hope for May's return lost. But then, a voice cut through her grief, calling her name. Just then, the half-elf girl turned and saw a familiar face entering the building, with Zitri at her side. Alina's world stopped. Disbelief and shock washed over her at the sight of May. She lunged into a hug, her tears flowing freely as she confessed how terrified she'd been, thinking May had truly abandoned her. May held her friend tight, her own voice thick with regret. She apologized for her selfishness, forever thinking she could face this world alone. Zitri watched the heartfelt reunion with a warm smile. But as Alina pulled back, one question burned in her mind. Where was Knox? The green-haired strategist explained he was handling things, tying up the last of the loose ends as they spoke. Alina looked puzzled. Zitri suggested Knox was having a heart-to-heart with his brother, but her eyes told a different story. This was no simple family chat. Meanwhile, as the night dragged on, Gren's patience wore thin. How dare they keep him, a noble of the great Leonhaba family, waiting like this? A sharp knock echoed through the room. Gren turned, irritated, only to see his younger brother standing at the door. Knox's request was simple, yet carried immense weight. He needed a moment of his brother's time. Gren scoffed, but then he saw it, the fresh blood staining Knox's shirt. A sudden chill of fear ran down his spine. Knox insisted the matter was urgent. Sensing the dangerous aura, his brother finally relented and told him to take a seat. Elsewhere, Rodwell delivered a stunning report to Theodore. Knox had single-handedly purged the corruption in Chatters and was now demanding a unique reward. Rodwell couldn't comprehend the request, so he presented the letter to the patriarch himself. Theodore's mind raced. Chatters, a worthless, forgotten land that no sane person would ever bother with. And yet, it was a festering wound for the imperial family. If it fell, monsters would swarm toward the capital. The central government poured vast sums of money, troops, and even mercenaries just to hold the line. That was the only reason it hadn't been completely abandoned to ruin. Theodore knew Chatters held no real value, and its bandit hordes would overwhelm even Gren. One wrong move could spiral into catastrophe. But if his sons couldn't handle that level of chaos, they were unworthy of the Leonhaba name. That was why he'd sent the Black Sword Knights to ensure they didn't die so pathetically. Returning his focus to Knox, Theodore knew his son wasn't driven by charity. Purging corruption for free was impossible, so why demand authority over that wasteland? His father read the unbelievable terms Knox would renounce his family name if he failed to make a profit. Rodwell broke the heavy silence. "Will you reject his proposal, my lord?" A slow smile spread across Theodore's face. He would accept. This was the perfect chance to test his son's true capabilities, to see if he could truly rule. Rodwell bowed, understanding the command. He would begin talks with the Empire immediately. As he left, Theodore stared at his son's name, wondering just how many moves ahead the boy was thinking. A new dawn broke, with birds chirping over the inn. The truth of the betrayal finally crashed down on Gren. Ron and Tygan had plotted to kill him. Humiliation burned within him for being tricked by vultures trying to leech off the Leonhaba name. But as he looked up at Knox, he realized this younger brother was the true threat. Knox's voice cut through the tension. "Are you afraid of me, brother?" Rage flared in Gren's heart, but he suppressed it. He couldn't afford to fail the knight's test now. He was trapped. With a heavy sigh, Gren finally asked, "What is it that you want?" A smirk played on Knox's lips. His demand was simple, yet absolute. "I want command of every soldier currently under your authority." Gren's blood ran cold. His life was in Knox's hands, and he had no idea of the true depths of his brother's power. In return, Gren made his own demands. "You will guarantee my life, and you will yield the credit for the outcome." Knox agreed, but pointed out that was 2 requests, which meant his brother owed him another price. The older brother could only glare, trapped in the web. Defeated, he offered up the mineral rights and priceless artifacts from his largest mine. Gren insisted that Knox handle everything perfectly. The boy simply replied, "That will be the easy part." He rose to his feet, a chilling grin on his face. "I'll be in your care here in Chatters," he said, his final words a clear warning. "I hope you don't do anything foolish." Back at the workshop, Knox made a special request of Alina. He needed potions. They were concoctions she had never attempted before, but she met his gaze with determination, believing it was possible. Zitri praised her confidence but couldn't shake her unease. The plan was far too reckless. "Why must you kill the griffin?" she pleaded. May echoed her worry, but Knox's resolve was unshaken. "Don't be afraid," he said calmly. "I would never propose the impossible." Their concerns were justified, but he couldn't reveal the legendary prize he was truly after. So he gave them a vague excuse, which Zitri accepted with a hint of doubt. But Knox knew the truth. Hunting a griffin this early was considered impossible. No one had ever succeeded. Well, no one except for him. Knox began laying out his master plan, recalling a hidden route, a secret strategy that made the impossible possible. It was an exploit only known to the most dedicated players, the kind of player who had cleared the game 27 times. He looked at his party, asking if they understood. They all nodded in unison. The reason he'd risk it all for the griffin? The reward was just that legendary. With the plan set, they would move out. As the sun began to set, Knox tended to his horse. In this new world, you had to be willing to put your life on the line. Survival demanded nothing less. The next day, a massive horde of monsters erupted from the forest. Watching from the ramparts, Knox gave the signal. "Everyone, get ready." Alina and May confirmed, their faces tense. Gren also complied, though his expression was laced with pure annoyance. Knox turned to the soldiers, his voice firm. "We only get one shot at this." He paused, a strange feeling washing over him. This was real. He was no longer just a player. He was Knox, the sole strategist of this impossible battle. Zitri rushed to his side, her voice trembling with worry. Just as she'd warned him, the plan was beyond reckless. But with a single glance, Knox silenced her fears. He met her gaze with unwavering calm. "Trust your master," he said, his voice absolute. "I will not die here." And with that, he plunged from the wall. For a fleeting moment, his mind flashed back to a broken promise, shattered by a terminal illness in his past life. He expertly dug his blade into the stone, slowing his fall before launching himself like a cannonball into the monster horde below. To begin the symphony of destruction, He lobbed a corroding potion. It splashed across an iron golem, its defenses melting away instantly. One clean strike. That was all it took to fell the metal behemoth. A cascade of system messages lit up his vision. The iron golem was defeated. Proficiency for his cheater's southern sword technique surged. Knox became a whirlwind of steel, cutting through monster after monster. He thought to himself, if not for that promise, this is where his story might have ended. A predator's smile crept onto his face as he carved through the horde. "Become my stepping stones," he whispered, "so I can finally enjoy this game." His smile widened as a colossal shadow fell over the battlefield. The griffin had arrived. Knox stared up at the magnificent beast, his eyes burning with determination. "Shall we begin?" Up on the walls, his allies were speechless, frozen in sheer disbelief. Delina could barely process the scene before her. What kind of knight possessed such overwhelming power? Was he even human? May, equally stunned, whispered about his godlike speed. His movements were a blur, too fast for the naked eye. What in the world was the Reinhofer family? To produce a monster like him, Zitri explained that the Reinhofer household was legendary for its swordsmanship. A brutal place where only the strongest survived the internal power struggles to claim the Black Sword. And Zitri declared with absolute certainty that her master, Knox, was the most gifted of them all. Meanwhile, Gren felt a spike of jealous rage, a headache pounding as he listened to them praise Knox endlessly. Zitri couldn't help but wonder, why did Knox allow those terrible rumors about him to spread? She knew he had a profound reason, one far beyond her understanding. Just then, May spoke up, admitting the rumors felt completely wrong now. She theorized he must have a powerful reason to hide his true strength, to play the part of a worthless noble. Zitri offered a knowing smile, confirming May's suspicions. She then bowed slightly. "For now, we must play along with our master's act. He is a man of deep wisdom." Before she could continue, Alina cut in. "So you want us to help protect his secret?" Alina smiled reassuringly, and May quickly agreed to keep her lips sealed as well. A warm smile graced Zitri's face, seeing this new bond of trust form between them. But suddenly, a terrifying roar ripped through the air, sending a wave of primal fear through the fortress. Grain stared at the griffin's overwhelming presence. He couldn't believe it. Knox was actually going to fight that thing. The man had to be completely insane. The battle began, the griffin dove, claws extended, but Knox dodged with impossible agility. Seeing an opening, Knox surged forward to strike, but the griffin beat its massive wings, launching itself skyward, out of his reach. As the beast circled above, Knox shot a piercing glare toward Grain. It was a silent, undeniable command. Though seething with frustration, Grain knew he had to obey. He bellowed the order for the troops to hold their fire until the beast drew closer to the walls. Once the beast was in range, they would unleash the ballistas on his command. Grain made sure the order was understood. The soldiers roared their assent, immediately manning their positions. Finally, the moment of truth arrived. As the griffin dove past the fortress walls, Grain gave the signal. With a flare of green light, the siege weapons were fired. Sensing the imminent threat, the creature shrieked in terror. But it was already too late. A massive bolt tore through its wing. It screamed in agony as it plummeted toward the earth. Knox watched, a satisfied smirk on his face. He knew crippling the griffin's flight was the first step to victory. Without a second thought, he downed a metallization potion, his stamina instantly increasing by 1. Knox reveled in his flawless strategy, watching his plan to fell the mighty beast unfold perfectly. He remembered just a few days ago, when an enraged Grain protested the order to build the ballistas, calling the task beneath him. Knox's reply had been chillingly simple. If Grain found the work so demeaning, he could face the griffin on the battlefield himself. After a moment's hesitation, Grain had conceded, grimly asking how many they needed. Back in the present, Knox approached the downed griffin. He had to admit, Grain had his uses. The man's instincts were sharp. Knox's cold, calculating gaze fixed on the injured monster. Now, to test the effectiveness of Alina's potion, and end this, once and for all. Overwhelmed by primal fear, the griffin tried to escape, but searing pain from its wings slammed it back to the ground. Knox stalked toward the struggling beast, his voice dripping with mockery. He pointed out the griffin's frustration, noting that for a high-level monster, such a wound should be trivial. But the bolts in its wing were anything but normal. Each one was coated in a deadly poison, a toxin the griffin was especially vulnerable to. Knox's voice was a low threat. He told the beast to prepare itself, because the real agony would begin in 5 minutes. The griffin swiped its claws at him, but Knox calmly retorted that 5 minutes was all he needed. The skill, Hour of the Genius, activated. In Knox's perception, the world ground to a halt. The pressure radiating from the griffin was immense, far more terrifying than in the game, but Knox knew who would be leaving this battlefield alive. The griffin, confused at first, was suddenly assaulted by a flurry of slashes from every direction. By the time the beast understood what was happening, Knox was already standing behind it. He seized the moment, his eyes meeting Grain's as he called out his name. Grain, reeling in disbelief, wondered if this was truly the brother he thought he knew. But he pushed his shock aside, ordering the soldiers to fire the ballistas once more.
A storm of bolts descended upon the griffin, its cries of pain echoing as they pierced its body from all sides.
A cold laugh escaped Knox's lips as his sword began to pulse with a dark aura. He leveled the blade at the mangled beast, a cruel smile on his face, and declared it was time for the finale. The griffin's final, anguished scream tore across the battlefield as more bolts found their mark. Every onlooker, soldier and civilian alike, was frozen in absolute shock, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. Unmoved by the agony he was causing, Knox charged forward, unleashing his technique Black Execution. In a single, fluid motion, he severed the griffin's desperately swiping claw. Before the creature could even process the attack, Knox's blade cleaved through its massive body, splitting the mythical beast in two. As the griffin's corpse crashed to the ground, Knox calmly sheathed his sword. The victory was his. The hour of the genius skill deactivated. The strain of the technique left him panting heavily. His cold gaze then swept over the remaining monsters, sending a wave of pure terror through their ranks. Gripped by fear, they broke and fled for their lives. Seeing the monsters retreat, the people of Chatters erupted into a roar of victory. A system message appeared. He had earned a 60-day life extension for defeating the griffin, bringing his total to 179 days. The joyful cries of the people filled the air, many weeping with tears of relief and happiness. Watching the celebration, Knox allowed himself a small smile. He had to admit, seeing everyone this happy felt good. Meanwhile, Grain was completely stunned. He couldn't process the ease with which Knox had annihilated such a powerful monster. That was a high-level beast. He couldn't believe Knox had brought it down alone. A feat like that should have required someone at the level of an academy professor.
The harsh reality settled upon Grain. Did he have any choice left but to acknowledge his brother's overwhelming strength?
He realized that if this power was real, it would completely upend the family's succession rankings. After a moment of deep thought, Grain's resolve hardened. He had to align himself with the winning side. Grain strode forward with his soldiers, asserting his authority. He declared he would handle the griffin's corpse, but left the distribution of loot entirely to Knox. This unexpected gesture left Knox stunned. Before departing, Grain simply told him to go back and rest. A knowing smile touched Knox's lips. He knew his display of overwhelming power had finally shaken his brother. The moment Grain's back was turned, Knox claimed his hidden clear rewards. A system window materialized, revealing his prize, the griffin's heart. It was an advanced grade miscellaneous item, pulsing with the wind attribute, also known as the Outlaw of the Wilderness. Its special effect was potent. It could be used to create an elixir that would rewrite a person's stamina and agility. But its success hinged on the alchemist's skill. The elixir could either amplify those stats or cripple them.
A short time later, in Alina's room, the griffin's heart rested in her palm. She confirmed Knox's suspicions.
An undeniable power of wind resonated from within. She realized they could create legendary elixirs or equipment, things that were once only myths. But Knox had no time to waste. He needed that elixir now. He pressed Alina, asking how long it would take. Alina explained that it was complicated. With her current tools, the process would take ages. Determined to accelerate the timeline, Knox promised to provide everything she could possibly need. But then, he dropped a bombshell. With a casual tone, he made an unbelievable proposition. He wanted to hire both Alina and May as servants of the Reiner family. The shock on their faces was impossible to hide. May stammered, pointing out their commoner status, questioning if such a thing was even allowed. Knox was unfazed, asking if that truly mattered. He made his philosophy clear: if they had the skills he required, he would use them. And in turn, there was no reason they shouldn't use him. However, he gave one stern warning. He would never tolerate a subordinate who dared to harm their master. Knox knew the truth. In this era, no one could properly utilize a monster's core, especially a unique drop from a hidden boss that was never meant to be defeated.
Crafting with this artifact would be impossible for anyone, except for a true, once-in-a-generation genius.
Just then, Alina's voice cut through the tension with unwavering resolve.
She declared that since he had saved their lives, they would follow and trust Knox for the rest of their days.
A satisfied smile spread across Knox's face. He had just acquired 2 genius-level characters. Their future potential was immeasurable. As he prepared to depart, he gave them their timeline. They would leave in 3 days. The elixir would be crafted in secret back at the family estate, far from prying eyes. He stressed to the need for absolute secrecy. Both Alina and May affirmed with a resolute yes.
Knox and Zetrai departed from Alina's hideout, navigating their way back to the inn through the sewers.
During their trek, Zetrai suddenly stopped in her tracks, causing Knox to ask what was wrong. Zitri confessed that he was completely different from the rumors she'd heard. Confused, Knox urged her to explain. She spoke of the rumors that painted him as a selfish monster who only cared for himself. But now, she knew that was a blatant lie. She then asked Knox for a promise, that if he ever faced a difficult path, he would allow her to help, despite her humble status. She couldn't understand why so many people seemed to despise him. Knox simply turned and began walking again, assuring Zitri he would call on her if the need ever arose. He quickly changed the subject, complaining about the chilly night air, and urged her to hurry before they caught a cold. Zitri couldn't help but smile at his awkward nagging. Later, however, that smile vanished, replaced by an embarrassed blush. Before her, Knox was tucked in bed, burning with a fever. He saw the look on her face and immediately cut her off, finding the entire situation deeply humiliating. Zitri tried to comfort him, saying these things happen, and reminding him he was still in a growing phase. At that moment, a system message appeared. He had contracted a cold due to his weakened state, and gained a new debuff chronic cough. Knox let out a deep sigh, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of it all. Several days later, as Knox and Grain's expedition returned, a guard's booming announcement echoed across the territory.
Word of their return spread like wildfire, but all eyes were on the two new faces alongside them, May and Alina. Whispers erupted through the crowd as people began to speculate, wondering if they were Knox's newest servants.
Some scoffed, citing Knox's infamous history with women. He was used to it, the reputation that clung to him like a shadow. No matter what he achieved, the world would only see a good-for-nothing. Resigned to this fate, he decided to confront the murmurs head-on. Suddenly, Knox's gaze turned to ice as he scanned the crowd. "Don't you all have work to do?" he questioned. His voice dripped with scorn. "You must have an awful lot of time on your hands to waste it on gossip." The sharp rebuke sent a chill through the onlookers. In an instant, the crowd scattered, making a hasty retreat model. As the crowds faded away, head butler Rodwell materialized, bringing news that the patriarch himself had summoned Knox for a private audience. His face was a mask of grim seriousness, anticipating the storm to come. A few tense minutes later, the young master found himself standing in the lion's den, his father's office. Theo's heavy gaze fell upon him, a silent acknowledgement of his arrival.
Without hesitation, Knox dropped to one knee in a deep bow, his voice steady as he confirmed he had answered the summons.
The family head's eyes narrowed dangerously, stating they had much to discuss, and hinting that Knox, too, had secrets to share. Theo began, his voice laced with ice, remarking on the rumors that painted Knox as the hero who ensured the mission's success, bringing everyone home except for the traitors. He added that even Gray, his own brother, had spoken of his great deeds. A chill ran down Knox's spine. He cautiously probed, asking if his elder brother had truly revealed everything. A single letter lay on Theo's desk as he answered with a resounding yes, explaining that Gray admitted he would have failed without him. The young master's brow furrowed, his gaze falling to the floor. What twisted game was his brother playing with such unexpected praise? Theo calmly closed his eyes, sliding a small bundle of papers across the desk. He had not called him here for such trivial matters. He passed the documents to Knox, declaring that he had achieved the impossible and brought even greater glory to the Reinhofer name. And now, as promised, Theo would grant the reward he had requested. Knox took the papers. His eyes widened at the two crimson seals at the bottom, as Theo declared that the traitors were now officially his property. A triumphant smile touched the young master's lips. He rose, bowing deeply and thanking his father for this generous gift. But the meeting wasn't over. Theo tapped a single, thoughtful finger on the table, his calculating gaze fixed upon his son. Knox could feel the unspoken question hanging in the air. What more could his father possibly want? Soon, the patriarch gave it voice. "Knox, you are Knox Reinhofer, the youngest son of this family. Would you ever consider taking my place?" The world seemed to stop. Shock, followed by a flicker of pure fear, flashed across Knox's face. Theo's gaze sharpened, analyzing every detail as Knox bit his lip, wondering why this was happening so suddenly. Far away, in a distant desert, an impossible palace stood defiant against the sun. Inside, a masked man with fiery red hair held a peculiar device, replaying a recording of Knox slaying the griffin. He turned to an older man, a pink feather adorning his shoulder, and announced that their beast was dead. The elder noted that the Reinhofer brat had won, crushing the traitors completely. Rumors of the youngest son's power were already spreading like wildfire. The red-haired man, addressing the elder as Kem, stated coldly that they must now prepare for war. When Kem questioned if it was truly worth the cost, the man's voice filled with venom. The Reinhofer family had stolen something irreplaceable from him, leaving him with absolutely nothing left to lose. Kem bowed his head, a gesture of silent, unwavering loyalty. Both men were draped in gold, their skin a shade darker, kissed by the unforgiving desert sun. A cruel smile twisted the red-haired man's lips as he rose. Taking the hand of a young girl with matching short red hair and a pink scarf, he tenderly stroked her cheek, whispering that the day they would subjugate the kingdom, the day she would finally awaken, was drawing near. Back in the office, Knox was trapped, unsure how to answer his father's terrifying question. Just then, their conversation was broken by Rodwell, who dared to suggest that such a question might be too much for the young master, gently reminding Theo of the soul-crushing weight of leading their family. Knox's eyes shot toward Rodwell, but Theo disagreed, his voice absolute. The time was now.
Panic clawed at Knox's throat. He apologized to his father and, with all due respect, refused the unthinkable offer.
He explained that he could never take the title, not now, even suggesting that his brother Gray would be a far more suitable heir. Theo's fist crashed down on the table like a thunderclap, roaring that it was not Knox's decision to make. Bowing once more, the young master confessed that he did not want the position. It was a burden too heavy for him to bear. Theo challenged him, asking if he was afraid of responsibility. Knox's voice was quiet but firm, replying that such fear was only natural. After a long, tense silence, Theo closed his eyes. He understood, he said, and would respect his son's choice. For now, Knox breathed a sigh of gratitude. But Theo warned him that a talent like his could not stay hidden forever. The world would relentlessly test him, and he had to be ready. Knox wanted to argue, but simply lowered his head in silent agreement. With that, Theo dismissed him, acknowledging his exhaustion from the long journey. Thanking his father, Knox quickly departed. Moments later, Knox was back in the sanctuary of his room, with his loyal maid, Zetri, standing vigil nearby. She asked if the patriarch had truly not punished him. He offered a small smile, reassuring her that there was nothing to worry about. There had been no command forcing him to cast anyone aside. Zetri sighed in relief before turning back to him. She reported that chambers for Alina and May were already prepared. Knox praised her, his voice filled with genuine warmth. Excellent work. She tried to dismiss it as a simple maid's duty, but before she could finish her sentence, the young master cut her off. He argued that if everyone in the world only did what they were supposed to do, then concepts like hatred, theft, and murder wouldn't even exist. Flustered, Zetri placed a finger to her lips, and he praised her once more, assuring her that she had done well. She offered a deep bow of gratitude, but Knox's expression turned serious. A single thought echoing in his mind, the wheels of fate were finally turning. His path was set. He would rise to become the #1 student at the Elaine Academy, the most elite institution for mages and knights. Elsewhere, Theo confessed to Rodwell that the conversation with his youngest son had been every bit as difficult as he had feared. The butler, however, felt the entire subject had been broached far too early. He believed that if Knox truly understood the crushing weight of that position, his answer might have been very different. But the head of the family disagreed, explaining that his son's eyes held the look of a man who had already written his own future. Knox didn't fear the position, nor did he fear his father. His fear was for something far more inevitable, like staring into a bottomless abyss. Theo realized that, at this moment, the only thing Knox truly feared was death. Why, he wondered, did that fear persist even in this new life? Rodwell spoke out of turn, suggesting that the young master was still deeply affected by what had happened to his mother. A sad smile touched Theo's lips as he agreed, adding that Knox probably blamed him for it, viewing him as a pathetic man who was too weak to protect his own wife. Rodwell then brought up one final matter, warning the family head that a certain Mr. Grain was about to make a move, and was likely planning something huge. Theo's brow furrowed, promising to take the warning to heart. In a desolate, unknown land, countless corpses littered the scorched ground. The very earth was stained crimson with blood as a swarm of demons descended upon Theo. Suddenly, one of his grown sons appeared before him, urging his father to simply give in. This overwhelming pressure, Theo knew this was the power of the Grand Duke. In stark contrast, Talia stood before a mirror, twirling in a beautiful, fluffy yellow dress, surrounded by mountains of other outfits. Her maid, Emma, was busy folding clothes nearby and asked if her lady was satisfied. The maid looked utterly exhausted, holding up a burgundy gown. She reminded her mistress that they had looked at that same outfit nearly 20 times already. But Talia was in her own world, dashing between dresses. "This one is perfect, but so is that one," she chirped, asking what accessories would match. On a nearby table sat a collection of sparkling jewelry and a pair of lovely pink shoes. Emma teased her gently, noting that she seemed a little too excited. A soft blush immediately bloomed on Talia's face. "But everything is just so beautiful," she exclaimed happily. Emma sighed, clarifying that wasn't what she was talking about. She was referring to young Master Knox. This was, after all, their first meeting since he was officially announced as her fiancé. Blushing furiously, Talia turned away, stammering about whether a dress with ruffles might look better. But then her expression soured. Emma huffed, offended, saying she wasn't helping. Talia finally had to admit she didn't really care. The weary maid glanced to the side. "My lady," she sighed. "You always say that." Meanwhile, at the Reinhor estate, Knox looked sharp in a black suit accented with purple, a magnificent jewel fastened at his collar. That's when he saw Alina. Her head was buried in a sofa cushion. At the sound of his footsteps, she lifted her head and mumbled, "You're here." Alina looked completely drained, with dark circles under her eyes. He nodded, about to ask about the elixir, but stopped, his voice filled with genuine concern. "How are you feeling?" The young master told her frankly that she didn't look well at all. Alina gave him a weak smile and crossed her arms, insisting she was always like this when she was on the verge of a breakthrough. "I always take care of my friends, so don't you worry." She grinned, declaring that she was the best. With a light laugh, she waved off his concern. "You'd better take a look here," she said, gesturing to her side. Knox looked over and saw a vial filled with a glowing, blue liquid. He stepped closer and took the bottle into his hands. A system window instantly appeared before him, displaying the item's information, a disposable wind elixir of the advanced level. Its attribute was wind, granting a permanent +1 point to endurance and a massive +3 points to agility. The elixir had no special requirements or side effects. The bottle began to levitate above his hands as Alina watched him expectantly, asking if he liked it. The system then notified him that the potion's effectiveness was increased by 200% because it was crafted by the alchemy genius. Alina, a smile crept across the young master's face. He had finally obtained it. The elixir of wind. This potion not only increased his stamina, but its hidden agility stat was a critical component for his Hour of the Genius skill. Because of that, obtaining this potion was an absolute necessity, and it was all thanks to the genius of potions. Alina, if he hadn't managed to recruit her, this would have been 10 times more difficult. He looked up, meeting her gaze as she waited for his answer. With a faint smile, the young master praised her, saying she'd done exceptionally well. Overjoyed, a deep blush colored Alina's cheeks. Without hesitation, Knox drank the entire potion. A turquoise aura exploded from his body. For an instant, it felt like a phantom wind had stormed through the room. He declared that their work here was finished. The young master then strode into the corridor, with Zitri following close behind. A confident smile played on his lips. It was time, he announced, to pay Alina a visit. At that moment, a status window revealed his core information. Name Knox, a 15-year-old human male, wielding the darkness attribute. Knox's list of achievements was completely blank. His titles, however, included Genius of Close Combat, Genius of Magical Perception, Strong Mind, and Master of Acting. But his curses were just as potent mortally ill: cold limbs, morbidity, and obsession. Knox's core stats had improved. His stamina read 6+1, and his mana was 9+1. His luck was an impressive 11+1, and his charisma, a staggering 26. Beyond that, he held skills like Hour of Genius, mid-level heirloom sword mastery, the Southern sword style, and the ignition technique. Yet a dark shadow loomed over him. His fatal illness meant his remaining lifespan was a mere 150 days. A system message appeared. His mana had reached 10 points, activating the Genius of Magical Perception bonus. The young master looked devastatingly handsome. Even in simple white gloves, his very presence sent ripples through the crowd. One student couldn't help but notice his striking white hair and lavender eyes. He whispered, wondering if this was the infamous youngest son of the Reinhor family. A blonde-haired student confirmed the rumor. He'd heard Knox was joining the academy this year. Another student scoffed, questioning how such a worthless son got accepted. He was immediately warned to watch his tongue, lest he lose his head. Knox simply smiled and asked what all the noise was about. He cracked his neck, glaring at them with pure arrogance. "Is that the sound of dogs yapping?" he asked. The gossiping students fell silent and scattered at once. As the young master walked on, Zitri watched him with a worried expression, which then morphed into wide-eyed surprise. She had spotted another carriage, and from it, a girl named Emma emerged. She smiled brightly, calling out to the young master. Zitri bowed respectfully. Knox, however, looked annoyed, telling Emma they'd already arrived. A system alert pinged in his mind. His Master of Acting skill was temporarily disabled due to overwhelming shock. Emma agreed, explaining it was for the Elaine entrance ceremony. She then motioned to the carriage, telling someone named Talia to get out and greet him. The name sent Talia into a panic. Is he really here?" she shrieked from inside. The carriage door slammed shut as she begged Emma for a moment. After a pause, Talia emerged, wearing the beautiful academy uniform, her face burning with embarrassment. Knox stared at her. He'd expected this, but the reality of the situation felt strangely surreal. His mind flashed back to the training room, where he'd been practicing his sword forms. He remembered dropping his blade with a clatter, turning in shock to his maid, Ron, and demanding she repeat what she'd just said. The maid looked confused. She'd only mentioned the family's plan to arrange his betrothal to Lady Talia. Before she could say more, Knox had grabbed her shoulders in a panic, yelling that this was a massive problem. Now, he closed his eyes in resignation. It was all true. Their families had arranged their engagement behind their backs, and he was far from happy about it. Talia was visibly flustered, her words catching in her throat. She nervously tucked her hair back and offered an awkward greeting. Knox averted his gaze, returning her greeting with an ice-cold tone. But Talia seemed ecstatic, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Zitri leaned in and whispered to her master, asking if this was Lady Talia, his fiancée. "Don't call her that," Knox snapped back irritably. Talia, oblivious, chirped happily, asking how he'd been. Coldly, he replied that he was fine and asked about her.
"I'm fine too," she answered, her cheeks flushing red. But just then, their awkward conversation was cut short by the neigh of a horse.
All eyes turned toward the sound. A magnificent green carriage had just pulled up. Knox's mind immediately went to another legendary genius of Elaine Academy. Eleanor Derville, from a rival family that secretly ruled the continent. With her fiery red hair and piercing blue eyes, she radiated an aura of pure grace. Eleanor stepped down from her carriage, a knowing smile on her face as she announced her arrival. Knox recalled the intense hatred the original Knox in the game had for this woman. Eleanor laughed, covering her lips gracefully with her hand. She then addressed him, not as a noble, but as Mr. Knox. She feigned surprise at his enrollment, saying how delighted she was. Knox simply asked if she was Eleanor. She smiled and confirmed it, remarking on a distant childhood memory. "That's right," she added, her eyes glinting with a hidden threat. "I'm the same heir to the merchant family you once looked down on." Eleanor's smile widened. She never imagined, she said, that fate would bring them together again. Knox knew her reputation, the sole daughter of the continent's wealthiest merchant family, and the woman who would one day be known as the Money Fox.
A wave of panic washed over him as he remembered their disastrous first encounter as children.
The system chimed in again. His master of acting skill had once more been rendered unavailable. A memory surfaced from his childhood. A young girl with fiery red hair. He saw his younger self sneering at her, calling her a nobody, scoffing that money could never buy true status. Shame had painted little Eleanor's cheeks red as tears welled in her eyes. Looking back, Knox realized their bitter rivalry was a disaster of his own making. It seemed, he mused, that the line of people wanting to pierce his heart with a blade was only growing longer. Eleanor offered a smile, asking if something was wrong. She noted he wasn't acting like his usual self. Knox crossed his arms, challenging her. "And how do I usually behave?" She told him to drop the act, asking if he truly enjoyed being showered with insults. His eyes narrowed with irritation. What a stubborn fool. He suggested she leave now if all she wanted was a fight. Eleanor just laughed. "I knew it," she chirped. "You're still the same nasty little brat you've always been." The young master's brow furrowed. "What do you want?" he demanded. "Are you that desperate for my attention?"
With a sickeningly sweet laugh, Eleanor apologized. She had absolutely no desire, she claimed, to covet anything from the black sheep of the Reinhor family. Knox knew it was too much to hope her disdain had simply vanished. He activated his insight skill, and a window of information on Eleanor materialized before him. Her main attributes read female, 15 years old, human. Her element was wind, and her titles were genius of calculation and genius of acting. But the system also highlighted her fatal flaws: vanity, pride, and a critical weakness to Southern sword techniques. As Knox scanned her stats, he saw her core traits hadn't changed. In his mind, that was for the better. Her rival family, he recalled, had paid a fortune for the D in their name, a price Eleanor's father paid dearly. She hated that fact, but she still used it to her full advantage. She was vindictive and far too proud, and the old Knox had foolishly picked a fight with her. Testing the waters, Knox quietly remarked that she was someone he never should have crossed paths with. Eleanor gave a slight bow. "Then I shall take my leave," she said. "We won't say goodbye. We aren't nearly close enough to wish each other well." "Perfectly calm," Knox replied. "That doesn't bother me. I expect nothing more from a country bumpkin like you." She smiled, agreeing with his insult, and swept past him without another word. The young master then turned to Talia. "We should go. The entrance ceremony is about to begin." She looked worried for a moment, lost in thought, but quickly nodded. Together, they walked towards the academy entrance. Now, he was stuck with Talia, his fiancée, but Knox was determined. He would find a way to make this situation work to his advantage. Glancing at the Grand Elaine building, he steeled his resolve. It was time to begin his true ascent. A few moments later, they stepped inside the main hall. The young master scanned the crowd. "As expected," he told his bride. "The children of countless renowned families have gathered here." All around them,
New faces were already forming alliances. Knox considered his options. While many of them were likely useless extras who deviated from the original story, gaining their support could still be a powerful advantage. He recognized several key figures from his memories. Paracelsus, Lenore, the one with yellow hair, the boy with black hair, and the girl with pink. They were the strongest characters in the entire game. Rubbing his chin, he made a decision. It was best to avoid them for now. One wrong move could derail the entire plot. A cautious strategy was his only option. Suddenly, he turned to Zitri. Is it just me? Or are far too many people staring at us? Zitri confirmed his suspicions. It is not your imagination, my lord. The nobles kept glancing their way, their gazes a mix of shock and undisguised contempt. The maid frowned. I had thought you would be quite popular here at Elaine. Knox crossed his arms and echoed her words. Popular? Does this look popular to you? These glares are anything but kind. Talia shot him a worried look. Just then, a loud cough echoed through the hall, demanding attention. Can everyone hear me? A sudden silence fell. Knox looked toward the stage. The game was finally about to begin. Servants bowed as a girl with snow-white hair walked onto the stage. She was barefoot, nibbling on a caramel stick, and dressed in the strangest clothes. She had striking eyes, and a bizarre mark branded on her chest. She looked mostly human, yet the students were already whispering. Is she a child? A dwarf? Where is the real professor? Fools, Knox thought. They were all absolute fools. Before them stood a monster of unimaginable power, one who could never be judged by her appearance. A black system window flashed open in his vision, displaying the girl's information. Name, Noah Avon Trinity. Age and race unknown. Her attribute was ice. Her achievements listed her as a pillar of Elaine Academy, and one of the 4 sages. Noah's bonuses were genius mana detection and goodwill. Her limitations a severe inferiority complex, short stature, and laziness. Her stats were terrifying. 21 strength, 26 mana, 8 luck, 22 willpower, and 10 charm. She possessed 2 passive skills, Sea of Mana and Ruler's Aura, alongside devastating active skills Water Bubble, Cold Beam, and Blizzard. A cold sweat ran down the young master's back. This was a character he absolutely had to stay on good terms with. Talia's questioning gaze was met with a chilling threat. To speak of that girl meant to invite death itself. A dazzling smile bloomed on Noah's face as she introduced herself. As the new dean of the academy, with a delicate lift of her finger, a sweet, chilling warning began. But before the thought could even finish, every strand of her hair stood on end. Her eyes ignited with a brilliant blue light. A deadly aura pulsed from her. The next person who calls me Shorty, she warned, will die. Then her sweet smile returned. Do we have an understanding? She then announced the true beginning of the trial for Elaine Academy. A wave of shock rippled through the students. This sudden test wasn't mentioned in any of the rules. When one student dared to object, Noah's gaze turned impossibly arrogant. These are my rules now, she declared, designed to weed out the worthless rabble. Beneath their feet, a massive arcane seal flared to life, bathing everything in an ethereal blue glow. I hope you all enjoy the experience, she purred with a sinister smile. Good luck. Knox's eyes shot open. It was beginning. In a flash of blinding light, all the students vanished. They reappeared in a sun-drenched forest, dazed and confused. They lay scattered on the ground, gasping for air. A booming voice shattered the peace. Get up, you idiots! A bald, bearded man roared. Stop lazing around in front of me. Exhaustion and fear coursed through the students, making their bodies tremble uncontrollably. But the man's sharp gaze locked onto a single person. The young master, Knox, who was struggling just to stay on his shaky legs. The instructor's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Knox from head to toe. Knox swallowed hard as the man's bald head gleamed under the sun. This was Bernan, a combat instructor and academy graduate. Among players, he was known by a ridiculous nickname Takake, all because of that shiny head of his. But his looks were deceiving. Bernan was brutally effective. Knox knew that earning this man's approval would be a trial in itself. Bernan's booming voice echoed. Well, look at Snow White, did you wet yourself, pretty boy? The young master's brow furrowed. He forced his expression to remain a neutral mask. Nothing is wrong, he replied evenly. Bernan's eyes seemed to pierce right through him. Stop trying to scheme your way through this, he roared. Rely on your instincts, not your useless thoughts. Unfazed, Knox calmly raised a hand. Instructor Bernan, could you please explain the entrance test? Let's set aside any personal chatter and focus on the task at hand. The instructor grinned. Fine. First, we wake up the lazy ones, he announced. Then he looked at Knox. Cover your ears, you'll want to keep them. Knox immediately clamped his hands over his ears. A blue aura enveloped Burnham's hands, and he slammed them together with explosive force. A deafening, soul-shaking sonic boom ripped through the air, violently jolting the remaining students awake with screams of pain. They scrambled to their feet, shouting, "What was that sound?" When one brown-haired guy yelled too loudly, the instructor smacked him squarely on the head. "You're the noise, maggot."
"You got a problem with that," Burnham growled, his voice low and dangerous.
The student stared at Burnham's bald head, which seemed to shine with an intimidating light. The other students couldn't help but squint at the glare. Burnham crossed his massive arms. "So not only are you loud, but you're going to give me a dirty look, too?"
"You got a spare life tucked away somewhere," he demanded. The student mumbled a terrified apology. A few minutes later, the conscious students were hauling the others away on stretchers.
"Move anyone who's still out to a safe location," the instructor bellowed. "Now." Soon, the remaining group stood at attention before Burnham. "Now that you're all finally awake," he began, "I'll explain the Elaine Academy entrance test."
As Burnham spoke, Knox listened calmly, his mind already piecing it all together.
The objective was simple hunt monsters on this magical island. As a reward, defeated monsters would drop colored mana gems. But the scoring was counterintuitive. The fewer gems one collected, the higher their value. He pondered the reason for such a strange rule.
Shouldn't collecting more be better? Of course, the young master already knew the answer.
A faint smile touched his lips. That was only half the truth. This test actually measured two hidden stats. The first was one's sensitivity to mana. That part had already been secretly tested by Dean Noah's magic. Those who recovered from her spell fastest had the highest sensitivity. The second test measured a far more subtle skill. A student's ability to detect even the faintest traces of mana. These two traits were what separated good magicians from great ones in combat. This was why the gems were designed this way.
That was the true secret of the trial. Burnham's voice boomed again. "This entire space was created by the Dean's magic. It's crawling with creatures," he sneered. "And since pathetic worms like you can't fight, I'll grant you one small mercy.
You'll be allowed to form teams." Immediately, desperate eyes darted around the clearing as everyone searched for potential allies.
Suddenly, with a shimmer of light, a single sword materialized next to each student. They could only stare, stunned into silence.
"The maximum team size is 8, the instructor declared. "You'd better decide quickly." With that, he turned his back on them. "I'll be waiting for you at the summit." They could only watch him in absolute shock. "Wait," a girl cried out. "I still have questions. Did he really just abandon us here?" Another stammered in disbelief. The instructor's words were a cold confirmation. The brown-haired boy grimaced, rubbing the lingering sting on his head. Was that strike really necessary, he wondered? Every eye was fixed on him as he turned to leave. Seriously. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl raised her hand high. "Is no one else willing to aid the princess?" she cried out. Behind her stood a girl with flowing golden hair. Alina smiled, her voice ringing with royal grace. "Your loyalty will be rewarded beyond measure," she declared. "I swear it on the honor of my family name." Doubtful glances were thrown toward Knox, but he simply turned his back on them all, venturing into the shadowy depths of the forest alone.
A smirk touched his lips. In this game of prophetic dreams, a mediocre person wouldn't last a single day.
Here, knowledge wasn't just power, it was survival. And to overcome the limits of his frail body, he had to use every secret he knew. He found the entrance to a cave. To achieve his goal, going solo was the only option. With a confident grin, Knox darted inside without hesitation. Meanwhile, high above on a snowy peak, the instructor watched, flanked by his subordinates. The world below was a blanket of pure white. He adjusted his cap, his gaze distant. Stroking his beard, his mind was lost in thought. "No matter how I see it, this is peculiar," he began. "That new student not only endured the dean's magic, but..." He trailed off. "Did that boy, Knox, does that kid possess no fear whatsoever?" "No, that's not it at all," Burnham countered. A knowing look filled his eyes. "Because even a diamond in the rough is still a diamond. I am merely waiting for Knox to reveal his true worth." He called him the hidden dragon of the Reinhor family. His gaze fell upon the forest below, his anticipation palpable. "Show me, boy. Show me the power you've been hiding." Sometime later, Knox stood amidst a field of carnage. His blade dripped with blood, the ground littered with slain monsters and glittering gems. But as he moved deeper, he was being watched. From the shadows, a pair of eyes tracked his every move, belonging to a mysterious girl with long, silver hair. Back with the princess's party, the situation was dire. Talia, the pink-haired girl, and their companions were surrounded by goblins. They stood back to back, swords at the ready. The battle was a bloody mess, and the princess had lost her sword amidst the chaos. Talia's thoughts raced. Where did Knox go? I should have stuck with him. But the pink-haired girl snapped her out of it with a fierce shout. "Talia, We have the immense honor of protecting Princess Penelope. You need to show more fighting spirit. Talia grit her teeth and nodded. Princess Penelope, the girl with the golden hair, now clutched a large purple gem in her hands. The crystal pulsed with a brilliant light. We've come quite a long way, Penelope said, catching her breath.
Surely these purple crystals are the most valuable, she mused. But her pink-haired guard was skeptical. Your Highness, perhaps there's more to it.
After all, this test was designed by Noah, one of the four sages. There has to be a hidden objective. I'm sure of it. Penelope's eyes lit up with understanding and excitement. She scanned their surroundings with a newfound intensity. But the rest of their party was on the brink of collapse. Bloody, battered, and breathing heavily, they had reached their limit. The princess's face grew grim. In our current condition, she admitted, I doubt everyone can continue. The pink-haired girl's brow furrowed. This is unacceptable, she thought. I made a vow to see Princess Penelope reach the very top. The current Aram Empire is decaying from within. To restore its former glory, Princess Penelope must ascend the throne. She tapped her chin, her resolve hardening. And I will do whatever it takes to make that a reality.
Talia stepped forward, her voice unwavering. Your Highness, I can still fight. We gather those who can stand, and we press onward.
Just give us the command. That was my thought exactly, the pink-haired girl added. Penelope frowned, her knuckles white as she gripped the crystal. Then, her hand relaxed. An image flashed through her mind, the arrogant gaze of a certain golden-haired boy. That memory solidified her will. She looked up, her eyes blazing. We move forward, she commanded. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Knox emerged from the cave into a world of white. The frigid air turned his breath into mist. He rubbed his hands together for warmth, but it was no use. A system window popped into view. Third-level chilly limbs restriction is now in effect. His movement speed was instantly nerfed, and his breathing became ragged and inconsistent. Worse still, all of his stats took a temporary nosedive. Knox scowled, closing his eyes against the encroaching weakness. He let out a heavy sigh. I knew this would happen. He clenched his fist, then with a sharp snap of his fingers, a brilliant fireball ignited in his palm. The system chimed again. Chilly limbs restriction lifted due to owner's fire magic. He glanced at the notification, his mind already working. With this body's limitations, he'd need a permanent solution to this problem. Still, he gazed ahead, a faint smile on his face. But for now, this will do. He continued his journey, the small fireball floating faithfully by his shoulder, a loyal flame to light his path through the frozen wilderness. A blizzard raged across the landscape, blanketing everything in an endless sea of white, a fitting domain for the one they called the Frost Witch. Noah, the young man gazed at the peak, a small smile playing on his lips. He knew this was the top of the mountain, but the sheer amount of ice was overwhelming.
Taking a deep, focused breath, he closed his eyes and knelt upon the frozen earth.
He placed a palm on the ground, and a sinister purple energy pulsed from his hand. If this were just an ordinary island, how could anyone explain this? Cracks spiderwebbed across the ice as the purple energy spread, glowing like the roots of a colossal, magical tree. He knew it instantly. This entire place was an artificial creation. Every flake of snow, every shard of ice. It was all born from Noah's magic. Just then, figures began to rise from the snow. Even these monsters, he realized, were constructs of pure magic.
Knox rose to his feet, purple light swirling around his hand as if devouring the ambient power. The sheer amount of mana the Academy's dean possessed, it was almost unimaginable. A confident smirk crossed his face as he clenched his fist. But what does it matter? The ice shattered violently, and from the depths emerged colossal ice monsters, towering over Knox's frame. The young master identified them in an instant. Ice trolls, infamous for their terrifying regeneration and vitality. Creatures like these would instantly crush a novice, but to him, they were nothing but dust. A troll swung its massive arm, but Knox sidestepped the blow with contemptuous ease. Another giant brought down a huge wooden club, but the young master simply ducked beneath the whistling arc. When a third troll attacked, Knox met the strike head-on, blocking the crushing blow with his sword. His eyes flared with purple light. He understood Noah's obsession with talent. She would never set a trap designed to break her students before they could even bloom. Still, ice trolls were far from weak. No ordinary student could hope to face them. In the real world, an encounter like this would only end in a swift, brutal death. He studied the monsters with a serious gaze, his mind racing. But 4 of the beasts now stood before him, cutting his thoughts short. From behind a tree, a girl with long white hair watched his every move. Unaware he was being watched, Knox darted past the trolls, a new theory forming. Noah's monsters must have a specific pattern, a hidden kindness for her students. The first troll always strikes vertically from the center. The second attacks with a wide, horizontal swing that leaves it open. He dashed towards the final creature. This one would attempt a piercing attack,
But its blow was the weakest of them all. As the last troll lunged, Knox blocked its attack with his blade, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He could parry this. In a flash, his sword sliced through the monster's icy form. He moved like a phantom, his blade dancing between the other trolls. Icy blood erupted from their wounds as he withdrew his weapon and plunged it into another foe. With all the opponents vanquished, their massive bodies crashed to the frozen ground. Knox knelt, picking up a single gray gem that had fallen. He clutched it tightly, ignoring the other gems scattered on the snow. But why? This gray crystal was a hidden marker, a secret test left by Noah herself. It could be exchanged for an incredibly valuable scroll. With it, the young master could finally strengthen his Hour of the Genius skill once this trial was complete. Elsewhere, a dark-haired man held up a purple crystal to his companions. He boasted that at this pace, they would surely rank first among all the freshmen. Eleanor seemed unimpressed, but another girl with brown hair stared at the gem, her eyes filled with hope. The girls clapped their hands, cheering that they had truly done an amazing job. Eleanor agreed absently. This should be enough to pass the test. But her mind was elsewhere, picturing Knox venturing into the blizzard all alone. A strange, unsettling feeling haunted her as her expression turned cold. A memory from her childhood surfaced. A man in a burgundy coat shook her violently by the shoulders. He demanded to know why she had argued with the son of House Reinhor. He screamed that their family must rise above all others. Did she not understand their destiny was to reach the absolute pinnacle of power? Eleanor looked up at him, tears streaming down her face as he roared that she must find a way to get close to Knox, no matter the cost. She realized then that this man had never once seen her as his own daughter. Back in the present, she rubbed her chin, lost in thought. Where had Knox gone? Facing this test alone seemed pointless, unless he knew a secret path to an even higher score. Suddenly, she raised a hand to silence her group. Everyone, I have a proposal.
A brilliant smile graced her lips. For any of you who wish to climb even higher with me, in the name of House Rival, I promise you a reward beyond your imagination.
A murmur of discussion erupted among the group. The short-haired girl spoke up first. You're not satisfied with this gem. It's too dangerous to go further. We could get seriously hurt. Eleanor's smile never wavered. You are absolutely right. But tell me, don't you agree that the greatest risks yield the greatest rewards?
A blonde-haired young man stepped forward, his eyes burning with ambition. Count me in. I will follow you further.
She reluctantly agreed. Just then, a shadowy figure requested to join their party. Eleanor's heart sank, thinking that in the end, it always came down to money. She couldn't guess Knox's true intentions, but following along seemed like the best move for now. Forcing a smile, she urged them onward. Meanwhile, high atop a frozen peak, Knox stood utterly alone. Why risk this treacherous path by himself? The answer was simple. For the greatest risks, yield the greatest rewards. He gazed down upon the corpses of the ice trolls. In this world, the chance to level up a skill like Hour of Genius was practically non-existent. It seemed impossible, until he discovered the secrets of the hidden agility attribute. Knox knew this would draw unwanted attention, but it was a risk he had to take. Suddenly, his eyes shot open in a blur of motion. He spun, his blade instinctively flying out to meet an unseen threat. He was stunned by the sudden ambush, having detected no presence until the very last second.
Paracelsus stood before him, a sly grin on his face. He mused that this was certainly an unexpected reunion.
The swordsman's smile was deceptively sweet. Knox, he said, I'm genuinely happy to see you. The young master could only stare in shock, grinding his teeth. This was a variable he hadn't accounted for. A dark system window materialized before him, displaying Paracelsus's core information. Male, age 15, human race, attribute steel, achievements? None. His titles were numerous sword and melee genius, brilliant physician, unbreakable spirit, merciless to the strong, and savior to the weak. His limitations were just as clear. Laziness, obsessive tendencies, and a deep-seated hatred for aristocrats. His stats read 10 points of stamina, 8 points of mana, a mere 2 points of luck, 10 points of willpower, and a staggering 25 points in charm. His skills were categorized as fourfold.
Passives included Pinnacle of Sword Arts, Divine Sword Fusion, Wanderer's Blade, and Basic Living Sword.
Knox's mind reeled. Paracelsus. He was one of the strongest beings in Prophetic Dream, a member of the legendary Three Sword Emperors. So what in the world was a living legend doing on this desolate mountain? Knox recalled the original story. Paracelsus was supposed to battle the main character here, inspired by his kindness after he saved a troubled Eleanor. In that instant, a chilling realization struck Knox like a bolt of lightning. The entire timeline had been shattered.
Paracelsus's friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by a flash of rage. He whipped out a dagger, flinging it straight at Knox with lightning reflexes. The young master deflected the blade.
He frantically thought, where was the protagonist? He's the one who's supposed to be dealing with this lunatic.
Paracelsus drew his own sword, his smile returning. "That crystal in your hand," he said, his voice dangerously low. "I'll be taking that now."
A familiar notification rang in his mind. The master-level acting skill had been activated. Knox's expression hardened, his eyes igniting with a violet glow. With pure contempt, he snarled, "You filthy worm!" Enraged, Paracelsus lunged forward in a flurry of sword strikes. The young master danced backward, narrowly evading each lethal blow. Could I have been wrong, he wondered? Or is it possible the protagonist doesn't even exist in this timeline? The swordsman grinned, and steel met steel with a deafening clang.
Paracelsus's speed was inhuman. Before Knox could recover, another attack was already upon him.
The tip of the blade grazed his cheek, a hair's breadth from disaster. Frowning, Knox thought it seemed he'd have to entertain Paracelsus himself. "Do you have any idea what you're doing?" he demanded. "You're throwing Fate's entire design into chaos."
Paracelsus's smile turned sinister. "I don't know about fate," he purred, "but something about you felt off since we met. Back then, you handled a sword like a master."
"What are you getting at?" Knox demanded. Paracelsus sweetly replied, "Oh, nothing. You just seem to have so many secrets. Why don't you make this easy for both of us?" he suggested. "Just do as I ask, and we can solve our own problems." The swordsman noted that the gem would surely fetch the highest score. Knox's eyes narrowed. "And if I refuse?" Paracelsus's voice turned to ice. "Then I'll leave you no choice but to take it by force." A heavy silence fell between them, the air crackling with deadly intent. "You're a coward," the young master hissed. "Was this your plan from the very start?"
Paracelsus just smirked. "You're the one who walked right into it." Knox knew he was facing a monster, but his opponent's true talent had yet to fully awaken.
Even against a genius, he had his trump card, the hour of genius skill. But this wasn't the time or place to fight seriously. His expression turned grim. If the main character was truly gone, he'd need this skill to save Eleanor later on. He tightened his jaw. It was a dangerous gamble, but one he was forced to take. Knox looked up, a new fire in his eyes. "You're not the only one who knows everything," the swordsman chuckled, intrigued. "Oh, you remember my name going to appeal to our old friendship and ask me to go easy on you." The young master's face was a mask of cold fury. "Paracelsus," he said, the name like a weapon. The swordsman's smile faltered for just a moment. Knox leveled his sword at him. "I know you only joined the academy to solve the mystery of your master's death." Paracelsus's smile vanished, replaced by a venomous glare. "You bastard!" A triumphant smirk played on Knox's lips. "Now, are you ready to talk?" After a grueling climb, Eleanor's team finally reached the snow-swept peak. A voice cut through the wind. It was Penelope, acknowledging her rival's arrival. Eleanor offered a respectful bow, assuring the princess she had no intention of standing in her way. She was only here to confirm something. Nearby, the clash of steel between Knox and Paracelsus raged on. A vicious sword swing sliced the air, but the young master dodged it with ease. Penelope agreed with Eleanor, stating she had no desire for meaningless battles. The girl with pink hair warned the princess that defeating the son of Reinhor and Paracelsus would be impossible unless one of them suffered a fatal wound. Placing a hand over her heart, the girl named Echidna swore to follow the princess's decision, no matter what it was.
Eleanor's gaze remained fixed on the duel between Paracelsus and Knox. Something felt off. The youngest son of the Reinhor family, she remembered, had always been utterly unremarkable. She frowned, a single question echoing in her mind. When did he become this powerful? The only sound breaking the forest's tense silence was the ringing of their blades. As Knox and Paracelsus fought for their lives, Talia couldn't hide her worried expression. Echidna asked if she could even bear to watch. Talia sighed, her fears growing as Echidna revealed she never imagined the infamous Destroyer of the East would become their classmate. So his name was Paracelsus. Talia stared in disbelief, asking if Echidna truly knew the man fighting Knox. Echidna's eyes narrowed, recalling a grim past. She confirmed his identity. He was known across the land as the Grey Wolf. Paracelsus, since he was just a boy, he'd been crushing bandit gangs in the East, a crusade that earned him that fearsome title. Talia was left speechless by the revelation. Her partner's gaze then shifted, saying the change in the son of House Reinhor was even more astonishing. She never would have guessed he could wield a sword with such deadly proficiency. Echidna crossed her arms, watching the fight with a critical eye. She noted that if Knox wasn't so vicious and lazy, he might have become a decent knight. Talia awkwardly replied that she wouldn't exactly call him pure. Her friend chuckled, intrigued, and asked how she knew that. Talia simply looked away, refusing to answer. Meanwhile, Paracelsus relentlessly attacked Knox, screaming that he was an idiot. Knox dodged the flurry of blows,
sensing the rage trembling in his opponent's voice. It was only natural. After all, Paracelsus's only teacher had died. Because of some fool from Mills Academy. The swordsman paused, his voice low and dangerous. The games are over. He lunged forward with a sharp, decisive blow. Knox parried, and a system window flashed before him. His master-level sword.
A smirk appeared on Knox's face. He coolly asked Paracelsus why he was so furious.
As their blades locked, Knox leaned in, his voice a venomous whisper. I wasn't the one who killed your beloved teacher. His words ignited Paracelsus's rage, who exploded in a storm of slashes. But Knox dodged every strike, realizing his opponent's attacks had become simpler, more predictable. Paracelsus was gifted, to be sure, but in the end, he was still too young. The two stood apart, facing each other once more. Paracelsus lunged again, but Knox drove a sharp knee into his stomach, knocking the wind out of him with a silent gasp. He flew back several meters, but after a heavy sigh, he charged again, his sword pointed directly at Knox's heart. Knox raised his own sword to defend. Paracelsus taunted him, wondering how much longer he could keep running his mouth. Knox just smiled, saying he could talk all day. But internally, he knew the attacks were intensifying. He couldn't let this battle drag on. His legs were already beginning to tire. Seizing the moment, Paracelsus charged. Knox knew that if Paracelsus used his master's living sword technique, he would almost certainly lose. It was an imperial sword technique for a reason.
Don't get distracted, Paracelsus roared, striking at him yet again.
Knox parried the blow with a look of utter disgust, sneering at him as a pitiful commoner. At that moment, another system notification appeared. The restriction, swordsmen despising aristocrats, had just activated.
Paracelsus looked at him with pity in his eyes. He asked if it was any wonder people were forced to beg in a world ruled by men like him.
Their blades clashed again. Knox taunted him for wasting so much energy on hatred. With a cruel grin, he asked if Paracelsus wanted to know a little secret about his precious teacher. He was stalling for time. His eyes darted to the side, catching sight of his classmates, and Eleanor among them. He thought to himself that the monster was set to appear at exactly 900 p.m. The system clock confirmed the time, 8:58 p.m. A dark, ominous smile spread across Paracelsus's face. He warned Knox that he'd get the information, even if he had to cut off a limb to get it. Knox looked disgusted. You'd really attack a nobleman and think you could escape the consequences? The swordsman hesitated, his gaze sweeping over their classmates. Their witnesses. No matter the outcome, Knox declared, his voice ringing with finality. This will be my last attack. You're overconfident, Paracelsus called back. A sinister grin lit up his face as he charged forward, eager to put that claim to the test. In response, Knox moved like lightning, dashing past him with a single, swift swing of his sword. Paracelsus stood frozen in shock, wondering what just happened. Knox didn't even look back. Get out of my way, he said, his voice cold and indifferent as he ran past. I don't have time for this.
A dark stain slithered across the ground towards Eleanor. She watched Knox in awe, stunned by his newfound speed. Suddenly, a chilling sound made her spin around. A terrifying shadow crawled through the snow, racing directly for her. Ice flooded her veins, her face draining of all color.
Escape was impossible. As the blackened creature materialized, she cried out, Are you the one who wanders the night? Terror gripped her heart as she stared at the monster. Was she fated to die so meaninglessly in this place? Her hands flew to her ears, a terrified whimper escaping her lips. When she dared to open her eyes, Knox stood before her like a shield, a single, clean strike from his blade, and the monster dissolved into dust. Why the pathetic whining? He asked, his voice cold. The young master stared down at Eleanor in silence. Still in shock, she stammered, Why, you... But Knox cut her off. You can't even handle a creature this weak, he chided. To an elite like him, her fear was just pathetic. The Night Wanderer. A mid-level demon. In this world Noah created, it was less than half its original strength. But this demon was all too real. The one who summoned it was the same person who murdered teacher Paracelsus. And Eleanor had just barely escaped becoming the next victim. In the original game, she grew softer after the main character saved her. A ridiculously stupid plot twist, in Knox's opinion. All eyes turned to the young master, filled with surprise. Eleanor's face flushed with shame, her hands balling into tight fists. Knox observed her coolly. It seemed the main character wouldn't be making an appearance in this timeline. A faint blush crept onto Eleanor's cheeks. Penelope stepped forward. Must you be so rude? He saved her, yes, but the situation is more complicated. The princess turned to him, demanding, Do you not agree? Knox offered a slight bow. I agree. Penelope addressed the group, her voice firm. Night Wanderers are not opponents for mere applicants. The young master's reply was calm, yet sharp. The enemy never arrives on schedule. You, of all people, should know that. The princess's eyes widened in shock. Echidna instantly moved to shield her. Do not bully Lady Penelope, she glared, her voice laced with annoyance. I'm certain you grasp the situation perfectly. Or you never would have come to help. Knox's eyes narrowed. Ash pink hair and a vertical pupil. There was no mistaking it. Von Zeno's Echidna, the future head of the Zeno family. A close confidant of the princess, known as the Serpent of Greed. Fundamentally, the Zeno and Reinhofer families were enemies. Their very attributes were polar opposites. But in this game of prophetic dreams, nothing is ever simple, Knox replied coolly. Frankly, I have no desire to speak with a holy lapdog. Echidna's face darkened. Do you dare to tarnish the name of the Zeno family? And what will you do about it? The young master retorted. Just then, a figure watched them from a nearby hill. It was Vernon. Enough of this pointless bickering, he roared. He leaped down in an instant, landing before them. You're all a bunch of idiots, Knox calmly asked. Is the exam finished? The instructor confirmed it was. In response, the young master presented a gray crystal, taken from the heart of the monster. Vernon's eyes widened slightly. I never thought any of you would actually obtain the gray gem. Unexpected, but well done. Arrogance aside, Knox gave him a questioning look. The instructor then announced, the highest score goes to Knox, Jins, for successfully acquiring the gray gem. Those with purple gems will be awarded second place. He scanned the crowd. Are there any objections? Silence fell over the group, until the princess raised her hand. Was the Night Wanderer's attack part of the official exam? She demanded. The creature seemed far too real. I want an explanation, Vernon assured her. The incident is under investigation for facing an unforeseen, life-threatening situation. Elelenar will receive appropriate compensation. His gaze shifted back to Knox. As for you, Snow White, you are entitled to a special reward for saving a peer's life. The young master simply turned away. I have no need for a reward, he stated flatly. Getting entangled with Elelenar now would only complicate the future. Without the original main character, this world is doomed to drown in injustice. This path feels wrong. Accepting a reward would be an admission of something false. He had to avoid that kind of misunderstanding at all costs. With that, he walked away. But Elenar's voice called out from behind him. Why did you save me? His eyes widened for a split second. Annoyance flashed across his face as he turned. Why does everything always go off script? Just then, a system window appeared. Masterclass acting skill has been. The young master's expression became perfectly placid. I was simply killing a monster, he said. You just happened to be in the way. Elenar's brow furrowed in confusion. He turned away from her again, an awkward frown on his face. Knox let out a heavy sigh internally. So much for avoiding this conversation. Eleanor, the money fox, was as sharp as she was wealthy. She believed every single thing in the world had a price tag, even a person's heart. But a certain man was starting to make her doubt that belief. Later, inside a lavish carriage, Eleanor stared out the window, a young aide seated before her. She broke the silence, questioning why Knox had saved her. He claimed he'd simply slain a monster, but the words felt hollow. An obvious, frustrating lie. Her aide threw his hands up in exasperation. Isn't it all pointless? Surely you see it too. He pressed on, dismissing Knox as nothing more than a common scoundrel. But Eleanor's eyes narrowed. It's not that simple, she retorted. Knox lied to me. He had to have a reason. Her aide scoffed, asking if she truly believed that. Eleanor's frown deepened as she gazed outside. Her expression hardened with resolve. She turned to him, her voice firm. I need a full report on him. He promised to gather what he could, but she cut him off with a sharp gesture. No, I'll handle this myself. She then issued a chilling warning. If the Reinhofer family caught anyone digging into their affairs, they would not be merciful. On her lap, a scroll detailed the complex curriculum she would face at the academy. The man simply smiled, offering a nod of perfect understanding. Meanwhile, in a dorm room at Elaine Academy, Knox slumped in a chair. A worried Zetri watched over him, her voice laced with concern. Are you really okay? Your face is so pale. You just recovered from hypothermia? With a damp towel on his forehead, he tried to wave off her fears. Don't worry, he assured her. I'll be fine in no time. But inside, he knew nothing was fine. Lingering questions haunted his mind. In a world with no main character, someone had to seize that role. It was the only way to recover his lost memories, and to uncover the source of the mysterious messages plaguing him. There was no other choice. The body he possessed, Knox, was meant to be the villain. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. He shot up from his seat, a startling revelation dawning on him. Is this Truly the only way out? Zetri gasped his name in shock. A slow smile spread across Knox's face. He finally understood. Even in this world, there was a path for a villain to become the protagonist. Elsewhere, under a blood-red sky choked with black smoke, a field of bodies lay silent. A tattered banner bearing a bird emblem fluttered grimly in the wind. Standing amidst the slaughter was a girl with fiery red hair, her sword held ready, her expression lethal. A figure in a long cloak and an iron mask knelt before her. "Moon Lady," he said, his voice echoing. "The pieces are beginning to move." He bowed his head, vowing that the awakening would begin. The Moon Lady's voice was cold as steel. "Soon, this continent will be swept by another storm of blood." Her follower, Daff, asked if she was prepared. She turned her back to him. "Make the arrangements," she commanded. "Our objective will be met," as she pulled on a cloak bearing a moon-shaped clasp. The blood staining her hands and clothes told a story of brutal victory.
"I will tear down the Aram Empire," she swore, her vow hanging unfinished in the toxic air. At the same time, Knox was reflecting on his past life, recalling a common truth among expert gamers.
The line separating a hero from a villain was razor thin, and he couldn't agree more. Both roles were forged in the fires of similar trials. Only the monster bosses were truly absolute evil. Villains were almost always heroes who had been broken by trauma, which is why people were so captivated by their stories.
Walking through a shadowy alley, wrapped in a dark robe, Knox mused that while their paths were different, a villain could never truly become a hero.
He let out a sly grin, but in a world doomed by the absence of a hero, perhaps the villain had no choice but to take the stage and play both parts. Ahead, he saw a small house, its entrance glowing with a faint blue light, beckoning him from the darkness. He rubbed his neck, muttering to himself. He didn't enjoy this life on a knife's edge, but it was the only one he had. This was the headquarters of a great organization, a secret cabal of villains, all plotting to overthrow the imperial family. Blue energy crackled in his palm, casting a brilliant glow before him. Later, at a large conference table, a group of instructors were deep in a heated discussion. Noah, seated at the head of the table, stared coldly to the side. Vernon finally broke the tension, asking for everyone's input. A man with vibrant purple hair spoke with arrogance. "Don't worry, the test is completely under my control," he boasted, then sneered. "Did you mess something up again?" The instructor's face flushed with anger. His lips tightened as he shot back. "You fool, I already told you I had nothing to do with it." In that instant, Noah's eyes snapped open, radiating a dangerous aura. "What exactly?" she began, her voice dangerously calm. "Are you all doing right now?" Vernon immediately threw an arm around the purple-haired man's neck, forcing a smile. "Nothing at all," he insisted. He laughed nervously, desperate to change the subject. Shall we continue the meeting?" He tried to pick up where they left off, but Noah's deceptively sweet smile cut him short. "Did you not listen to a word I said?" A wave of fear washed over the room as she looked at them all. "I have already informed the entire teaching staff of my decision." Her chilling gaze fell upon the instructor and the purple-haired man. "Or perhaps my words simply don't register with the two of you."
As always, a professor with gray hair and glasses addressed the council. Speaking of the enemy that emerged during the entrance exams, endangering every applicant,
Noah let out a heavy sigh, her expression grim. She informed the teachers that powerful figures were behind this, aiming to sow chaos not just in the academy, but across the entire empire. Eleanor, she revealed, was only the opening move. The dean then posed a critical question. Why would they target her? A rising star from the world of finance. The purple-haired man had the answer, stating it was because the rival trading company, her family's enterprise, handles nearly 70% of all goods imported into the Arkham Empire. Vernon added ominously that if the enemy was bold enough to strike at rival, they certainly wouldn't stop there. Noah agreed, confirming their fears. What happened was both a direct challenge and a chilling warning to their academy. Therefore, they had to prepare for the worst. As the council nodded in agreement, she rose to her feet. But then she paused, sitting back down with a faint, knowing smile. Raising a single finger, she announced there was another threat they needed to discuss. The room filled with confusion. Bernan spoke for everyone, asking what she could possibly mean. The dean's gaze was piercing. She admitted she'd been watching a certain student closely. Knox. In fact, she was the white-haired girl who had observed him. Noah declared that this student might just be the most talented individual in the entire new generation. The man with purple hair gasped in shock. Who is it? His eyes were wide with disbelief. He was stunned. For the dean to recognize someone's talent so quickly was unheard of. In his mind, this hadn't happened since the infamous incident with the princess. Noah then revealed the name. The student is Knox. The purple-haired man scoffed. You mean that degenerate from the Reinhor family? The one famous only for his lust? She stood and walked toward the door, a smirk on her face as she replied. The very same. The dean recalled Knox's unwavering gaze, telling the teachers, That child is... but left the thought hanging in the air.
With her hand on the doorknob, Noah delivered her final, shocking assessment. Knox might even be stronger than I am. The purple-haired man shot up from his seat.
The man in the red jacket stammered. Did I hear that correctly? The teacher in the blue sweater cried out. How could the black sheep of the Reinhor family possess such power? The room erupted in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Knox himself stepped into a dimly lit tavern. A man with a short beard sneered. What's a kid like you doing here? Knox simply smiled and recited a coded phrase. Moonlight shall bless the sharp pen, for the glory of the empire. The man's expression shifted from annoyance to grim acceptance. You can pass, he grumbled. Though I have no idea why she would give the code to the likes of you. The young master coolly walked past him. Aren't you even going to introduce yourself? He smirked, approaching a shelf lined with countless bottles of liquor. He scanned the collection, his hand hovering before he pulled bottle number 3, then number 1, then 8, and finally, 4. In an instant, a brilliant blue energy erupted from the shelf, forcing him to shield his face. The system's voice echoed in his mind. He had been exposed to high-level magic, causing his mana flow to temporarily reverse. His genius of magic perception skill was sealed, and his character would now be teleported to a designated location.
A powerful gust of wind billowed his cloak and hair, the vortex of magic swirling around him.
He looked down, a flicker of frustration in his eyes. His stats were still lacking. He could even feel a slight tremor in his hands. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. Cold steel was pressed against his neck. Before him stood Luna, her longsword held steady at his throat.
Who are you? She demanded. Knox simply smiled. Luna. But his cheerful greeting only made her press the blade deeper, drawing a thin line of blood.
The young master remained perfectly calm, almost amused. You're the leader of the sleepers, the unseen pillar of the Sword Empire. I'm here for you. Luna's eyes widened. He knew the location of their secret headquarters and her true identity. Her voice dropped to a deadly whisper. I will ask you one more time. Who are you?
Knox effortlessly pushed her sword aside with a single hand. I am Knox.
He raised his hands in a gesture of peace. And I want to join the sleepers. As he spoke, night fell. High above, Paracelsus sat in his room, bathed in the moonlight. He gazed out the window, his mind fixated on Knox, and the nagging suspicion that he knew something about the death of old man Salus. How, he wondered, could the young master have known that his teacher was dead?
Paracelsus couldn't accept it was a mere coincidence. Not when one of the 3 pillars of the Sword Empire had supposedly died by accident.
He let out a bitter laugh. It was also ironic. Knox was meant to be the disgrace of the Reinhor family. So, Paracelsus pondered, where did such a convenient lie even come from? His mind flashed back to the clash atop the mountain. Though it lasted mere moments, the young master's speed had utterly eclipsed his own. He had never witnessed such velocity in another man, save for the legendary old man Celsus. Could all the rumors about Knox be a deliberate fabrication? A web of lies? Troubled, Paracelsus collapsed onto his bed, wondering why it was all necessary. Why would the mighty Reinhor family conceal such a monstrous talent? But the swordsman decided it didn't matter. He would simply crush anyone who stood in his way, especially if they were a stinking aristocrat. The deep scars across his chest told stories of past battles. As he closed his eyes, he fell into a hauntingly vivid dream. He was reliving fragments of his past. A voice echoed, warning him that Empress Est had descended into madness, becoming a tyrant whose reign shook the empire's very foundation. But her daughter Penelope, the benevolent princess, now stood against the first prince on the political battlefield. To survive, a choice had to be made. The man speaking to him was his master.
Paracelsus listened intently as his master gave him a mission to enter the Elden Academy and decide which side he would fight for.
This was his ultimate purpose. In his sleep, Paracelsus tossed and turned, drenched in sweat, as his teacher's final words echoed, claiming he had taught him all he could. Then, the dream shifted to its most painful memory the moment his master was killed.
Celsus apologized for having to leave him first. The swordsman's eyes shot open, his mind reeling in panic.
He gasped for air, covering his face with his hands. On his gloves, a faint pink light began to glow.
Paracelsus rubbed his neck in frustration and sighed. If the old man left things unfinished, then he would be the one to see them through.
He rose to his feet, questioning why the ghost of his master continued to torture him. At that very moment, Knox stood before Luna, a sharp blade still pressed against his neck. A black screen appeared, displaying her information.
Luna, female, age 20, human, with a lunar attribute. She possessed no achievements. Her bonuses were terrifying sword genius, aggressive, eye of reason, and cold-blooded. Her limitations were just as severe: cruel, berserk, diehard, and fanatic. Luna's statistics were impressive. 27 stamina, 24 mana, 4 luck, and 25 points in both willpower and charm.
She had 3 passive skills: Battle Spirit, Piercing Gaze, and Intimidation. Additionally, Luna's active skills were Moonsword Master and Mana Burst. The system notified the owner that some information was unavailable, to be revealed as the story progressed. The young master recognized her instantly. She was one of the 3 Pillars of the Sword, a monster who, at only 20, could rival the greatest Night Masters. On top of that, her sword style was notoriously difficult to master. Luna's icy voice cut through the silence. Why would a son of the great Reinhor family join a criminal organization? The system notified him that a level 1 bleeding effect was active. He calmly stated, "I am here to destroy the Aram Empire." She started to question him, but Knox cut her off, already anticipating her thoughts. "To destroy the Empire," he said, "you must first destroy the Elden Academy, the heart of the Imperial family's influence. Am I wrong?"
He placed a hand over his chest with a confident smile and boldly declared, "I am prepared to become your spy."
She narrowed her eyes. "Do you truly believe you're capable of such a thing?" Knox simply answered yes. Luna stared in disbelief before finally lowering her sword, admitting he was not the timid type.
"What is your name?" she asked again. The young master touched the new wound on his neck and introduced himself.
He was the moon called Death. Instantly, a man in a black cloak appeared beside her, announcing Knox's arrival. "Prepare him for the moon trial," she commanded. The man, Daff, had a face covered in horrific scars. He bowed to Luna, promising to carry out her order. He then approached Knox and handed him a black robe. "Put this on and follow me," he said. A short time later, they walked under the light of the full moon. As they moved through a small forest, the young master looked up at the sky. Everything was going exactly according to his plan. They arrived at a strange building, where Daff explained the trial. After ascending the altar, Knox had to kill every enemy that appeared.
"And one more thing," he added. "Do not lose the cloak I gave you." Daff's speech was slow and deliberate.
He seemed to stutter slightly, his voice carrying a mysterious tone. "Why can't I lose the cloak?" Knox inquired. Daff explained that it was the only thing that would protect him from the berserker's power. The young master was already cloaked in black. He pulled the hood over his head, thinking to himself that he already knew why he had to keep it safe. The berserk debuff was one of the worst in the game. It drove a player insane in exchange for a temporary, explosive boost in strength. Daff warned him of the Crimson Moon's curse. Exposure meant surrendering to madness. This was the infamous berserk effect, and as if on cue, the sky itself bled red. The young master deduced the trial's 2 conditions: first, resist the moon's maddening light, and second, survive the monster onslaught. The original game never detailed how to pass this test, since it was from the perspective of the main character, who had no need for the trials of a villainous organization. So the solution was a mystery to almost everyone. But for him, failure was not an option. Knox smirked as Luna crossed her arms, declaring that only 2 fates awaited him after the test. Raising a finger, she smiled coldly. He would either join the sleepers, or he would join the corpses. The young master's eyes glinted with amusement. He let out a low chuckle, promising they'd soon see how things truly played out. With that, he and Daff approached the altar, where a sleeper unfurled an ancient scroll. A drop of blood hit the stone floor, igniting a strange, arcane seal beneath them. As it flared with a pinkish glow, Daff saw them emerge from the shadows. Countless monsters appeared. Snakes, hulking beasts, and creatures with razor-sharp fangs. Their numbers were overwhelming. This was an impossible challenge, far beyond his current level. Each creature was at least a mid-rank chimera, a monstrous horde he couldn't possibly face. But Knox cut his own doubts short. He ripped off his hood and cast his cloak aside. The blood moon bathed him in its light. He smiled. His method for clearing this test required this very moment. Luna frowned from the sidelines. She was convinced he'd truly lost his mind. A system window flashed. The blood moon was inflicting a berserk status. Sanity levels were critical. The young master's eyes flew open. His entire frame seemed to expand, growing in power. He stared at his hands in shock as the system warned him once sanity is lost, it cannot be recovered. The young master grinned. A violet light began to radiate from his eyes as a new notification appeared. All stats have increased by 1.5 times. His stamina surged to nearly 10 points. His mana climbed to almost 14. His luck hit 10 points. His willpower skyrocketed to almost 17, while his charisma remained unchanged. The system confirmed the berserk effect was active, bypassing his luck and charm stats. As the moon burned an even deeper crimson, another warning flashed. The blood moon's influence is intensifying. You are in danger of losing your sanity. And then, Knox's hidden stats were revealed. His agility was now 7 points. The young master's skill set was displayed Genius Hour, mid-level family sword art, southern sword technique, and ignition. His remaining lifespan, due to his fatal illness, was 142 days. Current status effect? Berserk. The fool, Luna thought with a scoff. Is he insane? But Knox simply smiled, taking a deep, steady breath. Daff turned to his chief, his voice laced with panic. He just threw away the cloak. That's the same as throwing away his life. He frantically asked if he should intervene. Luna's answer was a cold no. She stated that Knox wasn't the type to listen. And besides, his death meant nothing to them. Daff grew even more worried. But he's the son of the Reinhover family, his father. Theo despises the sleepers. Are we really giving him a reason to start a war with us? Luna just smiled. That won't happen. I'll take care of it, she promised. She glanced at the unfolding chaos. Do you really believe Theo is a man filled with fatherly love? Daff fell silent. Of course not. That was impossible. Then we'll simply watch, Luna said, her eyes fixed on Knox. What an idiot. Still, she added, he must have some kind of plan. Daff simply bowed, stating he would follow her command. A sinister dark energy began to coil around Knox's sword. The monsters shrieked. A crimson drake lunged forward to lead the charge. In a flash, his blade tore through its body. Warm blood splattered his face, and he grinned. The entire world had turned scarlet. This was exactly how the sleeper's test was described in the game. He focused his breath, feeling the power surge through him. His stats had skyrocketed. But that wasn't all. He felt stronger, taller, his very frame expanding with newfound might. At this moment, Knox had surpassed every one of his peers. The rest of the horde screamed and charged toward him. Knox's eyes widened in anticipation. They glowed with a predatory violet light. With terrifying ease, he sliced through the monsters, cleaving heads from their shoulders. His clothes, hair, and sword were drenched in blood. But the frenzied assault of the horde had only just begun. A horde of savage beasts surged towards the young master. So he sank into a combat stance, ready for the slaughter. He smirked, recalling how the berserk effect was one of the game's most feared prophetic nightmares. It only ever manifested under the crimson glow of the blood moon. Knox raised his sword, a cold smile on his face. He had come here specifically to harness this power. It was all possible because of one hidden trick. The system window flared to life with 2 genius-level traits. He could completely nullify the blood moon's corrupting influence. The young master knew he possessed both melee genius and magic perception genius. The system confirmed it. Negative effects suppressed. Knox stared down the monstrous horde. A simple truth echoing in his mind: a genius operates on an entirely different plane of existence. It was a completely unfair advantage, but it was a privilege he intended to enjoy. He then exploded into motion, his blade singing through the air as he shouted, "Grim judgment!" He crashed down like a meteor, unleashing a cataclysmic strike upon the monsters. In a single, brutal instant, countless heads were sent flying. Luna and Daff could only stare in utter disbelief as a system notification chimed for the young master. The Black Flame Ring had extended his life by 2 days and 7 hours. A wild, almost insane grin spread across Knox's face. He roared at the remaining beasts. "If you're so jealous, try getting a fatal disease like me." With that, he became a whirlwind of pure destruction, and another wave of monsters collapsed lifeless to the ground. Luna shouted his name, but her voice was drowned out by the chaos of battle. It was simply too noisy here. He took a deep breath to center himself, then casually walked up to her. "So," he asked, "are you enjoying the show?" A brilliant smile lit up her face. She turned to Daff and declared, "It seems we have no choice but to accept him." "But milady," he replied, stunned. "Talent like his is almost unheard of on the entire continent," she called out to Knox. "You've passed the test. Return to us now." Luna's eyes widened with a bright, fascinated smile. This man, Knox, was far more interesting than she'd imagined. She signaled to Daff, who bowed respectfully before presenting the young master with a black robe. "Take this," he said. "It is the cape of a full-fledged member of the Sleepers." A system window immediately confirmed the item acquisition. The main character smiled with satisfaction as he looked at his hands. The system announced the Sleeper's cloak had been received. Instantly, the item's data began to download into his consciousness. The information for the Sleeper's cloak appeared. It was an intermediate advanced item, with no compatible attribute needed. The cloak granted a crucial +1 point to willpower. The only requirement for use was to be an official member of the Sleepers. But its special effects were the true prize. The Moonlight Oath skill was now available to the young master. Woven from the web of black spiders, the cloak's design identified him to other members, and it could reflect most weak negative status effects. Another system alert chimed as data for a new passive skill began downloading. He closed his eyes, savoring the feeling of newfound power. Before turning his gaze back to Luna, she met his stare with a questioning look. "Is there something you need?" "You seem to have a question for me." "As I understand it," Knox stated calmly, "very few newcomers pass this particular test. That means I'm entitled to a proper reward. Isn't that right?" Luna studied him for a long moment before a smirk played on her lips. You certainly know how to handle yourself. You're a brave newbie, she continued. I just wonder how long a person as cocky as you can last. For now, you are free until you're assigned a mission. He gave a slight bow, and she added, I hope you don't disappoint me. As Knox walked toward the shimmering blue portal, Luna turned to Daff. Isn't Knox an interesting boy? He is, Daff agreed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. But I cannot understand how the young master withstood the Blood Moon's madness.
Luna admitted that she shared his confusion. Any other person wouldn't last even 5 minutes, unless, of course, they were a certified genius. But even geniuses wouldn't risk fighting without protective gear, she mused. Which means Knox is reckless enough to gamble with his own life.
Daff nodded in agreement, and she commanded him. Keep a very close eye on the young master.
We need to see what he's truly capable of and what he'll do next. At that moment, Knox emerged from the other side of the portal and headed back toward the tavern.
Kieran calmly polished a glass, a faint smile on his lips. As Knox entered, he asked, Are you completely out of your mind? You're not wrong about that, Knox replied. He knew what Kieran was really asking. Why would he risk his life by throwing away the protective cape? But the truth was, he hadn't risked a thing. He possessed a complete and total resistance to the berserk effect. It was the power of two genius traits working in perfect sync, the genius of melee and the genius of magical perception. Knox thought to himself that, simply put, only he could turn the dreaded blood moon into a personal power-up. I hope, Kieran said dryly, that it was worth it. The young master coolly inquired, Is there something you truly require from me? The man's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. I find it unfair, he stated, that you haven't properly introduced yourself. Knox's eyes widened in surprise. What are you talking about?
A sly smile graced Kieran's lips. I told you my name, but you... He trailed off, letting the accusation hang in the air, prompting the young master to immediately state his own name.
Are we even now? Knox asked. Kieran affirmed with a nod. Indeed, I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again. As Knox turned toward the tavern exit, Kieran's voice followed him. The Academy's schedule will make things difficult, but hiding your true power, that will be nearly impossible. He truly hoped that Knox wouldn't attract too much attention. Later, back in the quiet of his dorm, Knox reflected on how perfectly everything was falling into place. But as he entered his room, he found Zetri waiting. Fury radiated from her as she demanded, Why did you sneak out on the very first day without a single word to me? The young master's eyes shot to his own hair in a flash of panic. A telltale crimson stain was there. He was so sure she'd been fast asleep when he left. He'd even checked his maid's sharp voice cut through his thoughts. Are you even listening to me? I have warned you time and time again, she seethed, to avoid such reckless behavior. Despite the dark rumors clinging to their family's name, there was still a chance to restore their honor. She emphasized that last word with a piercing intensity. Knox could only shut his eyes, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. He began to remove his outer clothes, dismissively telling her, Just forget it happened. Tell me, how was your day? The young master then added, As I recall, the servants received training here as well. At this, Zetri's eyes went wide, and she nervously wrung her hands. A sudden wave of sadness washed over her. Looking down, she mumbled that nothing of note had occurred. Knox watched her carefully, his mind racing. Something had definitely happened today. He thoughtfully stroked his chin. He knew there were classes for all servants, from the lowborn to those of noble blood. It seemed Zetri had become a target for their scorn. He wondered, was there truly nothing he could do? Reaching into his pocket, he produced a small pouch. Take this, he said, pressing it into her hands. If you run into trouble during your lessons, you must open it. Zetri clutched the bag, her expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. My lord, what is this? She began, but was cut off by his mysterious smile. Only open it if you are in true peril. Inside is an item that will provide a rather decisive solution. Zetri looked at him, astonished. I really can't open it now. You must not, he insisted. The maid bowed deeply. I understand, my lord. If something happens, I will use it without fail. A faint smile touched the young master's lips. Don't you dare hesitate to use it when the time comes. Do you understand? She nodded firmly in response. Just then, a familiar blue screen appeared before him. A system notification. Successful entry into Elaine Academy. Plot Part 1. Complete. Knox's eyes shot open. He thought to himself, It's finally happened. A new line of text materialized on the screen. You have one unread message, the system prompted. Would you like to view it now? The young master tapped the screen without a moment's hesitation. Of course. As he did, a strange, ethereal energy pulsed from the letter on the screen. The sender's words appeared. Greetings. If you're reading this, it means you've successfully made it into Elaine Academy. I never doubted you for a second. The message continued. I am truly glad for you. Knox frowned. The tone was so familiar, as if the writer could see right through him. This person knew him intimately. He kept reading. "But this is only the beginning of your trials," the sender warned. "I know your path has been difficult, but I'm afraid it's about to get much worse. No one can face this but you, Knox, for only you are destined to witness the true ending." The sender's next words were almost an apology. "I know this may sound irresponsible, but I am truly doing everything in my power to help you. I have included a few gifts. It isn't much, but I hope you will accept what I've attached." The young master sank onto his bed. In the end, this letter explains nothing at all. He had to rethink everything. The possibility that this sender was the prophetic dream itself was growing stronger. The fact that this entity could manipulate the system and send him items was all the proof he needed. His theory was correct. From now on, he had to focus entirely on completing the story, because it was intrinsically linked to his own lost memories. The young master let out a weary sigh. "For now," he muttered, "I'll stop worrying about things I cannot change." His eyes settled on a letter icon. He'd better check this gift. With a single touch, Knox summoned his inventory to the screen. But his eyes flew open in shock as several names materialized before him. Theo, Alina, Gra, Talia. He was floored. "If I'm understanding this correctly..." He didn't even finish the thought, his finger instinctively tapping Talia's name, causing a cascade of screens to erupt in front. Even basic information on his own father appeared. A slow smile spread across Knox's face. This ability was absolutely incredible. Normally, to read someone's stats with his vision, he had to physically see them, but this was on another level entirely. Now, he could summon the details of anyone he had ever met, at any time. He grinned. A gift like this could only be sent by his expression suddenly froze, his brow furrowing as he stared at the screen. "That crazy old fool?" he muttered, staring at Theo's profile. His stamina had jumped by nearly half a point. Knox was baffled. How was he still developing? The man was already a revered pillar of the Sword Empire. The young master quickly composed himself. It didn't matter. In fact, watching Theo's stats rise had sparked a crucial realization. He glanced in the mirror, seeing his familiar face from his past world. This world only looked like a game, but it was dangerously real. Knox tensed with displeasure. This complicated everything. He turned his attention to a scroll. Well, at least the choice of classes went smoothly. Inscribed on the parchment was a list of subjects Knox was required to attend. Martial arts, the study of magical techniques, the history of the Arkham Empire, and horsemanship. The next morning, the academy was buzzing with students. Zitri stepped into a room filled with apprentice maids. Immediately, every pair of eyes fixed on her, dripping with mockery. A girl with short red hair whispered to her friend, "Is that her?" Zitri's eyes widened, but the venomous gossip only intensified. The friend whispered back, "The one from the fallen Luo family who's a commoner now." A wave of sadness washed over Zitri as everyone whispered about her. A dark-haired maid sneered, confirming, "That's definitely her." The nerve of some people, following her master all the way to Elaine Academy. How shameless can you be? The redhead laughed cruelly. "If I were her, I'd be too ashamed to even show my face in public. She's probably hoping to seduce an aristocrat and live the good life again," another chimed in. They shot Zitri predatory grins. The redhead smirked. "With a pretty face like that, she just might pull it off." "After all," her friend snickered, "she is the personal maid to the black sheep of the Reinhor family. I heard Master Knox is a lecher, too. She's probably more than happy to take advantage of that." The room erupted in cruel laughter. "It's so obvious." The redhead nodded in vicious agreement. "Where did she say her relatives were from again?" She laughed dismissively. "Who cares, some forgotten backwater? I'm sure it's not even worth worrying about." Zitri's hands clenched into fists. She was prepared to endure countless insults. Such was the fate of a fallen noblewoman. However, she would not allow them to tarnish young Master Knox's reputation. Her expression hardened. She approached the group and asked politely, "May we have a word?" The maid glared with hostility, but another with long hair pushed her aside. "You actually want to speak with us?" She smiled condescendingly. "I am Jael, daughter of a count from the glorious Flores family, in service to Lord Jael folded her arms, radiating smugness. "Do you really think I have a single minute to spare for a pathetic commoner like you?" Zitri's voice remained steady. "I heard you spreading baseless rumors about my master." Jael's grin twisted into a sneer. "And what are you going to do about it?" "Is it my fault your master has such a terrible reputation?" The other maids cackled. "If you're looking for an apology, you're not going to get one." Zitri looked at her with a solemn gaze. Her master, Knox, was right. In this academy, status is absolute. With that realization, she reached into her pocket for the small bag Knox had given her. There was nothing else she could do here. She opened it, and a miniature Knox appeared right beside her. Zitri gasped, her eyes wide with shock. A hologram of her master floated in the air. Jael screamed, stumbling back. You scared me.
The entire room stared in stunned silence. Zitri looked up at the hologram, her face full of questions.
The miniature Knox spoke, his voice calm yet commanding. I don't know what's going on here. And frankly, it doesn't matter. His holographic eyes scanned the room with icy displeasure. If Zitri felt the need to summon me, there can only be one reason.
Knox's finger pointed directly at Jael. It's because of you. Or all of you. It makes no difference to me.
But his words died in his throat. As Jael stared back, her face a mask of pure terror, asking if this was the man from the Reinhor family, a chilling grin spread across Knox's face. He announced that they were all in deep trouble now. He would personally rip their heads from their shoulders and mail them home in a box. After that threat, he vanished. Zitri stood in the deafening silence, stunned. It finally hit her. This was the terrifying resolve of her master. This was Sir Knox's radical decision. Jael was paralyzed with fear. The color drained from her face as she collapsed to the floor. Bowing desperately before Zitri, she awkwardly stammered, asking for her name. Zitri let out a heavy sigh and told her. To Jael's ears, that sigh was a death sentence, sending a fresh wave of horror through her. The Reinhor family would annihilate her entire bloodline. She began apologizing profusely to Zitri. She cried that she was out of her mind, that it would never, ever happen again. Her pleas echoed in the silence. Everyone else just stared at the pathetic scene, completely shocked. Zitri, however, realized with a jolt that this brutal method was devastatingly effective. But she knew this would only add to the dark rumors surrounding Knox. She glanced to the side, quietly wondering what he was truly thinking. She then strode past the prostrating Jael, every eye following her with newfound fear. Sometime later, under a bleak and sunless sky, Zitri and Knox were walking down the street when she asked with concern if he was feeling all right.
Her young master looked completely exhausted. She couldn't help but point out the dark circles under his eyes.
Knox simply rubbed his eye, brushing it off as nothing. But Zitri frowned, her gaze filled with pity for him. He was thinking about how he had barely managed to figure out his class selection. He sighed wearily, just as a young man appeared, blocking their path. The man was dressed in a simple white shirt, brown overalls, and a matching headdress. He offered them a warm smile, doffing his hat as he bowed deeply to Knox, addressing him by name. Knox simply asked who he was. The man remained in his bow, ready to offer a formal introduction. He said his name was Rick, a faithful servant of Lady Eleanor. With another smile, Rick declared that their meeting was a great honor. The young master repeated the name, his brow furrowing. He had a bad feeling about this. A system window suddenly flared to life before him. It warned him of a coming shock, activating his master actor skill. The shock effect was instantly nullified. Knox's mind raced. From the very first second, he recognized this dangerous snake. It was the deceitful Rick.
A true servant of the devil. He remembered from the main story. Over the next 3 chapters, this man would betray his own company, pushing the entire plot forward.
Not only that, Rick was a literal devil worshipper, who would eventually betray Lady Eleanor herself. Knox looked down on him with sheer arrogance. The old saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," was absolute garbage. In the world of the game, Rick was pure trash you should never get involved with. Rick produced a small blue box, explaining that Lady Eleanor had sent a gift for the young master. He called it an extremely valuable artifact. As he held out the box, Knox's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Get out of my sight," he commanded, his voice cold as ice. The young master's expression was deadly serious. Of course, he was curious about the artifact, but he knew it was nothing more than a poisoned apple. He could never accept it. Rick looked up in surprise, asking what he meant. Knox's eyes widened, his hand snapping to the hilt of his sword. "Do I," he hissed, "need to repeat myself?" Zitri went rigid, watching in horror as her master's hand went to his blade. The color drained from Rick's face as Knox glared at him with pure, undisguised hatred. Knox was about to draw his sword, but the servant began trembling with fear. Seeing this, he turned sharply and stormed off. Zitri gave Rick a quick, apologetic bow before hurrying after her master, calling for him to wait. "Your body is still weak," she pleaded. "You must be careful or you'll fall." Knox scoffed, asking if she truly thought he was that pathetic. The maid vividly remembered him lying sick in bed. She reminded him that he had just recovered from a severe cold and chills. Considering his hands were always like ice, she thought it would be hard to find anyone with a weaker constitution. An awkward smile touched the young master's lips. "You're right," he admitted, "but I'll be fine."
"We will definitely live, not die," Zitri nodded, then looked down sadly. "Still, nothing is ever easy for you."
"You are always at the center of some great event." Knox looked at her, surprised, before sighing. "It can't be helped. It seems I'm just too popular." She gave him a sidelong glance. He knew that to her. He wasn't just a master. He was the man who had saved her life. The character known as Zitri possessed a powerful devotion trait. Being away from her master for too long was a genuine burden for her. As they continued on, she suddenly asked why he had treated that young man so cruelly. Knox replied, "Do you mean Rick Model of your needs?" "Yes," Zitri answered, her voice laced with concern. You suddenly went on a rampage out of nowhere." He placed a hand on her shoulder, his gaze intense. "I need you to listen to me very carefully. No matter what unfolds," Knox warned, "do not let Rick anywhere near you. Nothing good can ever come of it." Zitri's thoughts drifted to Eleanor, believing this was all because of their strained relationship with her.
But Knox's reaction was too extreme for that. Clearly, a much more dangerous reason was at play. With a respectful bow, she affirmed her understanding. "I will follow your command. I will stay far away from Rick."
The young master nodded, his mind already racing ahead. Considering what's about to happen, it might be best to avoid Eleanor herself. Getting involved with her will only draw more unwanted attention. We have to be more cautious from now on. Sometime later, students gathered in the Academy's Grand Hall, a place dripping with luxury. They sat on ornate benches while a man addressed them from the center. Knox scowled, recalling his recent talk with Zitri. He couldn't help but wonder, why did every disaster seem to land squarely on his shoulders?
A gray-haired man with a mustache and glasses cleared his throat. "Starting today," he announced, his voice booming, "you will form teams to grow and face trials with for the entire year."
And for a team to succeed, the most vital step is getting to know one another. The young master's heart sank. It seems I celebrated too soon. He rested his head in his hand, his expression an emotionless mask. He never imagined that not having friends would become a critical problem in what should be a single-player game. The instructor continued, "Those of you who are already acquainted may form teams of 4. You have 5 minutes." Knox closed his eyes, a feeling of dread creeping in. This is impossible. An outcast like me will never find a team. He raised his hand. "Sir," he called out, "what happens if someone fails to form a team?" "You will receive a failing grade," the man stated flatly, "and you will not be permitted to retake this course." His serious gaze locked onto the young master. "You cannot work alone. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Knox replied, the words tasting like ash. So this is it, he thought. I'm going to fail right from the very beginning. Elaine Academy is already hard enough to graduate from. Failing even one subject is a direct path to expulsion. I can't let that happen.
All around him, students eagerly began to group up. A boy approached the princess. "May I join your team? I want Penelope on our team, too," Echidna declared. A dark-haired student turned to Perislus. "Want to team up?" Knox buried his face in his hands, staring blankly at his desk in defeat.
There has to be a way, he thought desperately. Even for someone like me. There must be a way to find a team. Just then, a blonde-haired boy approached Eleanor. "Will you join us?" "I may not look it," he boasted, "but I'm actually quite strong." Another boy with short hair just smirked. "Too late. Eleanor is already on my team. I can even offer a contract for my family's products." He bribed, but Eleanor simply ignored them, walking straight towards Knox. "Knox," she said, a playful smile on her lips. "Did you really dislike my gift that much?" Before he could answer, she continued, "I have another proposal for you, a way to repay my debt." The young master narrowed his eyes. "What are you talking about?" Eleanor gracefully brushed her hair back. "I'm going to let you join my team." He scowled at her incredible arrogance, but he instantly realized the truth in her words. In the end, they were destined to be on the same team. Before he could even finish the thought, Talia rushed over to them. "Knox, I want to join your team." Another annoying girl, Knox thought with a sigh. Talia fidgeted, unable to meet his gaze, and the young master knew why. In the original game, Talia was a good person. Whether she liked him or not, he was still her fiancé. She couldn't just stand by and watch the unfortunate loner fail. "How chilling," Knox muttered under his breath. Eleanor rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "Well now, this is unexpected." The young master shot her a glare. "What's that supposed to mean?" She grinned wickedly. "It's just funny, isn't it, that even a man like you has friends?" Knox fell silent, recalling the cruel things he'd said to her as a child. I suppose I deserve that. So why do her words still infuriate me so much? Talia asked again, her voice barely a whisper. "So, can I join?" Eleanor smiled. "You still need one more member, don't you?" "You're acting as if my opinion matters," Knox said dryly. She just smiled back. "Do you really have a choice?" The young master shot a sharp look to the side. "You're a very perceptive woman."
Eleanor's logic was undeniable. To reclaim his shattered memories, he had to conquer this academy.
That meant achieving absolute excellence. His first quest was secure a place among the academy's top 10 students. And after that, an even greater trial awaited a battle against an archdemon. a destiny that would force him to be both a hero and a villain. The hall buzzed with the excited chatter of students when a boy with brown hair and a spray of freckles approached their table with a warm greeting. His name was Paul, and he was thrilled to be the final member of their team. Knox glanced at the glowing black screen, feeling a wave of relief. Their last teammate was just an ordinary person. The system window displayed the basic details: male, 15 years old, human.
Paul possessed no special attributes or achievements. His only bonuses were minor survivalist, efficient, devout, and physically resilient.
His statistics were almost laughably mediocre: 4 points in stamina, 3 in mana, 2 in willpower, and 10 in charm. But then, Knox saw something that made his eyes widen. Paul had a single active skill, a one-time blessing, and absolutely no passives. A slow, knowing smile spread across the young master's face. This was truly amazing. The boy's stats were pathetic. Yes, but none of that mattered. Because Paul could bestow a blessing. He couldn't help but wonder how someone with such a rare gift, something only seen among the holy saints, could even exist in this academy. Shaking his head, he decided now wasn't the time for such trivial thoughts. Paul beamed at them, ready to begin their work together. Eleanor smiled warmly, introducing herself and expressing her hope that everyone was prepared to give their all. Talia blushed slightly as she gave her name, happy he was on the team. But Knox merely stared at Paul, bypassing any formal introduction. He spoke, his voice cutting through the pleasantries. "I only hope you won't be a burden. Try to pull your own weight." Suddenly, the gray-haired professor slammed his hand on the desk, his voice booming across the hall to silence the students. "It seems all teams have been successfully formed," he announced. "I wish you well in the coming week. Furthermore, your team composition is now locked for the entire semester. You are all dismissed."
"Old fool," Knox muttered with contempt. "That was too loud," Talia whispered anxiously. "I know," the young master retorted, not caring in the slightest.
I wanted him to hear it. She insisted that cursing at a professor was a terrible idea, but Knox had already turned his back on her. "I couldn't care less," he said, walking toward the exit. "I'm part of a team now. He has no authority over me." As the young master pushed the door open to leave, Talia's voice called out to him. She glanced away nervously. What classes did you register for?" I don't have any ulterior motives or anything," she stammered. Knox scoffed internally at how incredibly direct she was being. He strode out of the hall, but she hurried after him. "I was just curious, that's all," Talia insisted, reaching for his arm. The young master stopped and sharply poked her forehead. "Are you really asking me to reveal which subjects are easiest to get a perfect score in? And do you truly believe," he sneered, "that I would just tell you?" Talia's eyes shot open. "What do you mean? That's not it at all." But Knox was already walking away, convinced she couldn't fool him. He would never share such valuable information. Before long, evening descended upon the academy. They were in the academy's 4th sector, a vibrant market filled with countless shops. Knox, cloaked in black, listened as Zitri spoke. "This is just as expected of Elaine Academy. Studying here requires a massive investment." She scanned a small notebook. "Textbooks, equipment, enchanted scrolls. I finally understand why commoners never last long here. They simply don't have enough money for it all." The young master calmly examined vials of potions on a nearby counter. He picked up 2 small bottles. "The problems of commoners do not concern me." He gazed at the swirling liquid. "If a person has enough talent for this academy, they'll easily attract sponsors, even as a commoner, provided that talent isn't something utterly useless." Zitri handed a pouch of gold to the merchant. For Knox, money would never be an obstacle.
Suddenly, a harsh voice shattered the marketplace clamor. "You dirty brat! Get out of here, now!"
"Young master," Zitri said tensely, "it seems trouble is brewing." "Where people gather, there is always noise," Knox replied calmly. "Anything can happen. You simply need to ignore it." But then, his gaze locked onto a man in a burgundy coat standing in the crowd. His eyes flew open in shock as a jolt of recognition hit him. "That's the one." Before he could finish his thought, the man spat on the pavement. He jabbed a finger at a cowering figure, his voice full of scorn. "If you're not going to buy anything, then get lost. Why are you blocking the way for people with actual money to spend?" he sneered. Knox recognized the emblem instantly. This had to be the son of one of the 3 great families of darkness. The young heir, Leon von Marvis. But his focus wasn't on the arrogant noble in the burgundy coat, but on Leon, who was clutching a single potion. The young master realized the truth. After his family's recent bankruptcy, Leon must be desperate for money. The noble's taunts finally pushed him too far. "What could possibly be reasonable about this?" Leon roared, his voice thick with fury. He spat with contempt. "Stop spewing nonsense and get out of my sight."
"Ella's standards have truly fallen," he scoffed. "Recruiting every last beggar they can find."
Leon's head snapped up. His eyes blazed with an emerald light as a sinister green energy began to pool at his feet. He growled, his voice low and dangerous. What beggars are you talking about? A menacing green aura pulsed around him. The grimoire in his hands suddenly shot into the air. As he raised his palm, chaotic bolts of energy began to arc around him.
Leon's voice was ice. My family may have fallen on hard times, but I will not forgive you for insulting the name of Manhwa.
Knox and the maid stared, their eyes wide with shock. He's completely lost his mind, Knox thought. He shot forward, his own heart pounding. You don't cross this line, no matter how angry you are. The young master was in a full-blown panic. He couldn't believe it. Was Leon seriously about to unleash his mana? Right here, in the middle of the 4th sector, as if summoned from the abyss, black magic skeletons clawed their way into existence, swords in hand. A menacing green energy radiated from Leon. Who controlled them all? Young Master Zetri cried out in alarm. What are you doing? Knox yelled back. That idiot has gone completely insane. He could see the madness swirling in Leon's eyes. He had to be stopped before he did something unforgivable. You can tell all that just from his eyes, she asked, baffled. I know exactly what I'm seeing. Knox replied with grim certainty. Just trust me. Zetri could only stare, perplexed. The arrogant noble was now trembling in fear. Are you insane? He shrieked. Do you even realize what you're doing? He stammered. A sliver of pride returning. How dare you? But his words were cut short by Knox's chilling command. Step back. Leave now, while we're still asking. The young master stood before them, a black sword in his hand, his entire form wreathed in an oppressive, dark purple aura. Leave, Knox repeated, his voice dangerously low. If you don't want to die. The noble screeched. What did you just say?
Calling Knox a fool, he raged. How dare you stand in my path? Do you have any idea who I am?
The young master simply put a hand to his hood, grunted, and pulled it back. No, he said calmly. Do you know who is standing before you? A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. They were frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Emma gave Talia a bewildered look. Talia grilled her. Even though he's on my team, do you really think Knox has a good reason for hiding his schedule from me? She gazed out the window, sighing dramatically. Is this just some form of puberty? Is he that shy around me? She then whipped around to face the maid. Well, what is your opinion on the matter? Answer me, Talia demanded. Emma flinched nervously. My lady, she stammered awkwardly. How would I possibly know what goes on inside young Master Knox's head? She tried to soothe her mistress. Perhaps you should calm down just a little.
Talia looked away, frustrated. I am trying to be as mature as possible. I've stopped judging people by their appearance.
I did everything I could to win back his favor, but he just... Her voice trailed off as she began to awkwardly wring her hands. Emma watched her with growing concern. At this rate, her mistress would be stewing over this for weeks. If she had known this would happen, she never would have defended that idiot in front of her. She vividly remembered their carriage ride, when Talia asked why her own fiancé was acting so cold towards her, and Emma had replied, I believe he is simply going through puberty. The lady had stared at her in surprise. What do you mean by that?
With a wise expression, the maid explained. All boys his age behave this way. They act rude to others and pretend to be hard to get close to.
Talia's face had lit up with a smile. Emma knew. In that very moment, that's where it had all started. That was when she began to develop feelings for Knox. At the time, Emma had no idea what her words would lead to. Now she wondered, perhaps she shouldn't have said something so thoughtless. The maid rubbed her chin helplessly, thinking it was now obvious that Talia liked Master Knox. And since that had happened, she awkwardly spoke up. I'm not so sure that's the reason Master Knox is behaving this way, Talia asked in surprise. What are you talking about? Emma carefully proposed a new theory. He is your fiancé, after all. Is it possible he is trying to draw a line between his personal life and achieving success at the academy?
Talia suddenly grabbed her hand, her face beaming with joy.
Emma, she exclaimed. I knew it. You've always been so good at understanding relationships. Are you truly certain? Emma asked, her voice filled with hesitation. A joyful blush crept onto Talia's cheeks. You sound so confident now, she declared. From now on, you're the only one I'll turn to for advice. Seeing the pure joy on her mistress's face, Emma offered a silent apology in her heart, a bittersweet feeling since she hadn't truly met anyone yet.
A helpless smile touched the maid's lips, but their moment was abruptly cut short by a sharp knock at the chamber door.
Both of them turned toward the sound. Emma's voice was firm. The maid of the rival house will hear you now, but first, you must state the purpose of your visit. Just then, a woman named Eleanor stepped inside, offering a polite greeting. She smiled, introducing herself to the maid. I'm on Lady Talia's team, she explained. In our battle magic class, I wish to speak with the madam. A weary look crossed Emma's face, prompting Talia to call her name with a questioning tone.
Emma's brow furrowed slightly. If you do not have an appointment, she stated coolly. It would be best to arrange a meeting with the mistress first.
Eleanor simply smiled and uttered a single name, Knox. Instantly, a wave of concern washed over both of them. I came to speak with you. About Knox. Moments later, Talia and Eleanor relocated to a more private room.
I'm so glad we could meet, Eleanor began. This makes it the second time today.
Her smile was stiff, almost artificial. Talia watched her with growing unease. Meanwhile, in another place, Knox posed a question. Do you require me to introduce myself? The man's eyes shot wide in pure shock. That silver hair, those purple eyes, it's really him. A ripple of fear spread through the onlookers. There was no mistaking his presence. Are you really the Reinhoer who was accepted into the academy this year? The guy stammered. Knox's voice was dangerously calm. I do not enjoy repeating myself. The man immediately bowed his head in a frantic apology. Forgive me, I didn't recognize you under the hooded cloak. But his words died in his throat. The young master's gaze turned ominous. Get out of my sight, before I get angry. An icy silence descended. The guy stared, paralyzed by sheer terror. Knox's voice boomed. Are you going to force me to say it a third time? Terrified, the man scrambled away, fleeing for his life. I'm going! He yelled over his shoulder. Leon glared at Knox. I wasn't finished speaking with him. In response, a skeleton wreathed in green energy shrieked and lunged at Knox. The young master simply raised a hand, a swirling vortex of purple energy materializing in his palm.
It pulsed like a miniature dark star. Must we resort to black magic? Knox asked with disdain. Merely to have a conversation.
He thrust the energy sphere into the skeleton's gaping maw, and the skull instantly shattered into 1,000 fragments. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Knox turned to Leon. You might as well be asking the Imperial family to capture you. Suddenly, Leon's eyes flew open in horrified realization. You're right, he gasped. Using magic before adulthood? It's forbidden by law. He stared down at his own palm in disbelief. I had completely forgotten. In an instant, the sinister green aura vanished. Leon bowed deeply before Knox. My apologies, he said, his voice sincere. You saved me a great deal of trouble. Knox produced a small pouch. Now that you understand, take this, buy what you need. He tossed the pouch to Leon. Use this if your own funds are insufficient. Leon opened the bag. His eyes widened. It was filled with gold coins that seemed to radiate their own light. He looked up, shocked. Why are you helping me? His tone turned suspicious. If you're trying to make me your debtor, it won't work.
A pittance like this means nothing to my fortune, Knox replied coolly. Though I won't pretend I don't have ulterior motives. Leon stared in surprise for a moment, then let out a short, knowing chuckle. I see. I understand completely.
With that, he held out his hand. A shimmering green magic seal materialized in the air, sucking the remaining skeletons into its vortex. Leon stepped closer to Knox. He glanced down at a single gold coin. I assume this is payment? For my silence about the power I can feel from you.
The unique magic of necromancy? A power that belongs only to the Marva family.
Leon held the coin aloft. It began to glow with a faint green energy, then levitated, suspended in the air. He controlled it with a mere thought. I'm afraid, he said to Knox, his voice cold, that I am not satisfied with this deal. He calmly closed his eyes. Where did you get the power of my family? At that same moment, Eleanor and Talia were sitting at a table, sipping tea.
There is something I wish to discuss, Knox's fiancé began, while Alina watched Talia's expression, intrigued.
This was not the reaction she had imagined. Talia was perfectly calm, her gaze distant and thoughtful. Could it be she actually has feelings for Knox? Alina wondered. A faint smile touched her lips as she immediately dismissed the idea. Impossible. Not for someone like him. An engagement is merely a burden. It's best to be direct. You should know that Knox is a dangerous person, Alina stated coolly. First, he is the son of a family that stands as a pillar of darkness. And second, you can't just ignore the mountain of rumors about his eccentricities, she countered, taking a slow, deliberate sip of her tea. Talia lowered her gaze, her voice soft but firm. I truly don't believe Knox is that kind of person.
Her expression was deadly serious, but Alina's brow furrowed in annoyance. As the memory of her own childhood encounter with the young master resurfaced,
Alina calmly closed her eyes. Not many would share your opinion. She thought, this girl is truly something else. Why would a girl so honest and open waste her time on someone as worthless as Knox? Her eyes met Talia's again, and saw a flicker of clear dislike. Talia decided to cut to the chase. The young master, he has his flaws, but he would never do anything truly monstrous. People see his cold exterior and misunderstand him completely. But I believe that's only scratching the surface. Alina's expression soured.
I heard you two are engaged. That explains why you're defending him so fiercely. She set her teacup down with a clink.
But among nobles, engagements are fragile things, easily broken. Talia's face clouded over as she shot back. That's not why I have faith in him.
A dark smile played on Alina's lips. People don't change so easily. Knox's fiancé conceded the point. But she had one more card to play.
It was Knox who saved your life. If he hadn't intervened, you would have died that day. You know that better than anyone. Alina's eyes widened in shock. Talia pressed her advantage. So why? Why do you treat him with such hostility? Alina's frown melted into a serene smile. It seems I've said far too much. With that, she rose to her feet, ending the conversation. She offered a polite thank you, and Knox's fiancé bid her farewell. As Alina descended into the courtyard, Rick's voice called out to her. He wore a knowing smile. Looks like your chat didn't go as planned. Alina stared at the ground. She asked him, "What's the most crucial quality for a merchant?" Rick grinned. "A sharp eye for detail. And an instinct for your surroundings." Of course. She frowned. It was that very instinct that had earned her the title of Money Fox and made her a legend in the world of finance. Could Knox have really changed? The thought was absurd. Nonsense. A pained frown crossed her face as she murmured, "After all this time, it just can't be true." Meanwhile, in the Academy's 4th sector, Knox and Leon faced off. A terrifying aura, swirling with black and green energy, erupted from the air of the Marvis. The young master yelled to the onlookers, "Everyone, get out of here, now!" Knox watched, bewildered as students screamed and fled. Green energy bled into the air, coalescing into a dark barrier that trapped them both. Knox scanned his surroundings. Barrier magic, he realized. This is getting serious. No matter how desperate Leon was for money, he would never stand by while a stranger wielded his clan's ancestral power. A single gold coin floated above Leon's palm. "You should have offered something more substantial, if you truly wanted to negotiate." Knox let out a short laugh. "Are you implying I have something else to bargain with? This is about your family's honor. I doubt anything else would satisfy you." Leon's gaze was menacing.
You talk as if you know me. The young master called his name, then continued. The Marvis clan once stood as equals to the great Reinhor family.
Your line was once so powerful. He never finished the sentence. A violent pulse of green energy flared between them. Leon cut him off, his voice sharp. "I don't like you speaking of us in the past tense." Knox's reply was calm, yet piercing. "But you know better than anyone how far your family has fallen." He uttered a single name, Sylvester's. Leon's reaction was immediate. His face tightened as the young master continued. "Those people are orchestrating a turf war. They plan to overthrow the Marvis clan head and seize the majority of your lands."
Leon gritted his teeth, visibly reining in his fury. He spoke to Knox, his voice dripping with scorn. You're pretending to know more than you do. Are you trying to appeal to my desire for revenge?
Knox just smiled, then chuckled. "Revenge? What are you talking about? Don't be absurd. I have no interest in something so petty. All I want is to see the Marvis family restored to its former glory." In addition, Knox continued,
the new head of the clan will reclaim what is rightfully his, and the Marvis name will once again thunder across the continent. A confident smile spread across the young master's face.
"Isn't that exactly what you desire?" Leon conceded. "Not bad. You do seem to know me well." With that, he pointed a sharp finger at him. "Now, let's return to the matter of how you obtained the power of my clan." Knox calmly explained it was a complete accident, and that he'd only recently discovered it was the unique power of his family. Leon glanced away. "I believe you," he said. The young master asked in surprise. "That's it, really? You're not going to press for more details?" A hint of melancholy entered Leon's voice. "You've already told me everything I needed to know." Knox frowned, a wave of understanding washing over him. From the very beginning, Leon wasn't concerned with how the family power came to him. He wanted to know how much Knox knew about his clan's dire situation, and why he was willing to step into their war. With the battle over, the black barrier dissolved into nothingness. The young master told Leon he was glad the boy found his answers. The heir to the Marvis clan expressed his deepest gratitude, promising to repay this debt in the future, but not with something as cheap as money. The young master simply turned back to Zitri. He told Leon, "You can forget about it. I expect nothing in return." The next day, the sun shone brightly in a clear sky, a perfect day. He arrived at a luxurious building, shimmering with gold accents. As Knox crossed a small bridge inside, he noticed everything was coated in a chilling layer of ice. There, Noah sat before him, upon a throne forged from ice itself. He mused that she was his guiding light, his island of peace in a turbulent world. It was time to enhance his hour of genius skill.
A confident smile graced his lips, his eyes seeming to glow with inner power. He knew that among all the game's brilliant skills, Prophetic Dream was the undisputed king.
His mind flashed back to his past life, to the moment an inscription appeared on his screen, declaring he was the first to ever conquer the game. As a reward, a legendary hidden skill was unlocked.
Hour of Genius was now his to command. However, this power could only be wielded by a character with 2 active genius stats.
Looking at Noah now, he remembered how he'd simply loved the game, buying the expansion pack blind, with no idea what future it held. If he hadn't made that one crucial decision, he would have met a grim end many times over by now. The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. Knox masked his unease with a smile, while the dean casually licked a giant lollipop. She grinned. You truly put on a show during the test. Is your family secretly raising a monster like you? The young master stepped forward. Calling me a monster? Right to my face? Don't you think that's a bit much? Noah simply smiled. Am I wrong? She lowered her leg, and a chilling blue aura pulsed beneath it. The dean continued her interrogation. How else could you face that ice troll with such unnerving calm? It was a terrifying sight. A strange magical seal began to form around her. Her very face seemed to frost over as she asked, So how could a talent like you ever have been called trash? Noah's gaze sharpened, as if trying to pierce his soul. I find it hard to believe. Did the Sword Emperor himself truly fail to notice your gift? She smirked. That simply can't be right. Knox frowned, knowing she was suspicious. But it was to be expected. After all, the original Knox was a genuine nobody. A system window appeared. Master acting skill has been activated. His expression shifted to one of effortless confidence as he thought. Who cares what she suspects? Shock effect has been removed, the young master asked her directly. Why are you so concerned with who I was in the past? You're right, she admitted, but her talent was electrifying. Noah's smile became sinister. So electrifying that I desperately want to make you mine, Knox calmly replied. You seem to be mistaken. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. His mind flashed back to the test, and he told her, I saw you watching me, disguised as a student. A smug smile played on the young master's lips. Her eyes widened. You really noticed? A scroll materialized above her hand, levitating in the air, she told him. Now I'm even more curious to see what else you're hiding. The young master smiled, thinking, It's finally happening, she revealed. This is why I summoned you. It was a skill enhancement scroll, an item capable of amplifying any of his abilities several times over. An artifact of immense value. This is the first I've heard of such a scroll, Knox stated. Noah gave an unconvinced smile and then told him he could have it. She gestured towards him, and the scroll shot forward, glowing with a golden energy. He reached out and snatched it from the air. The young master's brow furrowed instantly. Noah fell silent, a subtle, knowing smile on her lips. Knox stared at the scroll with concern. For a split second, it felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He wondered if he had imagined it. Shaking it off, he smiled and opened the scroll, figuring he was just overexcited. A system notification flashed into view. You have received a new artifact. Information is being downloaded. Basic information appeared on the screen. It was a skill amplifier. Type, activated scroll. Effect, increases the effectiveness of any skill by 1.5 times. The system notified him that the skill amplifier was ready for use and asked if he wished to activate it. The young master pressed his palm to the window. Answering yes, a new message appeared, stating that he must select a skill to enhance. Knox chose Hour of Genius without a second thought. The system immediately notified him that the artifact was activated. The young master smiled with satisfaction as golden and pink energy swirled around him. The skill has been successfully enhanced. You have received an improved Hour of Genius. A moment later, only a pure golden aura remained, coiling around his body like a serpent. But then, a new message appeared. He had acquired the artifact at an early stage. Therefore, the effect would be enhanced even further. A system notification flashed before him. The artifact's effect would be doubled. The Hour of Genius skill now lasted a full 10 minutes. A smirk crept across Knox's face. He knew there was no other way to improve a skill of this caliber. This was already an S-tier skill, making enhancement paths incredibly rare. One of the few methods was a strengthening scroll. To obtain a scroll this early in the story was the ultimate prize. Noah smiled. Are you satisfied with the result? Scarlet and gold energy swirled above Knox's hand like a living flame. He decided it was best not to prolong their conversation. He gave her a simple nod and declared that he would leave, if she was finished. Noah granted him permission to go, adding that he must be exhausted after saving his classmate. The young master gave her a sharp look, wondering if she knew everything. He sighed heavily. It was an accident. Do not give it another thought.
I'd rather not draw unnecessary attention at the academy. The dean simply said that she understood.
She then urged him to go and get some rest. Knox replied, I am truly grateful to you. With that, he departed. As he left, Noah thought to herself that Knox was a dangerous one. She'd need to be on her guard. A quiet laugh escaped her.
I look forward to seeing the monster he'll become. While she savored a pink lollipop, a voice asked, Is it truly that interesting?
The next day, inside an academy classroom, a professor in a white suit addressed the students. Their mission to memorize the properties and traits of every element. Knox leaned on his arm, an air of complete boredom surrounding him as he thought. The original story never delved this deeply into imperial magic. But the lesson itself wasn't what mattered. What mattered was Professor Raz von Celestia. Instantly, a status window displaying the professor's information appeared. He was a 35-year-old human male. His attribute was Earth, and his title was Professor of Eldane. He possessed 3 positive traits: passion for studies, introspection, and mastery of unknown weapons. But Celestia's negative traits were far more revealing: obsession, paranoia, trauma, a weak mind, and cold-bloodedness. It was him, the same man with the pink hair and mustache. Knox knew this professor had a critical role to play at this stage of the plot. Celestia's full stats materialized. Stamina was 12, mana was 18, his luck was a pitiful 3, his willpower 21, and his charm was 19. The young master noted that the professor wasn't particularly strong, but having this intel in advance was a priceless advantage. He was honestly surprised that with such a pathetic stat spread, the man had managed to become a professor at Eldane. Celestia scanned the classroom thoughtfully before announcing the start of the lesson. His gaze locked onto Knox, seeing nothing but pure arrogance. Indeed, the young master was already looking down on everyone around him. Celestia scoffed internally. What kind of talent could make someone so conceited? And what on earth did Dean Noah see in this boy? He cleared his throat, addressing the class. Every person, not just academy students, has a predisposition to a certain element of mana. Today, you will discover which element you possess and how to manifest it. Then, his voice suddenly boomed, calling out one name, Knox. Knox met his gaze with a questioning look. Celestia challenged him. Do you already know what element you possess? Knox answered without a shred of doubt. My attribute is darkness. The professor's eyes narrowed. And what do you know about it? The young master began to explain. Unlike the 4 main elements, darkness is capricious. It does not harmonize well with the others. However, when it comes to raw power, the destructive potential of darkness is truly on another level. Its main disadvantage is control. Only a select few families have ever mastered it, passing their secrets down through the generations. Celestia pressed him further. What element stands as the opposite of darkness? Light, Knox replied instantly. The professor's brow furrowed. When these 2 forces collide, which one usually wins? A smug grin formed on his face. But the young master answered calmly. In most cases, light is the victor. Celestia's body began to tremble, from either fury or disbelief. He sputtered in shock. Most students would deny the weaknesses of their own attribute. The professor sneered. Are you special? Then, he declared, you will answer one final question. He raised a single finger, a wicked smile twisting his lips as he asked, what would you do if you faced a wielder of the light attribute in battle? A cold smile touched Knox's lips. I would find the perfect opportunity and kill them before they could even react. Then, I would make absolutely certain that they could never get in my way again. The young master's smile turned utterly demonic, sending a chill of pure fear through all the students watching. Celestia's eyes shot wide open as he thought, what is this boy? What kind of monster is saying these things? Elsewhere, in the servants' quarters, Eleanor's butler Rick sat on his bed, lost in a dark trance. In one hand, a syringe of terrifying red liquid. With his teeth, he tightened a band around his arm. Then, he plunged the needle into his vein. He injects the crimson fluid into his body, letting out a satisfied groan. As the substance enters his veins, dark, eerie markings begin to crawl across his skin. The corruption spreads from his arm, coursing through his entire being, and a look of twisted satisfaction dawns on Rick's face. After the ritual, Rick approaches the mirror to admire his new form, a wicked smile spreading across his lips. A demonic crest burns itself onto his chest. He mutters to his reflection, just a little more effort, and I'll finally become a true demon. But then, a hand of pure shadow emerges from the mirror's surface. A voice echoes from the glass. Yes, just as you desire, Denver, you will be reborn. No longer a mere human. You will transcend sleep, and you will never age. You'll become a demon that shatters the limits of humanity. Rick's face lights up with joy as he kneels before the mirror. I will do everything in my power to revive you, Master. The demon offers only a sinister grin before melting back into the darkness. Rick composes himself, his appearance returning to normal. His face changes, his eyes returning to their normal black, hiding the monster that now lurks within as he continues his schemes unnoticed.
Back in the lecture hall, Professor Raz and the students are left stunned by the main character's answer to a hypothetical question. A cold, calm smile touches Knox's lips as he speaks. Simple. While my enemy is still unaware, I would eliminate them.
I would ensure the kill is absolute, so they could never cause me trouble in the future. The professor is taken aback by this brutal pragmatism. So, you would rip the problem out by its very roots, before it even has a chance to grow. I must admit, I wasn't expecting an answer like that. Knox sits, his face a perfect mask. My apologies, if that wasn't the correct response. I simply concluded it was the most efficient method. Just then, a notification only he can see flashes. Acting genius has been powerfully activated. Professor Raz stares at Knox, silently analyzing him.
Unwavering eyes, a perfectly straight posture, shoulders unbent by pressure or doubt.
Knox von Reinh Harbor. He meant every single word. Now I finally understand why Dean Noah is so interested in him. Snapping out of his thoughts, the professor barks an order. Assistant, prepare the imp immediately. The assistant flinches, hesitantly asking for confirmation. Professor Raz silences him with an icy glare. Did you not hear me?
I said to prepare for the magic adequacy test. The terrified assistant scrambles to obey without another word.
The professor looks back at Knox, a cruel smirk on his face. That kind of haughty attitude needs to be knocked down a peg. He strokes his chin with satisfaction. After all, to forge a sharp sword, you must hammer it thousands of times. A moment later, the assistant wheels in a cart covered by a white sheet. The students murmur with curiosity, gathering around. With trembling hands, the assistant begins to pull back the cloth. As the sheet falls away, the students' eyes widen in shock and horror at what lies beneath. Professor Raz calmly explains. This is a low-rank demon provided by the association. Caged before them is an imp, a terrifying creature with a small, crimson body and 2 wicked horns sprouting from its head.
Panic begins to spread through the lecture hall, but the professor simply reassures them.
While highly aggressive, it poses little threat. Its vitality is so low that any one of you cadets could easily kill it. His words did little to calm their nerves. A demon was still a demon. This is just the first class, a student whispered. So this is the level of Eldon Academy. To think this is only our first class. This must be the standard at Eldon Academy. Professor Ross's voice cuts through the chatter. Silence and focus. You are the elites chosen for this academy. Are you not? You must remember your purpose. Your ultimate goal isn't to be a knight or a mage. It is to subjugate every demon that exists in this world. And to do that, you must first become familiar with these creatures, these beings that we still know so little about. His fiery speech seemed to ignite a spark of determination in some of the students. The professor then laid out the instructions for their first real test. Each of you will infuse your mana into this caged imp and force it into submission. Meanwhile, Knox looked upon the demon with cold disdain. Something felt wrong. He thought to himself, according to the original story, this lesson isn't supposed to happen until the second year.
Something is definitely out of place. The professor continued. Condense your mana into your palm and let it flow into the target.
Before a single student could act, the professor glanced at his pocket watch and announced, this test will conclude in exactly 15 minutes. He thought to himself with a smirk. No matter how great the Reinhofer family is, there's no way a first year would expect to face a real imp. He's bound to fall for the imp's deception and end up a drooling mess on the floor.
I'll teach you your place, Reinhofer. But just then, as Knox calmly stood before the cage, the professor's smug expression suddenly turned to one of utter confusion.
He stared at the creature in the cage. It was paralyzed, shaking uncontrollably with its eyes squeezed shut. It refused to even look at Knox. The professor wondered what on earth had just transpired. Knox stared back at the terrified little thing, confused. He hadn't even done anything to it yet. Why was it so afraid? Looking around, he saw the other students lost in a magical daze, trapped in their own private fantasies. All except for him. Talia was under the spell, too, clutching the creature's cage as if it were her maid. Emma. She whispered promises, her voice thick with regret. I swear I won't do it again.
Others were experiencing a strange euphoria, an indescribable feeling, like they'd just tasted the most divine dessert.
Talia continued to weep, pouring out apologies to the empty cage. Suddenly, Knox's voice cut through the chaos. Professor, my apologies, but could you please change my imp? I haven't laid a finger on it, but it's already shaking in fear. The professor, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, just stared back in utter disbelief. Knox wondered who was making those desperate sounds in a hallowed classroom. Turning back, he saw the professor's face shining with a disturbing fervor. The man's attitude had done a complete 180. He leaned in eagerly. Knox, how did you force that imp into submission? Knox repeated himself, baffled. Wait, I just told you. I haven't done anything at all. Hearing this, the professor's excitement exploded. Magnificent! I feel like a fool for not recognizing the sheer talent radiating from you.
Incredible, I will grant you a special chance. The professor then faced the class and made a grand declaration. Everyone, listen closely. I am giving you the opportunity to become my top student.
Knox paused, a flash of recognition in his eyes. Top student. This is exactly what I think it is, isn't it? Images from countless dramas flooded his mind. He knew this trope all too well, a glorified assistant. A title you should never, ever accept. The professor's announcement sent a ripple through the class. Half envy, half apprehension. I'm so jealous. He gets to be Professor Rass's prized disciple. He has to accept. But then, Knox simply raised his hand and declared his refusal of the title. He laid his thoughts bare for all to hear. It may be called top student, but isn't it just a pretty name for a slave? The professor froze, his jaw hitting the floor. The blunt rejection was so shocking, he couldn't process if it was real. The rest of the class could only wonder what was going through Knox's mind. Meanwhile, the Academy's elite students were nursing headaches from resisting the creature's spell. They shot uncomfortable glances at Knox, especially Echidna, who silently sized him up. I can't believe he's the only one completely unaffected. Who in the hell are you? Reinhofer. Just a few hours earlier, in the Academy halls, Professor Burnham had been chasing Professor Raz, practically shouting, I'm telling you, that scruffy-looking white-haired kid is a monster. I guarantee you, that Knox kid is an absolute maniac. Professor Raz, however, appeared utterly unimpressed. Even so, he is just a first year. It is far too early to draw conclusions from a few minor achievements. Do not place such hopes on a new student. Professor Burnham fired back. Raz, your problem is that you're far too rigid. Dean Noah herself told us to keep an eye on him, didn't she? His talent is undeniable. What more proof do you need?
We are talking about a student whose genius is recognized by one of the four sages.
Professor Raz waved it all away. I will need to see his abilities with my own eyes. You need not concern yourself with this any longer. Burnham sighed, trying to keep up. You and that arrogant attitude of yours. Hey, wait for me. Back in the present, that very same professor wore a look of complete devastation. Unable to believe Knox had just rejected his grand offer. He stammered, desperately asking for a reason. All around them, the whispers started. Is he crazy? That was a chance to learn directly from Professor Raz. He's the highest authority in magic education. People would form mountains just to be his disciple. I can't believe he just tossed that chance aside. That is exactly the kind of stunt a failure from the Reiner family would pull. He literally threw away a golden opportunity served on a silver platter. This is why worthless nobles like him don't belong here. Hearing the venomous gossip, Knox felt a flicker of confusion. But his resolve was like iron. Say whatever you want. It won't change my mind. He sighed internally. Eleanor is already a headache. Why does everyone around me insist on causing trouble? Just then, another student's voice rang out, addressing the professor. Professor Raz, I have a question. With a wounded expression, Raz gave the student permission to speak. The student then locked his hostile gaze on Knox. Why would you give such an honor to a Reinher? Aren't there countless students more brilliant than him? The student then turned to Princess Penelope, declaring, Besides, your true strength lies in magic, doesn't it?
I believe the princess and Echidna are far more worthy of the top student position.
Knox glanced at the student, confirming his suspicions. Pathetic, he thought. Look how desperately he's trying to curry favor with a powerful family. He's sharp, though. He knows exactly who to flatter. I'll have to remember that face. Hearing this proposal, Professor Raz's voice boomed across the hall. The professor is the one who decides who is worthy. But, he conceded, if I simply state my decision, none of you will be convinced. Vicious rumors might even spread that I'm unfairly biased towards Knox's talent. So, let's settle this once and for all. His gaze hardened, challenging the entire class.
I will show you, right here and now, exactly why he is the only one fit to be my top student.
Then, Raz turned to Knox, his eyes glowing with an unsettling affection. Knox flinched, thinking to himself, This crazy bastard?
I already told you I refuse, Professor Raz grandly announced. First, let us begin with how he completely subdued the imp's mana.
Knox's mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. In essence, Raz's argument boiled down to a few key points. Number one, for some unknown reason, I managed to suppress an imp. Even if it's a low-ranked demon, that's no simple feat. It's no wonder Raz is fascinated. And number two, my talent. A genius-level sensitivity to mana. Knox's thoughts turned back to the professor. A man like Raz has devoted his entire life to the study of magic. Someone of his caliber can recognize true magical talent in a single glance. Cutting through Knox's inner monologue, Professor Raz continued, For these reasons, it is only right that Knox becomes my top student. Knox shot back bluntly, And I already said I refuse. Faced with such a direct rejection, A bewildered Professor Raz pleaded. Knox, you don't have to decide now. He stared with a chilling gaze. You're being far too hasty. A wave of disgust washed over Knox. Could you please wipe the drool from your mouth before you speak? Fed up. Knox turned to leave. Besides, there's a much more suitable candidate. I'd be grateful if you'd just give up on me. A heartbroken Professor Raz called after him, his voice echoing in the hall as he desperately tried to make him stay.
Every prodigy in the room watched this unbelievable scene unfold, their minds reeling.
Princess Penelope murmured. He's nothing like the rumors I've heard. Echidna bowed her head in agreement. My apologies. It seems my information network is lacking. It's fine, Echidna, the princess replied, a newfound curiosity sparking in her eyes. I think I've just become a little intrigued by him, she added, a hint of steel in her voice. Knox von Reinh Harbor? Will he become a shining light for the Empire? Or a dark storm that consumes us all? Back with Knox. He finally escaped the classroom, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. He shuddered, complaining to himself. What is wrong with Raz, acting like that all of a sudden? He was staring at me like I was a piece of meat slathered in honey. Are there no sane people in this academy? An inner lunatic? Still, I shook him off. I should be able to have some peace now. The long day finally bled into night. Knox sat in his room, a dark cloud hanging over his face. Zitray noticed his exhausted state. Did something terrible happen at the academy? Young master, Knox replied, his voice heavy with fatigue. Yeah, something horrifying. His mind flashed back to the events of that morning, after he'd stormed out of Professor Raz's classroom. No matter where he went, Professor Raz was there, a constant shadow trying to persuade him to become his top student. In the lecture hall, in the dining commons, even in the restroom, the professor's obsessive pursuit never ended. He had even poked his head over the stall door to plead, Become my top student. Knox stormed out of the restroom, his face a mask of fury. But Professor Raz was still there, asking with a hopeful grin, Knox, have you finished considering my offer? Become my top student. Knox glared back with pure disdain. Professor Raz, please, stop it, you crazy bastard. But the professor was relentless. In fact, a look of sheer delight spread across his face. I love that rough tongue of yours. I love it. Knox recounted the entire nightmarish ordeal to Zitray, his helplessness and disgust clear in his voice. That lunatic professor kept hounding me all day to become his top student. Zitray looked utterly confused. Professor Raz, but are you referring to the man known as the greatest magic theorist in the Empire? Knox confirmed it was him. Zitray's confusion only deepened. That's strange, by all accounts. He's a renowned and respectable professor.
Why would he behave in such a way? Knox sighed. I know. He's a good person, for the most part.
Knox recalled the professor's hidden, obsessive nature. He gazed out the window and muttered, The problem is, those other traits he possesses. Meanwhile, at the Reiner family estate, a squad of household guards stood with grim faces, shouting for an intruder to halt, warning each other not to let them pass. At that very moment, within the mansion grounds, a sword, drenched in fresh blood, was being raised. A body is dragged across the cold stone, held by a man with chilling white hair and violet eyes. A sinister aura bleeds from him, marking him as an heir of the dreaded Reinhofer family. With a terrifying calm, he marches toward the trembling soldiers. One of them shouts in desperation, Everyone, stop him! Did you forget the Patriarch's command? He ordered us not to let Master Garen enter this room. The man simply scoffs at their warning, a low chuckle escaping his lips. How harsh! In the blink of an eye, a flicker of impossible speed, he reappears directly behind one of the guards. The soldier freezes, his mind unable to process the phantom-like movement, the sudden, cold presence at his back. The blood-stained air whispers, That's no way for a father to treat his son. Now is it? In that moment, the lives of every soldier in the hall were extinguished. Inside the Patriarch's chambers, Theo and his head butler stand alert, sensing the unnatural silence that has fallen outside. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and the rogue heir of the Reiner family strides in, defying the Patriarch's authority. His entire being emanates a suffocating pressure, the terrifying aura of pure dark mana, framed by the corpses of the guards he just slaughtered. The head butler is paralyzed by fear, thinking, In such a short time, Master Garen has become a monster.
The Patriarch, however, remains seated, his expression as cold and hard as steel.
He addresses his son. Garen, I never imagined you would dare return to the Reinhofer estate. Garen smiles, a cruel twist of his lips. What reason do I need to return to my own home, father? But Theo, the Patriarch, counters with an icy glare. You call this place your home. For a moment, Garen's jovial mask slips, his expression hardening at the challenge. He lets out a small laugh, recovering his composure. I thought I told you. It's time to give up. He leans in, his voice a menacing whisper. There isn't much time left, is there? Theo fires back. That is none of your concern. But Garen presses on. Be warned, the demon within you is lurking, waiting. The moment you show weakness, it will rise up and devour everything you hold dear. Theo's eyes narrow, his voice dripping with disdain. It sounds like you're hoping for that to happen. Garen simply shrugs. My business here is simple.
He then stares directly at his father, his voice turning deadly serious. Where did you hide that sword? The patriarch's stoic facade finally cracks, a flicker of shock in his eyes. The first patriarch, where did you hide, Stormbringer?
But what Garen doesn't know is that Stormbringer has already been entrusted to Knox, setting him on a collision course with this dark air. Garen pressed his father again, his tone demanding. The sword of the first patriarch.
Where did you hide the Stormbringer of Jean von Reijn Harbor? Hearing this, the patriarch's fury erupted.
Jean von Reijn Harbor. How dare you speak the first patriarch's sacred name? You have truly lost your mind. Garen, completely unfazed, laughed it off. Is that really what matters right now? Power is all that counts. Building a stronger force, that is the only thing that should matter to a noble. But the patriarch dismissed his twisted logic. Garen sneered, his words turning into venomous daggers. If you understand what truly matters so well, then why did you just stand by and let that woman die? Hearing this forbidden name, the head butler paled, warning. No, that name must never be spoken before the patriarch. At this, the patriarch's composure shattered completely. His voice dropped to a dark, threatening growl. Did you just say, that woman?
You dare show such disrespect to your own mother?
But Garen immediately denied it. My mother is Priscilla von Orel. She is, and always will be, my only mother. He leaned forward, his eyes burning with hatred. That woman was your mistake, a guest in this family, and nothing more. Reeling from the insult, the patriarch refused to hear another word, his authority thundering through the room. Get out! As Garen tried to speak again, a terrifying dark aura exploded from the patriarch, his gaze locking onto his son. I said, get out! He added a final, chilling warning. I have no desire to cut down my own son. Faced with his father's overwhelming power, Garen finally relented. But as he turned to leave, he uttered an ominous promise. You will regret this. Soon enough, you will understand. Everything has been prepared for my sake. With that, Garen vanished, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. The worried head butler finally spoke. Patriarch, are you all right? Theo turned away, a rare hint of shame in his voice. I lost my composure. I have shown you a disgraceful side of myself. But the loyal butler bowed deeply. Please do not say such things. I am one who has sworn eternal fealty to the Reiner family. He then added gravely, but if the world learns that Master Garen is colluding with a demon, our house will be in grave danger. Therefore, I believe it is time you considered choosing a new successor. The words hung in the air as Theo contemplated the future, and the difficult choice he now faced. The head butler then offered a glimmer of hope, a piece of information that could change everything. As it happens, my lord, we have just received some very good news. It seems Master Knox has become the top student in this year's Eldane admission test. Is that truly possible? Theo asked, his voice laced with disbelief. As I recall, the head butler confirmed, the Academy's new dean, Noah von Trinity, one of the 4 great sages, has personally acknowledged Master Knox's talent.
The name Knox von Reijn Harbor echoed in Theo's mind as he contemplated. His current growth
might seem lacking for now, but if that monstrous talent we witnessed is real, his potential is limitless. One day, that seat could very well belong to Master Knox. Meanwhile, back at Eldane Academy, Professor Raz was relentlessly pursuing Knox to be his apprentice, but Knox's answer remained firm and unyielding. I refuse! The professor didn't seem discouraged in the slightest. I can offer you substantial research funding. You could graduate from this academy without spending a single coin. Knox shot back bluntly. I have more money than I know what to do with. Have you forgotten I'm from the House of Reinhofer, undeterred? Professor Raz played another card. Then what about immense fame?
Knox remained utterly unimpressed. What good is fame to a failure? It's a luxury I have no need for.
Having exhausted all his bribes, the professor could only plead, I beg you, please reconsider. Knox sighed, a wave of irritation washing over him. His nagging is making my ears bleed. His mind drifted back to the previous night's conversation with Zetri. After hearing his dilemma, Zetri had questioned him gently. Still, if he's being this sincere, shouldn't you at least hear him out? She'd continued. I did some research on Professor Rasmore. This is completely out of character for him. He's known as an educator who dedicates himself to lifting up the weaker students. Knox had chuckled wryly, admitting to Zetri, you have a point. I can't just keep running from this, no matter how obsessed he seems. He'll give up once he sees my true limitations. Zetri had agreed. Yes, I admit his behavior did seem a bit unusual. Back in the present, Knox, though still wary, decided to confront the issue head-on with the professor. You gave me your reasons yesterday, but I still don't understand. Why would a professor of your caliber want me as his apprentice? Because you are exceptional, Professor Raz stated simply. Knox, however, pressed on earnestly.
I want the real reason. Why me, and not any of the other brilliant students here?
The professor's expression turned solemn. Do you have a moment? He asked. You must have heard the rumors about what a failure I am, Knox retorted mockingly. That just means I have all the time in the world. Professor Raz let out a small chuckle. A sharp tongue. I see. In that case, would you be willing to listen to an old man's long story? The tea I've prepared is quite special. It's a rare herbal blend I was forced to buy from a rival merchant. Seeing no other choice, Knox decided to hear him out. As he poured another cup for Knox, the professor began his tale. The reason I need you, an exceptional apprentice, is to complete my life's research. Knox's interest was finally piqued. What kind of research could it be? The professor elaborated. My work requires someone powerless, someone who cannot wield mana. It is the key to fulfilling my lifelong ambition. A deep sorrow clouded the professor's face as he continued. That is why? I need you. I can no longer bear to watch the powerless die without even a chance to fight back. He then revealed the heartbreaking truth. Just like my own son did. Knox listened, captivated by the professor's tragic story. He realized then that these were the hidden depths, the untold stories of characters he only knew from the game. Inner lunatic. In this new reality, unexpected truths lay around every corner. And so, Professor Ras began to recount the story of his life.
I was born the first son of Viscount Celestia, destined to lead our house. I possessed no great talent for magic, but my theoretical knowledge alone earned me a place at Eldain, and eventually, a position as a professor.
In every practical exam, my scores were abysmal. My peers never missed a chance to look down on me.
No matter how high I scored on written tests, that score never faded. I poured all my frustrations into my research.
Through sheer, relentless effort, I became a professor here, and even married a wonderful woman. But despite it all, not a single soul truly acknowledged my achievements as a scholar. My greatest thesis was stolen and published under another's name. The world continued to look down on me. Through all that pain, there was one light in my life. My wife and I were blessed with a son. My only child grew up and entered this very academy. He overcame every challenge and graduated with honors. He once told me, "Father, I will work hard so the world will finally recognize your greatness." Hearing those words, it was the happiest moment of my life. My boy joined a knightly order directly serving the emperor and was sent to the very front lines of the war. He fought for victory, not for himself, but to restore my honor and bring glory to the name of House Celestia. But that battlefield became my son's grave. The war had barely even started. He fell to a single arrow, barely infused with a trace of mana. Now it all made sense. The professor's obsession with his research. As Knox processed the tragic story, he silently pieced it all together.
A story like this was hardly unique. In the merciless world of Inner Lunatic, countless similar tragedies unfolded every day.
But for some reason, the man he saw now was different from the professor he'd observed through the monitor. The weight on his shoulders seemed heavier. In that moment, he felt he could finally understand the true depth of the professor's loneliness. Knox finally broke the silence. Professor, I'm sorry, but your story has only solidified my decision.
There is someone far better suited for this than me. Someone who will listen to you with the sincerity you deserve. I believe that is the kind of person you truly need right now.
With that, Knox turned to depart. I will see you at the next lesson. Professor Raz didn't try to stop him, simply watching him go. His gaze then fell upon his desk, to a photograph of his son, a reminder of cherished memories. A faint smile touched his lips as he whispered, "There is a resemblance between them." The scene shifts back to Knox's dorm room late at night, but the peace was about to be shattered by disastrous news. Anxiety gripped him as he asked, "Say that again? Who came back?" With a grave expression, Zitri replied, "The first son of the Reinhofer family. Master Garen has returned."
And because of him, several bodyguard knights are already dead. The news struck Knox with a chilling premonition. Garen von Reinhofer.
The primary enabler of Crown Prince Louis, and the #1 catalyst for bad endings in Inner Lunatic, had finally made his move. A heavy silence filled the room. In Knox's mind, one thought echoed, the worst possible variable. He looked up at Zitri, his eyes sharp. "Zitri, you've been to the family estate recently, haven't you?" Zitri confirmed. "Head butler Rodwell summoned us. I accompanied Rona." The information sent a jolt through Knox. He despises my mother, the woman my father truly loved. I don't know if that hatred extends to me, but if so, Zitri could be in serious danger. Knox sighed in frustration. Why did I have to make so many enemies? He then looked at Zitri again. Did Garen do anything? Zitri's expression darkened with concern. Come to think of it, Master Knox, when I recall what happened, I still feel angry.
Knox's fists clenched beneath his desk, so he really did cause trouble. Zitri then revealed everything. Master Garen tried to scout me.
Knox was stunned. With a troubled look, Zitri began to recount the entire incident. Back at the Reinhofer estate, Zitri and Rona were happily catching up after a long time apart. Their reunion was cut short when Garen suddenly appeared, approaching them with an imposing air. Both maids immediately stood in respect. Garen's eyes landed on Zitri. And who is this maid? She seems extraordinary. He beckoned her forward, his voice demanding. I've never seen you before. State your name. Zitri faced him with perfect composure. Greetings. I am Master Knox's exclusive maid. My name is Zitri. But Garen waved a dismissive hand. Enough with the formalities. He then made a bold offer. From now on, you will be my maid. I can see you are capable. A smirk crossed Garen's face. You possess an ambition that is great enough to satisfy me? However, Zitri politely refused. My apologies, but I already serve Master Knox. I am afraid I must decline your offer. Annoyance flashed in Garen's eyes. I'm sure you know who I am. On what grounds do you refuse me? Did that Knox brat offer you a fortune? Zitri answered calmly. It's because I wish to serve him. Master Knox respects me. I'm sorry.
I do not know what kind of person you are. She paused, her expression shining with pride as she spoke of her master.
Above all else, I want to witness the future Master Knox will create. Hearing such devotion from a mere servant left Garen completely baffled. To think she wants to serve a worthless brat like him, he thought, what a strange one. He tried a different tactic. I'll pay you 3 times whatever he's paying. But Zitri's loyalty remained unshaken. She simply bowed her head, apologizing once more. But Garen's temperament was well known. He would not overlook this slight. Back in Knox's room, Zitri finished her story. He asked me to become his personal maid, and even offered to raise my wages. A pang of worry hit Knox as he asked, By how much? Zitri answered honestly, 3 times my current salary. A heavy silence fell as Knox's mind raced. I have money, but the real story is just beginning. I can't afford to be reckless. But giving up Zitri is not an option. Seeing the odd look on her master's face, Zitri stood to face him. Knox cut right to the point. If you want a wage raise, I will match his offer. In fact, I'll pay you 3 times more, so don't worry about it and just focus on your work. To Zitri's surprise, Knox had been worried about her salary this entire time. A charming laugh suddenly escaped her lips. Knox found himself completely bewildered, wondering if he'd said something wrong. Zitri's eyes held a teasing glint. She turned away and said, Oh, about that... My apologies. Knox felt a wave of pure confusion crash over him. What just happened? Did she just laugh at me? No, that can't be it. He gently asked again, his voice laced with regret. Have you already decided to work with Garen? But she immediately shot down his assumption. Whatever you're thinking, that's not what's happening. I have no intention of following Master Garen, and the wages I currently receive are more than enough. Hearing this, Knox's worries subsided, but his curiosity was piqued, so he pressed on. Then why did you laugh? Zitri, ever the mystery, simply replied, I can't tell you that. Knox's irritation grew. This is an order. Zitri's response was almost too casual. Something funny just came to mind, so I laughed. Knox shot back. Zitri, you've gotten much worse at lying. Zitri turned away, letting out a soft sigh for her foolish master. Knox, however, was lost in his own thoughts. Whatever the reason, I'm just glad I haven't lost her. But Garen, if I ever see him again, he won't get off so easily. Of course, he added internally. That's after I become stronger. With their odd conversation finished, it was time for the Academy's outdoor class. Rows of students lined up, all waiting for their turn to begin the day's training. At Eldon Academy, there are 5 mandatory classes every new student must take. The first is the history of the Archaim Empire, a chronicle of the creator god, Ardan, and the forgotten unified kingdom that once held unrivaled. The second class is horsemanship. The third covers the Academy's strict codes of conduct and etiquette. The fourth is basic imperial magic. And finally, the one subject that Knox dreaded most of all, the cursed stamina training. Just the thought of it made his body feel heavy with exhaustion. He was already panting for breath while other students were running ahead as always. His negative attribute was a crippling weight, making it impossible for him to keep up. His head was spinning. His breaths came in short, ragged gasps. Knox's stamina had hit its absolute limit. He collapsed onto the grass, chugging water and cursing himself. Out of nowhere, a teacher approached him with a curious remark. This is so strange. Knox, you're like a mayfly. Surprised, Knox sprayed a mouthful of water and demanded, What is that supposed to mean? You're exceptional when it comes to short bursts of power, the teacher explained. But it seems you have immense trouble with endurance. It's as if you're blocked by a massive wall that you simply cannot overcome. Hearing the instructor's dead-on evaluation, Knox fell into thought. As expected of Eldon's staff, he had seen right through him. Because of his terminally ill trait, Knox's stamina was permanently capped at 15, less than half of what it should be. Knox pushed himself to his feet and questioned the man. Aren't you an instructor? Why would you say such discouraging things? The man replied, My apologies if that was rude, but you should take my warning seriously. If you continue to move so recklessly, you might end up shortening your life.
I'll keep that in mind, Knox responded. Internally, he scoffed. A countdown is already ticking above my heart.
How could I not be taking this seriously? As if on cue, a system notification flashed in his vision. Because of the trait, terminally ill, your lifespan is decreasing at a rapid rate, Knox grumbled. This is so damn annoying. Not far off, Parasols watched Knox's every move. He saw a fool talking to himself and staring at nothing, which only deepened his suspicions. He stood there and remarked loudly, aiming his words at Knox. I can't figure him out at all.
He pulled off all those tricks to get first place, but now he's hiding his true stamina.
In his mind, Parasols was convinced. This is definitely part of his act of being a good-for-nothing.
Parasols' constant glares and snide comments finally got to Knox, who turned and shot back. You annoying bastard! If we fight again, I'll make you pay!
The scene then shifts to the town just outside the academy. Knox, cloaked in black, moved discreetly through the shadowy streets. Abruptly, a voice spoke from right behind him. I never expected to meet you in a place like this. The youngest son of Brian Hare. It was Rick, Lady Eleanor's loyal servant. Knox recognized him instantly, his mind screaming. Why the hell is he of all people here, this freaking game destroyer? He glared at Rick with wary eyes, questioning his true motives. Knox breathed his name, Rick.
But his real name was Dennifer of the household, the architect of the worst possible bad endings, a villain on par with the first prince. Louis von Archime, he was one of the demonic humans.
He possessed a terrifying array of abilities, negotiation, exceptional eloquence, and a deadly talent with hidden weapons. Beyond that, he was cunning, a master of the northern sword arts, a born traitor, and a legendary con artist. His stats flashed before him. Stamina 4, Mana 4, Luck 3, Willpower 5, and a staggering Charm of 12, with a passive skill. Negotiation revision. Recalling the original story, this man would eventually attack the rival merchantry and betray Eleanor, making him the #1 person to avoid at all costs. Knox stared him down with icy disdain. You're the one who brought me that gift before. What business could you possibly have with me? Rick's cheerful mask didn't waver. Oh, it's nothing serious. I just saw a noble from the Great Reiner family, walking without a single servant. I found it a little puzzling, that's all. Knox shot back instantly. That has nothing to do with you? But Rick just kept on smiling, completely unfazed. You're right. He then smoothly changed the subject. Ah, since fate brought us together, shall I help you with your shopping? I have plenty of free time at the moment. Knox sneered. I doubt that's the only task the head of the rival family gave you. Rick bowed his head respectfully. Since ancient times, great nobles have always turned a blind eye when their servants stray a little from their duties. But in the next second, his eyes shifted, boring into Knox with a hidden, predatory glint. A single thought echoed in Knox's mind. I have to figure out what he's scheming. There's a reason he approached me, and I need to know what it is. Out loud, Knox replied. I don't like people who talk too much. Rick understood immediately. Yes, my lord. I will be sure to remember that. Meanwhile, back in Eleanor's chambers, a maid approached with a letter in hand. These are the documents you requested? Eleanor took the papers and gave a nod of thanks. Holding the files, her entire focus narrowed, examining every last detail. Most of them were related to one person, Knox. After reading through the new information, Eleanor was lost in thought. Knox von Reinh Harbor. Why in the world did he save me? Confusion and a flicker of sadness swirled within her. There was absolutely no reason for him to interfere. The Reiner family has almost zero interaction with her own. If he wanted to gain something, he would have accepted Professor Burnham's offer. But he refused it. The youngest son of the Reiner family that I remember was never this kind of person. One thing is certain, she thought. His behavior changed completely after he resolved the case of the missing children in the forest. But I have no idea why. As she mulled it over, a deep sigh escaped her lips. It seemed she'd also noticed Rick's mysterious and shady nature. His recent movements have been odd. He's gathering his own people within the merchantry. Well, it's not like he can accomplish much anyway. After a moment of deep thought, Eleanor neatly organized the documents. Her gaze drifted towards the window. Her mind sank deeper into memories. Closing her eyes, The image of her father appeared, his face twisted with terrifying rage. She could still hear his voice interrogating her.
That was so foolish. Why would you do something like that? He had roared, his face burning with fury.
If it was necessary, you should have been willing to give up everything. Fear had consumed Eleanor then, and her tears fell endlessly. The memory triggered another, from her childhood. Standing in a church, at a funeral. The maids around her were weeping with sorrow. Eleanor was just a little girl then. She stood before her mother's coffin, her heart heavy with a grief she couldn't yet name. But that very experience forged Eleanor into steel. She became determined, learning to swallow her tears and stand tall. The image of a strong yet lonely woman, her eyes fixed on the future. Back in the marketplace, Knox and Rick were shopping, just as Rick had suggested. As they walked past the stores, Rick offered his expertise. There's no need for a high-grade orb for your magic classes.
Once you become a second-year student, the Academy provides you with an even better one for free.
For the pot and ladle used in alchemy, you must buy one forged from a special type of iron.
Most of the items will be made in the empty alchemy room. You just need to meet the bare minimum.
After some time, their purchases piled up into a small mountain. Knox simply followed along, his silence a heavy cloak. Rick pointed ahead. The store up there has connections to the Eleanor merchantry, so you can get things at a very good price. Let's see, what else do you need? While Rick was busy planning, Knox was lost in his own calculations. I hate to admit it, but Rick's talent is the real deal.
That con artist trait, and his passive skill, negotiation revision.
If he wasn't a demonic human, Knox thought, I might have even considered recruiting him. After finishing his list, Rick finally turned to Knox. I believe you have everything you need now, correct? Knox gave a short nod. Yes, this is more than enough. In an instant, Knox's gaze turned to ice as he finally confronted him.
But I still don't know why you were so desperate to find me. Then, Knox's patience snapped. He shot forward, grabbing Rick by the collar and slamming him against the wall.
The impact was brutal. Rick's face twisted in pain, the cheerful mask shattering into a million pieces. Knox growled, his voice dangerously low. Why? Did you approach me? Rick, feigning innocence, choked out. What do you mean?
Rick's words were like oil on a fire. Knox's grip became a vice, hoisting him into the air. Wasting time isn't in your favor, is it? The facade fell away, replaced by a sinister smile.
Well, looks like this will be a short talk. I'll get straight to the point. As the words left his lips, a terrifying pressure slammed down around them. Knox felt the shift in the air, his eyes darting around. A barrier. Its shimmer barely visible. It was a sound-dampening spell. In that silent space, Rick's expression twisted into a menacing sneer. With both hands, he locked onto Knox's arm. An immense strength pulsed from his grip, overpowering Knox's resistance. Instinctively, Knox yanked at Rick's shirt, revealing the demonic tattoo branded on his chest. Rage blazed in Knox's eyes. The dark aura around him thickened as he demanded the truth.
You don't serve the first prince. You serve a demon, don't you? Rick's composure shattered, his secret laid bare.
You really do know too much. In an instant, a sinister energy erupted from Rick. He smirked with chilling confidence, stating, I don't think my master will appreciate that. The ominous pressure made Knox's skin crawl. Behind him, the spectral form of a terrifying, red-faced demon materialized, its eyes burning with malice, fixed on Knox. Rick's own eyes glowed a sickly yellow, resonating with the demonic power. Yet, even before this intimidating presence, Knox's expression remained like ice. His voice was cold steel. Do you really believe your master will grant your wish? Rick's confidence was unwavering. Of course. A moment later, they released their grips. Knox's warning was a quiet threat. I hope you won't live to regret that. Rick calmly buttoned his shirt, his mask of the friendly servant slipping perfectly back into place. Knox turned to leave, but he stopped, one final warning hanging in the air. Oh, and just so we're clear, if you dare insult my family again, I will kill you. For the first time, raw, killing intent flashed in Knox's eyes. This was the only warning someone like Rick would ever get. Rick finally understood the gravity of his mistake and cautiously acknowledged, I'll bear that in mind. Knox then vanished from the marketplace, leaving him alone in the silence. The scene shifts to a sun-dappled forest near the academy, where an outdoor class is underway. Professor Burnham is leading today's lesson. He clears his throat, addressing the assembled students.
All right, now that everyone's here, we'll begin. A student whispered to his friend, remarking, Isn't that the crazy instructor from before?
Another student muttered about his bald head. Suddenly, a bespectacled student chimed in, warning them, Be careful. It's okay to call someone who isn't bald a bald head, but calling someone who is bald a bald head, that's incredibly disrespectful.
After that long-winded explanation from the bespectacled, Student. The others just stared blankly. However, Professor Burnham's sharp ears had caught everything. A vein pulsed on his temple. He said nothing, but let out a loud cough. His bald head seemed to shine with righteous fury. He thought to himself, "Calm down. I can't crush these young sprouts over something as trivial as my hair." He took a deep breath, composing himself. First, let me explain our location for today. This is the Clarial Plains. It's a renowned area within the Line Academy, known for its rare and beautiful flora. Here, you will all learn the basics of horse riding. Just then, assistants led a line of horses into the clearing. Professor Burnham gestured to the animals. All right, go ahead and mount your assigned horse, or the one you brought with you. A wave of apprehension spread through the students. One complained, I haven't even had a chance to look around this place yet. A girl nearby looked surprised. Wait, some people brought their own horses. Others began to voice their own worries. A horse? I've never ridden one in my life. And why do we have to learn this at a prestigious academy? A man beside them sighed. We have no choice. It's a mandatory subject. And you know what happens if you get an F, right? Expulsion. While the others grumbled, Knox ignored their whining. Without a word, he summoned his own steed, which was Carl. In a flash of light, a magnificent black horse with vibrant blue eyes appeared. The other students awkwardly received their plain academy horses. Professor Burnham clapped his hands. All right, everyone, try to mount up. Please hold on tight so you don't fall. But Knox's gaze was fixed on someone else. Paracelsus. He was mounted on a horse, looking incredibly awkward. Despite the clumsy appearance, Knox evaluated him differently. He's actually quite skilled on horseback. Having lived in the East for so long, he should be a natural with horses or camels. With a single, fluid motion, Knox mounted Carl. A truly majestic sight. The other students stared in disbelief, whispering amongst themselves. How can a good-for-nothing like him own a horse like... The House of Reinhofer boasted immense wealth. Though it still paled in comparison to the legendary Ravelin family, the image of Carl wreathed in blue fire was a breathtaking sight. Knox smiled inwardly, thinking, Carl is a truly magnificent steed. This was the advantage of being a veteran player. Back with the other students, one finally managed to mount his horse, his face beaming with joy. The professor watching nearby praised him. Excellent work. Gently build a connection with your horse and ride with it. He then turned to the rest of the mounted students and announced, All right, it appears all of you are acquainted with your horses. It is time to begin this class's Knox race. Hearing this, the students were stunned. A race? But weren't there people who had just learned to ride today? Other students voiced their disbelief. That makes no sense. One student in particular was furious, complaining. This horse tried to kill me with its hind legs. A brown-haired student looked terrified, exclaiming, This is madness. The one with glasses nearby snickered. Is he angry because you all called him a bald head? But before he could finish that thought, the professor with the shiny bald head materialized behind him and delivered a sharp tap to his head, knocking him out cold onto the grass. The bald professor looked deadly serious and stated, The rules are simple. Each of you will ride your horse, turn the corner deep within the nameless forest, and then return here. The first one to return will be awarded additional points. Any questions? Knox, standing opposite the professor, thought silently. The rules are as simple as his hairstyle. He then muttered under his breath. Well, that's not what's really important right now. Talia, standing behind him, asked nervously. What did you say? Knox replied with ice in his voice. Nothing. Mind your own business. However, his mind was already running a dozen scenarios, using the information he already possessed to forge a strategy. This horse riding class was far from ordinary. The event about to unfold was a critical turning point. This was the very episode where a demonic human makes their first appearance. The stage was set for the original protagonist to have a fateful encounter with the demon. Roger, the demonic human that appears in this scenario, traps all the students within the confines of the nameless forest. The protagonist would then rise to the occasion, leading the other cadets to overcome the threat. That was the basic sequence of the original story. Thinking this, Knox tightened the reins. But there is no protagonist here? In a place filled with so many powerful personalities, he wondered how events would play out without a leader to guide them. Careful planning was important, but now was the time for action. At that moment, Talia approached Knox. Knox, do you want to travel together? Then, she quickly added, I'm not scared. It's just, in case something happens, the forest is a dangerous place, after all. But then Eleanor chimed in, disrupting the moment. I suppose you're confident enough to worry about others in a race. Are you? However, as soon as Eleanor appeared, Knox's gaze turned hostile. He stared directly at her and uttered harshly, Could you stop bothering me and just be on your way, mistaking his intentions? A speechless Eleanor was driven away. Her face was a mask of confusion as she walked back to her horse. Now, only Talia and Knox remained. Talia, with genuine sincerity, admitted,
Well, I guess this is a race after all. You should probably return as fast as possible. Knox, you go on ahead.
I'm not that good at riding anyway. Hearing Talia's self-doubt, Knox coldly remarked, "The race isn't what's important."
He then departed, leaving a perplexed Talia behind. She stood there pondering. If the race isn't important, then what is...
Soon, all the students were ready, and the professor announced, "The race has begun. Move out." Instantly, all the students charged forward at full speed. Knox was among them, guiding Carl on the far right flank of the group.
Each student urged their horse onward, desperately trying to take the lead. A confident boy boasted to the others, "I won't lose to commoners who haven't even ridden a horse until today." But suddenly, that student's expression twisted into one of fear. Carl seemed to sense the imminent danger. The blue flames engulfing him intensified as his eyes grew alert. Knox, sensing what was about to unfold, restrained Carl and said, "Carl, I know." Suddenly, an announcement window appeared before him. Due to the effect of mana sensitivity genius, the circle has been revealed. Beneath the student's feet, a massive magic circle blazed to life, enveloping the entire area and every student within it. The other students were terrified, shouting in confusion about what was happening. Knox calmly explained, "It's teleportation magic." He then warned them, "Everyone, stay perfectly still, unless you all wish to die here." Immediately after, beams of blinding light shot up from the magic circle, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. In the next instant, all the students vanished, leaving only swirling shadows and dust. The world fell silent. Only the wind whispered through the desolate grass. But then, a demonic foot with razor-sharp claws slammed down, radiating an overwhelming aura of pure bloodlust. This was no man. It was a demon. Its presence choked the air with a terrifying, suffocating killing intent. The creature paused, savoring the long-dormant power now awakening in its veins. A twisted smile spread across its face. "At last, my chance for vengeance has arrived." This could only be the one Knox spoke of, the demon named Rudger. What exactly is Rudger hunting for? Who could be his target? All signs pointed to our unfortunate main character. Knox felt the shift in the air instantly. He barked a sharp warning to the students. "Everyone, don't move a muscle." His gaze hardened like steel as he warned them. "Not unless you have a death wish." Without another word, Knox leapt from his mount and urged Carl away from the magic circle. "I'm leaving this to you." The students were still reeling in confusion. When the magic circle flared to life in a blinding flash, it teleported every single one of them away. They reappeared in an entirely different location, deep within an unfamiliar, dense forest. The sudden teleportation left many of them completely stunned and disoriented. A dark-haired girl clutched her head, groaning. "Ugh, my head hurts. Where in the world are we?" The boy beside her could only guess. "Some kind of forest." But another girl shot that down immediately. "That's impossible. We were just on the open plains." Conflicting theories flew back and forth, plunging the students deeper into a state of chaos. Many desperately clung to the idea that it was all a test, but Knox stood silently, his sharp eyes scanning everything. "This is without a doubt," he thought. "Teleportation magic, but it feels different from Dean Noah's power. The formula? It's dangerously unstable." In a crisis like this, even the elites couldn't help but look to Knox. The princess noticed his calm focus and approached. "Do you have any idea what's going on?" Though Knox knew everything, his reply was as cold as ice. "I'm still analyzing the situation." He then added a cryptic warning. "But one thing is certain. We're not alone." That's when Echidna stepped forward, her voice dripping with arrogance. "What are you spouting nonsense about? If you know something, spit it out." But Knox shut her down without a second thought. "Know your place. Echidna, you are not the princess." He felt no obligation to explain a thing to her. Publicly rebuked, Echidna was left speechless. Her face burned with fury, but she swallowed her pride and said nothing. Princess Eleanor, who had been watching, stepped in. "Teleportation magic." "That's what you believe this is caused by an outside force." Knox didn't hide it, confirming her suspicions were true. Eleanor pressed for a logical explanation from Knox. "And what makes you so certain of that?" Talia, her face etched with worry, chimed in. "I'm curious as well. Couldn't this just be a surprise test from the professors?" Knox let out a frustrated sigh, thinking, "This is exactly why pampered nobles are so weak. They are utterly complacent." In his heart, he knew the terrifying truth. This is inner lunatic. We've been thrown into one of the most notoriously difficult games in existence. But that was a secret he could never reveal, so he crafted a plausible excuse. The mana signature is far too unstable. Just then, his acting genius skill activated. Knox continued his flawless performance. "The magic formula is a chaotic mess. It shows a complete disregard for the target's safety, focused only on its function. That is all the proof I need." Hearing his sharp analysis, another elite student spoke up. "He's right. The formula is bizarre. Besides, our professors would never endanger us like this. Not with so many children of Eldane's great noble families gathered in one place.
As Leon's words sank in, the other students' expressions began to change.
A seed of trust in Knox started to grow, though no one dared to voice it. Leon then addressed the group, seeking a consensus. I believe Knox is correct. What does everyone else think? Of course, Knox had the advantage of having lived through this hell before. Leon, on the other hand, was experiencing this nightmare for the very first time, and yet his insight was far beyond that of an ordinary student. Hearing his logic, the princess silently gave him credit. I hate to admit it, she thought. But he's right. That formula is absolutely unstable. An outside force has to be involved. A dreadful thought crossed her mind. Could my brother be behind this? The other students, however, were less concerned with the why. One shouted, whatever the case, we have to get out of here now. A wave of agreement spread through the group. But just as they prepared to move, Leon's urgent voice cut through the noise. Lingering in this corrupt manna is a death sentence. Ahidna, completely misunderstanding, scoffed. Are you dark families trying to seize control? You'll need proof before I listen to a word you say. But in an instant, the princess beside her commanded her to be silent. The princess then confirmed their fears. Echidna, what they say is true. If we remain in this vortex of unstable mana for long, we will all perish. The princess's words completely silenced Echidna. She dared not utter another word. After hearing the confirmation, the others began to realize the truth.
Now that you mention it, the way this magic circle is deployed is incredibly strange.
Yes, it's completely inefficient. The others agreed. The princess truly has a sharp eye. She began her studies long before us. After all, Perislus, standing nearby, remained silent through the whole exchange. However, his gaze hardened with vigilance. In a flash, he spun towards the darkness, his sword already drawn. With a single motion, he silenced the crowd. Echidna, with her limited perception, was completely oblivious. Paracelsus coldly questioned her. Can you not smell the stench of blood? He continued. It's a monster. Intermediate rank or higher, and it is directly above us. That warning also alerted Knox, whose senses flared to life. Suddenly, a massive bird-like creature with 4 enormous wings blotted out the sky. The gale force from its wings blasted the students below. But before the beast could even screech, Knox exploded upwards. In a single, fluid motion, his blade became a silver blur, carving a dozen slashes across the monster's body. His expression was a mask of ice as the creature reeled from his assault. He then issued a chilling command. All of you, prepare for battle! The massive bird, effortlessly dispatched by Knox's single assault, crashed hard onto the ground.
After felling an intermediate monster without breaking a sweat, Knox made a stunning declaration. In this crisis, I am taking command.
The other students were in disbelief. Who does he think he is? Many of them thought Knox is taking command.
The family failure, this is insane. The princess, however, was stunned by his speed, thinking, an ambush from a monster I couldn't even sense.
And he was the first one to detect it, the good-for-nothing from House Reiner. The elite students, having witnessed his power firsthand, could neither agree nor deny his shocking claim. But the monster wasn't finished. Its body began to pulse with a bloodthirsty mana, making it even more ferocious. The princess, still deep in thought, wondered, how has he become so different all of a sudden? Back at the academy, a bald professor scowled at his stopwatch. Seriously, is this year's batch of students completely useless? How has no one returned yet? This is the worst time record in the academy's history. He had no idea his students had been forcibly teleported away. Suddenly, Professor Raz rushed towards him, desperate to report the incident. The bald professor looked up. Raz, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be with the second years? Professor Raz shot back, his voice tight with urgency. That's not important. Where are the first-year students? The bald professor, still oblivious, answered. They're on the plains for their riding lessons. But as he spoke, a chilling realization dawned on him. Wait a moment. This feeling? What's wrong? Professor Raz delivered the grim news. A demonic magic user has infiltrated the academy. 3 hours ago, a massive magic circle activated, and we tracked it to these very plains. The bald professor's face twisted with rage. Of all the times, it had to happen while Dean Noah is away. Damn it, we have to move, now. Just then, a lone horse galloped towards them at full speed.
A letter was tied to its saddle. The professor recognized the horse as Knox's and immediately snatched the message.
The note was short and grim. A demonic human had appeared at the entrance of the nameless forest, and they needed immediate help. The professor's face paled as he read the desperate plea. The nameless forest was a place of immense danger. He and the other professor began their frantic race to the location. It will take at least 2 days to reach the nameless forest. It's too late for another teleportation spell. I can only pray they'll all be safe. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Knox had just finished the job, completely obliterating the bird-like monster. He casually wiped the blood from his blade, looking completely unfazed by the battle. Seeing this overwhelming power, Echidna's pride finally shattered. "I hate to admit it," she conceded. "But your judgment was correct, Reinher." The princess approached to speak, but Knox cut her off with ice in his voice. "Forget it. I have no need for forced apologies, princess." His words left her utterly speechless. He then got straight to the point. "This attack is an extension of the previous incident. By the laws of the imperial family, grant me full command authority over all students." The princess hesitated. "But this is getting far too dangerous." "Then the princess, shall personally command the students." But her declaration only seemed to irritate and trouble Knox. Without missing a beat, he called out to a young man named Pell. As Pell stepped forward, Knox's voice was sharp. "Recite the emergency protocol." Pell flinched, but he dared not disobey his superior's command. "The absolute top priority is the protection of the imperial family. Command authority defaults to the most exceptional knight or mage present." The moment Pell finished, Knox turned his sharp gaze back to the princess. "Princess, you are the only imperial blood here, and you are an indispensable power needed to vanquish the demons. The lightning mana, the power of punishment you wield," Knox explained, "is a sacred power passed down only through the imperial line. Therefore, even if every last one of us perishes here, we must ensure your survival. That is the unshakable law of this empire." The princess faltered, her resolve wavering as she fell silent. Knox pressed his advantage. "Furthermore, when we were ambushed, who made the swiftest judgment? It was me. So please," he urged, "grant me command." A cunning smile crept across Knox's face as he extended his hand. "The authority over the life and death of everyone here, including yours." A storm of emotions washed over the princess. Was this admiration? Or was it fear? But as Knox laid out his claim, proving himself the only one fit to lead, Talia's cheeks began to flush. He's willing to shoulder the fate of everyone. Incredible. Her eyes locked onto him, her initial assessment now a certainty. Yes, I was right about him. Knox is the very model of a true knight, sensing a burning gaze from behind. Knox turned to find Talia staring at him, her eyes sparkling with pure admiration. Utterly bewildered, he could only think, what in the world is wrong with her? Shaking it off, Knox addressed the entire group. "Anyway, if there are no objections, I will take command. If you have a problem with that, then prove you're more capable than me." With a smirk of absolute confidence, Knox challenged them. "Succeed, and I will gladly relinquish this position." Not a single student dared to voice a complaint. However, one sly-looking young man thought to himself, if anything happens to the princess on his watch, no matter how well he performs, the leader will face catastrophic punishment. Something is bound to go wrong. Which means Knox is drinking poison from a holy grail. Standing just behind Knox, he sneered. "Ha ha, what a mindless fool. Do whatever you want." But Knox heard every word. He turned, his gaze filled with an unnerving, profound affection. That gaze sent a chill down the young man's spine. He broke into a cold sweat, terrified by this strange display of love, and quickly looked away. The silence that followed was an unspoken agreement. Knox was now their leader. Knox's voice rang with authority. "Then it is decided. From this moment forward, you will follow my orders. Fail to do so, and you will be punished according to imperial law." The princess could only silently accept Knox's decree. Even Echidna, who despised Knox, could only swallow her complaints. With the chain of command established, Knox began to issue his first order. "We're moving out. Now, follow me." He immediately took the lead. Eleanor, watching him go without another word, was completely baffled. "Wait, shouldn't you tell us our destination first?" Knox didn't even bother turning around, his intimidating voice cutting through the air. "I'm not one for long explanations. Just make sure you keep up." As he led the way, a dark thought crossed his mind. If they knew how many times I've cleared this chapter, they'd be terrified. I'm a seasoned veteran of this damn game. Meanwhile, deep within a dark cave, a sinister figure observed the students through a magical orb as they battled a monstrous beast. This was none other than the demon, Rugger. He watched their desperate struggle with the detached amusement of a predator watching its prey. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the cavern, calling his name. "Rugger!" A terrifying black mist materialized before him. From the swirling darkness, a grotesque mouth appeared, surrounded by countless eyes. The entity's command was absolute. "Devour the humans of Eldeen! Uproot all the sprouts that fail to grow." Rugger knelt in perfect obedience, extending his hand as the being offered its dark power. "Do this," the entity hissed, "and I shall grant you a fraction of my power, unworthy as you are." As the black energy surged into him, the veins on his arm turned pitch black, his body straining under the immense pressure. But in a moment, he mastered the agonizing power. He clenched his fist, his voice unwavering. Yes, my lord. I will handle this matter in a way that does not disappoint. In his other hand, he clutched a dark purple magic core. As the black mist receded from it, the terrifying entity vanished, and the core dropped to the cavern floor.
Rugger gazed back into his scrying orb, a cruel smile on his lips. This mission is perfect for me. I will punish you for the sin of abandoning me. The orb's surface reflected two figures riding swiftly toward the nameless forest. The academy professors.
His hateful gaze fixated on one of them. Professor Ross. Ross von Celestia. He spat the name, a clear sign of a bitter past between them. A terrifying, malevolent aura erupted from Rugger, flooding the cave and sending every creature in the vicinity scattering in fear. As twilight claimed the sky, the beastly boars fell one by one under Knox's command. He then addressed the survivors. From this moment, we assign roles. His eyes locked onto Leon and Paracelsus. You two, with me. A flicker of annoyance crossed Paracelsus's face, but he grudgingly complied. You bested me, I'll admit, he conceded. So I'll play along. For now. Leon's reaction was the polar opposite, offering a respectful bow. My skills may be lacking, but if I can be of any service, I will give it my all. Knox observed the Academy's two top geniuses, now following his orders, and a small smile formed in his mind. Perfect. With this, the strongest rookies were now his pawns. His gaze then shifted, his mind already on the next phase. With his key players in place, Knox gathered the remaining elites. There are only two ways out of this cursed forest. Either someone shatters the barrier from the outside, or we hunt down and eliminate the caster who trapped us here. The princess spoke up, her voice laced with concern. Regarding the second option, Knox affirmed her fears. Indeed, it's a path fraught with danger, but we have no other choice. Professor Burnham would need at least 2 days to reach us, even if he traveled in a straight line from the plains. Our only viable mission is to survive long enough to hunt and kill the caster. But as he spoke, Knox knew a deeper truth. Rescue from the outside was never an option. If we want to escape this place, the caster must die. That caster is Roger, a demonic human who stalks these very woods. With the grim reality laid bare, Knox shifted to their immediate priority. First, we secure our food supply. This should be enough to last us 2 days. Hearing this, Paracelsus's eyes widened in horror. Realizing Knox was eyeing the demonic carcasses, he quickly shouted, Hey, noble boy, you can't possibly mean for us to eat? That, Knox replied nonchalantly. It's a boar. Any problem? Paracelsus groaned in disbelief. Look, I get that you're skilled, but you're completely out of your mind. This isn't some noble's private hunting ground. You can't just eat a demonic beast. Their meat is pure poison. Knox glanced at the carcass, unfazed. I'm well aware. And I also know most of the plants in this area are just as deadly. Paracelsus was dumbfounded. Then why the hell are you telling us to eat it, pal? Even when I was starving back east, I never stooped to eating monster meat. Do you have any idea what that does to your insides? Paracelsus's face twisted with disgust just thinking about it. Knox stared back, a strange thought crossing his mind. This lunatic? He only got a stomachache from eating demonic flesh. I'd better keep my distance from him. Shaking off the thought, Knox's voice turned to steel. Enough! Be quiet! I have my own methods. With that, Knox began gathering herbs before turning to Leon. Leon, summon your undead. Have them form a perimeter. Leon immediately obeyed. Knox then faced Paracelsus with a heavy sigh. You're on guard duty for the princess. Your skills are actually quite impressive. If you could just shut that cheeky mouth of yours. Rage flared in Paracelsus's eyes, but he swallowed his pride. It was a direct order from their temporary leader. I swear, one day I'm going to beat you to a pulp. As the two geniuses departed, Knox began his own preparations. First, he located a large, flat stone to serve as a makeshift butcher's block. Then, using various foraged ingredients, he began to cook. Finally, he separated a piece of the unsettlingly purple demonic boar meat. The unnatural color alone was enough to make everyone's stomach turn. Fearful whispers rippled through the students. What is that grotesque thing? Look at that color. We'll die if we eat that. As the meat sizzled over the fire, Knox calmly placed a strange herb on top. Instantly, a golden aura flowed from the plant, seeping deep into the cursed flesh. In moments, the ghastly purple faded away, replaced by the familiar color of perfectly cooked pork. The students gasped in astonishment. Knox revealed his secret. I simply used this plant to neutralize the demonic toxin in the meat. The crimson rake herb is capable of purifying poisons from mid-rank monsters, or lower. The horned boar falls into that category. The students could only stare, their skepticism melting. Is that so? I think I read that in a book once. But the Reinhardt family has no reason to learn survival skills. How could he possibly possess such knowledge? I have no idea. Knox then turned to the princess with a confident smile. So then, Your Highness, Rare or medium rare, he thought to himself. Boldly excluding the well done option, a rule from the game surfaced in his mind. Well done meat was fit only for the trash. By now, the pork was sizzling, nearly ready, exhausted from the day's events. A gnawing hunger had set in. Even the princess, a model of royal composure, eyed the meat with desperation. In the face of starvation, dignity was a forgotten luxury. Meanwhile, far from the forest, two professors galloped with frantic urgency. The bald professor held up a communication device, contacting the academy's headmaster himself, Noah von Trinity. He began his report, his voice laced with panic. "Headmaster Noah, can you hear me?"
Understood. The target is a demonic human. At least intermediate rank, possibly higher. The academy is treating this as a critical incident. Professor Raz and I are en route to rescue the students now. But the only reply was the distinct sound of someone snacking.
The professor pressed on, his voice tight with urgency. The rest of our elite instructors are already deployed on other missions. Yet, despite his frantic report, Principal Noah remained eerily calm. The crunch of her snack echoed through the communicator, leaving the old professor utterly stunned. What was that sound? It was just like someone eating chips. He tried to shake the absurd thought from his head. No, it can't be. The principal is eccentric, but there's no way she'd be snacking during a crisis like this. But Professor Raz beside him asked bluntly, "Dean, are you by any chance eating snacks?" Caught, Noah's voice was casual. Oh, you could hear that. Her nonchalant question struck them dumb. The two seasoned professors were completely speechless. Sensing their shock, Noah finally offered some words of comfort. "There's no need to panic." Her tone was laced with absolute confidence. "They will all return, without a single major injury." She spoke from her icy throne room, leisurely enjoying her food, while the two professors felt their own blood run cold with fear for the students. If they were second years, this situation might have been manageable. But these are first years. They've barely begun their training at the academy. They're nothing but fledglings out there. Professor Raz cried out in agreement, his face pale with dread. Calm was a luxury they simply couldn't afford as sweat poured down his face. They haven't even properly mastered basic defensive spells. But to their complete disbelief, Principal Noah ended the transmission, cutting them off entirely. The two old masters were left utterly helpless. "Damn it, there's no other way then," he roared. "We'll just have to handle this ourselves. All composure lost." The professor urged his horse into a desperate gallop.
Behind him, Professor Raz shouted, "Burn on!" But his mind was consumed by one student, my star disciple, Knox.
"I swear on my life, I will not let you fall in a place like this." So, what do you think is going to happen next? Drop your theories in the comments and rate this chapter from 0 to 10. I can't wait to read what you think, model.